Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for more Epic League action here this fine Sunday morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. You're in the right place. That's the only thing that matters. Here, tuned in with me, Tsunami, your weekend host, and these two fine gentlemen next to me, Lizard and Trent. We are back again, and I mentioned it at the end of the last broadcast, but we're at the halfway point here, gentlemen. We are getting ready to start separating the top and the bottom of this bracket. Got 3 series coming up today. It's going to be bangers from top to bottom. It's OG versus Navi. So we're going to be starting things off. After that, Liquid versus Alliance. Liquid looking to perhaps get their first victory. We'll see. And then we got a VP versus Nigma to round things out. And I asked Lizard at the end of last broadcast which of these series he was looking forward most to. But Trent, how about you? Out of those 3 series that we got today, what you're looking forward to?
Most out of those 3, probably Liquid Alliance. I don't know. It's a classic. What can I say? I always like watching those guys go up against each other. It's too good.
Lizard, you like watching Navi and OG go up against each other because we're already in the draft right now.
Wow.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a very interesting situation here in which OG, they're not the underdogs by any stretch, but the results that Navi has had recently, they speak for themselves. They're on a roll, and usually you wouldn't even put these two teams in the same tier level. Like, not this Navi, but Fly to Moon, right? Like they just were taken by this organization, and usually when you look at Fly to Moon and OG, you kind of expect OG to be on the top part of the ladder, right, and Fly to Moon somewhere at the bottom 3. But they're doing extremely well so far, and yeah, this might be a hype series.
Yeah, of all the promotions between VP Prodigy getting full VP status and Fly to Moon getting Navi status, we mentioned yesterday what's the difference between a stack and a team, and it seems like these signings have done these 2 CIS squads well, as they are currently topping the group. They are both undefeated, and Navi is looking to maintain that undefeated squad. And what better way to start out than with a CIS classic support Disruptor?
Yeah, that is crazy how well Navi's doing, though. Like, they've had, I think, a week off since their last match, too, by the looks of it. So, we have the Division 2 and everything, but they kind of had like a little bit of a break. So I hope that they aren't cooling down too much. The break, I feel, is better when you're losing. When you're out, 3 games straight, hopefully they're looking back in those games and just trying to even further improve. Because they did go 2-1 in all their series, to be fair. So, obviously there's room for improvement. And OG, I feel bad for their fans sometimes because they're such an exciting team to watch, and it feels like they're the kind of fans that really get emotional because they feel like OG can do so much, and then sometimes they just pick certain heroes, and you're like, OG, what are you trying to do here? What are you doing to me?
The worst thing is for the analysts, like for us. It's enjoyable to watch them, but it's a hell when it comes to predicting how the game is gonna go with OG. Like they pick some draft and you're thinking, okay, this might be just OGing. They're gonna figure some things out, and then Thompson goes 0-5 mid and the game ends in 15 minutes. And then they come back the next game and they stomp. It's just very difficult to predict them.
So far, things are at least somewhat straightforward. Nothing too exotic, no weird silencers or other exotic picks that OG's been kind of whipping out earlier. Earth Spirit Morphling. How could you possibly go wrong with Earth Spirit Morphling? It's tried and true. Have some flex potential with the Morphling, but still, it's a basic opening. Put the OG fans' pulse at like a cool 80 BPM as we start this draft off.
Yeah, to me, it makes the mid Doom less appealing, because then the morph just gets to farm the whole time. So I would assume that they'd want to get something that tries to move that Morphling out of there, but at the same time, it's OG, so I feel like they're going to try their hardest to ram that Morphling straight through the mid.
Navi did play Doom mid before. It's Iceberg that played it. They won that game with him mid. But like you said, you don't have to put it versus Morphling. Like, you can't do anything to a Morphling mid.
Yeah.
Puck, you can mess with him because of Scorched Earth, but Morphling, he's just going to strength morph through it and hit you back, and you really can't mess with him in the mid lane. You will farm the same. Like, if you put Doom versus Morphling, you'll still find farm on Doom. Don't get me wrong. You won't lose that lane, but you just won't dominate.
Yeah.
Knowing Roger and the boys, they could still play this Doom on position 4 even, but that kind of did fall out of favor. And usually when you see that happening, it doesn't go too well, especially if you don't find a good creep early on.
Yeah, but at the same time, I see Iceberg, and I see him as a player who does not really like playing Doom that much. So I imagine if he gets an opportunity to get his hands on something else, then he will be more than happy to relinquish Doom responsibilities. But yeah, right now there's this cat and mouse game going on of where these mid-heroes, potential mid-heroes, are going to go as we look forward to the rest of the bans. Drow Ranger, Faceless Void, going to be banned out by OG, and Oracle and Silencer. Actually, Silencer getting a respect ban from Na'Vi.
That's a lot of our little pairings now gone, right? Now you don't have like the Void plus Phoenix or whatever, or the Venge Drow. We don't have the Mag +1. We don't have the Io +1. Even the Chen +1, sort of like Chen Storm. So I feel like whenever I'm drafting versus these early Morphlings, I just try and find whatever is broken that's left. Because like trying to counter Morphling, there's not really a whole lot that does it, you know? It's more like just get a super solid game plan.
They have to ban Spectre here, I think. But knowing OG, they might not. But seeing you have Morphling on your side, you have Earth Spirit that doesn't really pressure Spectre that much as a position 4, and Viper has been banned out by Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I would really like to see a Spectre ban here. If they don't, they might put themselves in a really bad spot, awkward spot. There is still PA in the pool, which is playable, but like Spectre with the Manta Skadi build, I think it's the best thing to play versus Morphling, really. Like you get... let's say you put Doom on a core position. If you get Shivas fast enough and Skadi fast enough on Spectre, this Morphling is not going to have a good game.
Yeah, we saw a couple of different Skadi rushes, right? Versus Morphlings. I can't remember what the other hero was. Was it like a Life Stealer or something? It was something really fast for the hero, but either way.
It was a Life Stealer, and I think we were all skeptical that it was like a Life Stealer into Morphling. We're like, this should be a bad matchup, and then the Life Stealer just got a super fast Skadi.
Yeah.
There's a lot of melee heroes right now buying Skadi versus ranged as well because of the interaction and slowing that attack speed. It's pretty solid. They go with Enigma on OG. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Here we go again, boys.
I told you, the first phase you keep the heart rate kind of low, and now the thump. It's starting to amp up a little bit. I mean, Seb played it earlier in the tournament, but you know, still, it's becoming a little bit trickier to execute as we progress. There's already a lot of easy disable for a black hole just off of Disruptor as a hero alone, but if it is going to be a core Enigma, so it will probably likely get a BKB sooner than most.
Yeah, it's your classic hero to try and enable Unearth Spirit, right? It's like, I can handle myself in the lane, I can do my shenanigans with the pole and everything, so... they do just straight up go back for a super solid hero in the Phoenix. Yeah, it's not a real BKB pierce for the ultimate, but at least it's also just giant team fight if they want to commit with the Enigma too.
Yeah, and it's giant comfort zone. Like when you think about them, it's like so right in the comfort zone. Which makes me think though, is Phoenix going to be a 4 or a 5? Because they now have Disruptor and Phoenix. This Phoenix could be a core 2 or something like that. Because knowing them, it's usually always one of Fly that plays it, right?
Yeah.
90% of the time, which would put Disruptor in a position 4, which is also playable. Like Disruptor position 4 isn't out of this world. We have seen it quite a few times with that Yule's rush or maybe even Aghanim's rush early on. But man, Omni Knight, okay. Everyone is catching up.
Yeah, this hero's suddenly cool all of a sudden.
Yeah. What makes him cool? At first I thought it was the Heavenly Grace having synergy with strength heroes. But now it just seems that just Heavenly Grace in general, it's that, and then Guardian Angel to be like, hey, you remember that physical damage draft that you were thinking about? Yep, forget about it. You're not going to be able to play it.
Doom's kind of a weird interaction, though, right? Because
because
you like take the damage way faster, right, with the stats resistance. It's a little bit worrisome, but there it is, Lizard. Spectre arrives.
I have a confession to make. Like a week ago, I lost like 3 games in a row on stream. And I get this guy, you probably heard of him, 2B on my team.
Yeah.
And he picks Omni Knight. He picks Omni Knight position 4. I instantly opened the scoreboard on the left and muted him. I was like, I just can't handle this. I just muted him from the get-go. He did quite well, like on that Omni Knight position 4, just running around, purifying, tossing Heavenly Grace, and we won that game in the end. So, but I felt like the hero is so garbage that someone has to be a complete utter edgelord to pick it. You know, just a complete edgelord.
I mean, honestly, that's at least a little bit more normalized than his AM4 position that he was campaigning heavily for years.
Or troll, yeah.
Or troll, that's
Guys,
right.
He's got a solid list of 4s, I have to say. Very impressive.
I miss the times when you could random a position 4. It literally didn't matter what you random. You could make it work because you would buy Boots and Orb of Venom.
Or
right?
Iron Talon.
Okay, or Iron Talon. But if you really wanted to be useful, like no matter what you random, Boots, Orb of Venom, you can win any lane. It was so broken back in the day. The good Sing strategies as well.
This Omni Knight gearing up to be a 5 position, though, and still don't know where this Morphling's going quite yet. Based off of what we're seeing right now, do you think OG's looking for a 1 position, or are they going to be looking for a mid laner right now?
Well, looking at the ban, right? Lifestealer and Jug. At least Navi thinks it's mid.
I would tend to lean that way, too.
Pango.
I was wondering when they were going to bring this back, because they've kind of been crushing it on the Pango lately, and then I feel like they haven't picked it in a little while, unless I missed a game or something. But I was actually just thinking over, like, man, wasn't Navi like really good on Pango? I think they have like a crazy good win rate with the hero.
Yeah, in general ran it once in this tournament, but they haven't been relying on it too heavily. More frequently, they've been going to his Beastmaster, but that got banned out, so go to another easy one.
Just try
Interesting pickup.
Yeah, try and chain stun down the Morphling.
I'm not the biggest fan of the hero. I still think it can work, but the laning stage itself, he got buffed up a little bit. The damage is a bit better, so you can lane. You're playing versus Omni Knight, I guess, so you're not gonna suck in the lane. That's kind of nice, right? Like your laning stage should be fine, no matter what core they pick, because you have possibly. Wait, so this is the mid now, right? 100%, right?
Unless they see something to make them Pango mid, but I don't think Iceberg does that. I don't. Yeah, I'd be putting the Morphling mid, I think, and just picking a 1. Let's go, Sven. Active Morphling at once strikes again.
Yep,
that's right. We've been seeing the resurgence, and a strength hero to pair with Omni Knight's Heavenly Grace always feels very pleasant, especially one that benefits from strength so much like Sven. Seems like pretty comfort roles for both teams. I was worried for OG if they're going to get too weird on me, but it seems pretty typical for them. So I don't know if typical has been working for them given their performance in the tournament, but for Na'Vi, I'm very encouraged. Lizard, how you feeling between these two drafts?
Complete comfort zone on Na'Vi, while OG are trying something a bit. Well, they still have comfort heroes, but they're also playing the meta a little bit with the Omni Knight. I'm not really sure how to put this game. I really think OG can't take it, but Na'Vi have been on a really good roll too. I'll go with OG like 55%, more because of the name than anything else.
I think the idea of this like Morphling and Sven, we've seen from a couple teams where you're trying to split the farm. Like your dire side, which I think is good. So I'm going to look for those 2 camps near the mid lane that you're going to try and stack. And then, of course, the Ancients. But then when those 2 heroes are both trying to farm, that's the hardest part of the game. And I feel like Na'Vi have really good heroes for invading the dire jungle. So I kind of like Na'Vi a bit more.
All right. Well, Lizard was given a 55%, but you can see there we go. We got both sides. EGB has the only true numbers, though. If you want to check that, the banner's below the stream. But we want to hear what's going on in the game, and what better way to bring it than Nomad and 1437.
Thank you very much, partners. Yes, indeed, we are here ready to get into game number 1 in this best of 3 series between OG and Na'Vi. Theban, where do you stand on these drafts?
You know what? I can totally see OG's draft working, Nomad. I can definitely see it. You know, you got the Omni pick from OG and Na'Vi not banning out the Sven. Maybe they were thinking, hey, Phoenix could be good against Sven. But you got the Morphling, though, on the OG side as well. They got a lot of heroes that can work well together. I can definitely see the draft working here.
This may not be the hill you want to walk up, buddy.
Caught.
Yeah, that's going to be a very dead spirit.
Oh,
my goodness. Oh, God. Straight into the nest. Straight into the eagle's nest. 5 heroes surround him immediately, peck him apart from every direction. That was brutal. Saxa just gets fed to the walls for first blood for Na'Vi. So, not the start they were looking for there, but there you go. At least it's Nurse Spirit. You can roll back into lane plenty quickly, but also first blood for B-Tune is definitely going to feel pretty good for this spec.
Oh,
Anyways,
yeah, most definitely.
yeah, the one thing to say about OG, Enigma, Sven, Morphling, Voss Thompson, we've seen him play this space making Morphling very, very well. You can't get away from the fact that it is fundamentally a greedy draft, and that might mean that Na'Vi can kind of get away with playing this 4-man Dota while VTune just farmed his little heart out.
Yeah, most definitely, but Morphling is not going to feel any pressure, at least in this game. They're going to get like maybe a Doom on him at some point, but if he gets that Strength Morph off, he's not going to die. And the Doom himself is not going to be able to pressure him up in this lane. So I think Thompson is pretty much going to have free farm. The lanes that I'm looking at the most here is going to be Seb's lane. The Spectre starting off with First Blood. She's going to have a little bit more gold, looking to buy that Ring of Tarask for this lane. And if Sebs can somehow come out of this lane ahead, like we've seen before, Enigma versus Spectre, then I think OG are going to have pretty huge advantage in this early game.
Yeah, true. The lanes they've got the potential to go very, very well for the side of OG, but of course that first blood's not going to help things much as the Phoenix gets pretty low in the top lane, just getting harassed down by mid one and No-Tail. Very, very annoying heroes when you get close to them.
Who
talk to me a little bit about the Omni Knight hero.
Right. I think you're just using it as the buffer with the Heavenly Grace, the Purification. I think we've seen Puppy also play this the other day.
Yep.
We're going to be seeing a lot more of this hero, I think. As the patch has been stale for quite some time, everyone is starting to find new little things that they can do. It is a hero that can amplify a carry, so giving it a 50% status resistance and 28 armor, that is not a joke. So as long as your lane can go like 50-50, you're going to be okay having an Omni Knight in your lineup. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty brutal. This guy doesn't mess around. Been out of the patch for some time, but they're bringing it back now. The big boys are playing it, and No-Tail, he wants to get on board this new meta train.
I was going to ask you, was it Liquid Enigma who solo killed Viking Spectre twice, like in 2 different games? If you remember that.
Yeah, I remember the cast. I don't exactly remember which teams were playing.
Right. I believe it was Liquid versus Viking, yeah. And Spectre, one game got solo killed by Mars, the next game got solo killed by the Enigma. So, but the Enigma was there denying creeps against the Spectre, and it's very annoying actually in the early game for the Spec. Later on, not so much. If she gets Black Hold, she can tank it up a little bit and send some damage back to the opponent, but the lane
talking about damage, always want to fly. He's getting taken down pretty low here. He's used that Fairy Fire. Saxa still trying to close the gap, realizes he won't be able to do it. Gonna turn around as Seb's taking a decent amount of damage from VTune at the same time as well, so has to chill out a little bit. And Saxa's even gonna give his courier the way of VTune as well, so that's a little bit of extra gold going the way of the Radiant.
Yeah, great plays there from Always Wanna Fly, absorbing some of that pressure from Dire's off lane, sobbing back up. Now he's full everything, pretty much. Ooh.
Saxa going for the TP away. Should be nice and safe to do that. Gets himself out nice and safely.
Oh, he's not even level 2 yet, so he can't really go to another lane and make a play happen. He's gonna have to walk back bottom. Meanwhile, Seb is gonna have to fight against 2 heroes here.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma is one of those heroes which it feels kind of okay to be left alone, because you've got those Eidolons to go and mess with the pool camps and block and do all that nice stuff. And you can always, of course, revert to jungling these camps as well if needs be, like Seb is doing here. So doesn't necessarily need to be babysat the entire laning phase, but of course, with Saxa not having that level 2, he's not going to be roaming yet. So already the plan is looking a little bit kind of off-kilter for the side of OG. There's Topson and Iceberg just kind of trading in this mid lane. Topson on the Morphling, Iceberg on the Doom. This is just a farmathon, really. This is going to be a very boring lane, to put it bluntly. Though I say that, Iceberg is already trying to chase down Topson a little bit here, forcing the waveform defensively from the Morphling. Dang, look at this dude. He's just zoning him. He's like saying, hey, oh my goodness, that's like crits.
And those are scary, actually, for the Morphling, I guess. Gets hit.
Oh, that was really good. I mean, that was an entire wave of creeps, which just has to die to the tower. Topson really can't do anything about that. But now he jumps in onto Iceberg, trading a couple of hits back as they just continue to trade these two. Man, it feels like they're both really close to dying, but I know they both know that nobody is close to dying until, because just that's how the heroes work.
Yeah, and there's also Fairy Fire on the Doom. Even if he gets low enough, he's gonna be able to pop that, walk back into the tower, all good. Pretty even laning stage so far. I guess Sven top is doing quite well. 22 last hits. Essentially free farm in this lane. Pango Phoenix, I wouldn't really call this like a super strong lane at all. And Omni Knight has been able to get a couple pulls off here and there.
Yeah, I suppose like the Omni Knight's weakness in the lane is kind of like outdone by
General?
mid one. Oh, the disarm comes through mid one though. He's not going to try and finish the job as he has got those flames on him. Just wants to get back to those creeps and keep farming up over the tower. Not on the agenda for this Sven. Kind of surprised he did have the brown boots try and run down General there, but just kind of felt like the risk wasn't really worth the reward in the end. Kind of surprising as Notel comes in. Stun out onto the Phoenix here. They're going to be able to get off the Heavenly Grace and the Purification onto Roger. The right click's coming through from mid one. That's going to be a kill. Going the way of OG up in the top lane. They do manage to bring down the Phoenix after all. This is an absolute wash in the top lane for OG here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want. Right now, all 3 of the cores on OG, top of the CS charts. And bounty runes are about to spawn. Looks like just going to be a very casual 2-for-2 here. And that's what OG needs. You got like these 3 greedy-ish cores that all need many items to have impact. You're going to need to be winning some lanes.
Yeah,
Mid one,
sure,
top
but
white.
Sven up in the top lane, getting run down by General and Roger. The right click comes in
Dead.
from the Phoenix, and they are going to be able to kill off mid one. Carry player on OG, sent to the grave. I'm not able to help him out, unfortunately, as he was going for that pull.
Yeah, lucky shot. He got lucky shotted twice, Orb of Venom active, and just so many slows. Got chased down.
Yeah, Top's the real big winner of this laning phase so far, though, as he has just been cleaning up these creeps and then running off to the jungle and securing a small camp as well, really amplifying his farm and just starting to get the ball rolling for himself.
It's going to be very hard for Iceberg to try and, like, pump fake a Doom onto this Thompson. Like, Thompson's going to be so ready for that, right? Like, he's got it skilled up, the Doom. Sometimes we don't even see Doom skill up his ulti. He just goes for the max score strength and Devour. Just had that threat on the opponent, but never use it. Oh,
bottom lane, always want to fly. Taking a lot of damage here. Gets under the tower, but it's not enough. The damage coming in from OG is just too much for the Disruptor to handle. And he will die down at bottom. Good job by Saxer and Seb.
Seb is getting
pressure.
very strong now in this bottom lane. I think Spectre is going to start being a little scared here because Enigma is going to be level 6. Black Hole available. Spectre only just got level 5. So can't really haunt out of this lane either. Be a little careful. 2 null talismans on Seb too. Very interesting build here.
Yeah, as Saxo comes rolling on forward once again. There is a TP coming across from the Phoenix to help this one out, though, so they do have to be careful. The Saxo might just get run down by V-Tune regardless. Seb coming in trying to finish off Always Want to Fly, but sees the Phoenix and knows he needs to leave. Meanwhile, V-Tune getting under that tier 1 tower, trying to chase down Saxo and will be able to grab that kill. Now they'll turn their attention to Seb as well. Enigma could be in some trouble, but there's a TP in from Notel. His brother's going to come over, help him out, and Seb is going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, maybe if Notel was able to TP down
top
there
lane,
just
mid
2
one,
seconds
he's in
earlier.
some trouble. General's on top of him.
Again?
In comes a Doom as well, just to finish the job, and they are going to be able to bring down that Sven. Mid one dead again up in the top lane. Nice plays from General.
That was pretty much a solo kill with the Rolling Thunder, essentially. Like, Doom didn't really do anything.
I don't know, dude. 22 damage dealt by Scorched Earth there from the Doom, you know? It's pretty high impact, if you ask me.
Yeah, maybe. And this is what we mean. Sometimes when we have this Pango offlane, it doesn't do a whole lot before its ulti, but once that ulti is up, you just gotta get out of the lane as a carry hero. It's time to go jungle. But mid one, giving a freebie to General here. It's gonna make him get really far ahead. He's gonna have a Javelin very soon, going for the Maelstrom route in this game.
Yeah,
I think it's good build.
Gonna be a scary, scary hero. As,
you know
we
what
have
he's
some
gonna be?
stacks over in the triangle for mid one to just go and take real quick. Nicely done by them.
General's gonna be the Enigma Slayer, pretty much. So anytime Enigma shows up in a lane with the Alons, and when they duplicate, he's just gonna go there, get a swashbuckle with his javelin, and they're all gonna die in one shot.
Kill his
or
children.
You get like your shield crash maxed out later, and then you can just use 2 skills and push out the Enigma's lane. You're gonna get really farmed on a Pangolier. And late game, you can also build Basher, and that's another way to cancel Enigma's Black Hole too.
Yeah, General planning to be very annoying. Or the blink as well works as well, doesn't it? You can pop the Rolling Thunder and just blink onto the Enigma's face inside the black hole and cancel it out.
I think if you, I mean, if you get right on top of him, but if you blink into the hole, you're stuck in there.
Well, yeah, you need to be. That's why you need the Blink Dagger, indeed.
Yeah. That
Don't want to
it's
mess
just
that one up.
mainly to cancel the Black King Bar black hole, pretty much. So they're gonna have multiple ways to actually deal with that, like maybe a Spectre Abyssal Blade, Pangolier, Abyssal / Basher, Phoenix Egg, Doom. So I fully expect Seb to just go for some kind of a healing or a bot build in this game, and that's what he's gonna do. He's going for the mech already.
Yeah, we're not expecting any big black holes this game, that's for sure. It's not the game for it. My guy just wants to get some auras, buff up his team, and him and Otel are going to try and make this Morphling and this Sven completely invincible.
Yep, Saksa now has taken over top since mid one wants to stay in the jungle. He's pretty high level now, 5 and some change. Omni Knight just covering and stacking up the triangle area, making sure that if there are any smokes coming in, they're gonna break.
Iceberg coming up onto the high ground, looking for the bounty rune. They're going to drop down the black hole onto him. They want to try and finish the job here. The disarm out onto the Sven, going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but will still fall as General comes rolling on through, but too late to save his comrade. Hobson's got invis here. He's looking. They might lose Always Want to Fly, and maybe even a little bit more, but Thompson, no, he's actually going elsewhere on the map, whilst the team are going to try and deal with the Disruptor, and they will be able to do so easily. Mid one with the double kill onto both the Doom and the Disruptor. The two Ds brought down by the Sven.
That's so scary. Sven plus on, like the Mask of Madness Sven, and then the Heavenly Grace. It's just running at you. It's a lot of damage. He's doing over 200 damage already.
Yep, meanwhile, Thompson does find the kill with Saxa here, realizing that there was opportunity across the map. They come in, they blow up Roger together, and that's going to be another kill. But meanwhile, the Doom gets dropped onto the Sven. Do they care? They don't care in the slightest.
They do not. They don't even have a Rolling Thunder. That was a very optimistic play from Iceberg. I'm not sure about that one, champ.
I'm not sure about that one at all. Yeah, mid one's not even going to leave the bottom lane. That Doom did absolutely nothing, and now they jump on top of General. General getting dropped so low. I mean, this is just a Sven without God Strength. He just right-clicking him down. General does have the Swashbuckle, has the ultimate as well. Going to go for the ultimate just to get himself out of danger, making sure he's going to be absolutely safe with the TP, and he will get away.
So the Sven and the Omni alone has pretty much bullied out the position 2, the 3, just with them two, and now they're gonna get this tower bottom secured. Meanwhile, Enigma, Morphling have just been able to farm up freely. Things are looking very good for OG right now. It's not normal for a Sven to be this active early on. Most of the time we just see him farming, but with the power of the Omni, he feels unstoppable. Look at that damage right now, 270 plus 1,700 HP. My goodness.
Yeah, this is one of the most active Svens I've seen in this patch so far. Like, mid one is just playing some very, very high-tempo Dota, going to make the plays, because he can. No Tail's enabling that. Meanwhile, it's a complete opposite story on the other side of the map. VTune has gone for a Midas, has absolutely zero plans in joining any engagement anytime soon, and just wants to go and farm.
Hobson, oh, the silence on
in the fight. Oh dear, they drop the silence down onto that Morphling, take him down. Now the Horde comes across, they bring down Thompson, they'll look for more. Sax is going to be the next target here. He does have that Heavenly Grace on him, giving him a little bit of tankiness to try and get away here, but No Tail's going to get run down. Saxer as well. The roll gets blocked out by VTune, and it doesn't look like the Earth Spirit is going to get finished off eventually here as VTune continues to chase. Saxer trying to make his way through the trees, but there's no outplaying this one, I'm afraid. He's going to get killed off, and Na'Vi take a big chunk out of OG, taking down 3 heroes. A huge step forward for that team.
And the mid tower is looking like Na'Vi wants to maybe get some pressure on it. Thompson really not respecting that Disruptor at all. I think he was right in his vision. Didn't expect him to just drop that Static Storm and got caught with his pants down.
Yep, yeah, it's an awkward moment as Thompson, tries to make the space-making Morphling. We've seen it before. He wants to play on the enemy side of the map. He wants to constantly be pressuring Na'Vi, trying to make these surprise plays, find these naughty pickoffs. When it goes wrong, though, it doesn't look great, and that's exactly what happened there. This build's very interesting, though, going for the Dragon Lance into the Aghanim Scepter.
It's great value and stats, and then you get that extra attack range, better positioning in the fights, and then once he gets that Ags, he's going to probably copy either the Sven or the Omni Knight. You're going to get 2 Heavenly Graces. That'll be pretty sick. I have a feeling
it's going to be the Omni.
Yeah, if you have like a Sven Heavenly Grace and a Morph Heavenly Grace, who are you going on? It's a
Exactly.
very tough situation.
Sounds like total carnage.
I feel like in that last fight, if Thompson managed to get his strength shift off and the Disruptor dropped his ulti, like he's not gonna die and nobody else on OG is gonna die either. Then they would have made an insane amount of space because now Static Storm's on cooldown and just got wasted on a morph who was already strength morphing. But you know, sometimes you just don't click it fast enough and you're gonna die. That's the thing about morph.
Sometimes you just drop.
Oh, is this a Roshan play here from OG? Or are they?
Yeah, they want to make a kill and turn
Alright,
into it. They've got double damage on Morph. They always want to Flash is going to drop that ulti on top of himself and get the glimpse back onto the Morphling, but that's okay. He's now got that TD with the full Agi shift. And Topton's going to be able to take down this Roche with complete ease. Now they are bringing themselves over. I think they want to try and do something about this. There's so much damage from the right-click heroes on the side of OG that they need to do something now. General throws in the disarm, manages to land it, but they will get on top of the Pangolier and they're going to be able to bring him down. They say, no, we are doing this, Roshan, and you will not be able to stop us. And Icarus dive away from Roger is going to keep him nice and safe, but Mid1 just running straight back into that pit with that God Strength active and with the DD on Morphling. Basically double damages on the side of OG. They will be able to take down Roshan and claim the stages for themselves.
I would have said normally that's a very weird Roche doing it against a Pangolier, but then they have the Enigma. He can just drop the black hole inside the pit when the Pango goes in, and they can just right click him down. So no problem there at all for OG. Very nice moment from them with that DD Morphling taking control of this game.
They spotted the opportunity and they went for it. First the pick-off into the kill, and such a nice pick-off to find as well. I mean, always want to fly. His ultimate is a big threat this game, as we've seen, onto the Morphling. And Na'Vi now maybe looking for a bit of retribution here. Not quite sure what the plan is, though. Running themselves forwards, Iceberg is just sitting on the front lines, shoving his head. I mean, he's got a BKB, so he's feeling pretty safe as he comes in on this one, and now looks around, throws down the Infernal Blade onto the Sven, but Sven, with that Heavenly Grace on him, is feeling absolutely zero threats as they're going to jump Roger in the backlines instead, and they are going to lose their Phoenix. Thompson grabs that kill, Na'Vi get themselves back. Yeah, and I think they were looking for a Doom target, which wasn't the Sven, but unfortunately, oh no, General as well. He's going to get toasted up here in the top lane. OG find another one, Mid1 on a killing spree. They're just slapping every hero they see.
Nomad, I'm loving this OG gameplay right now. This is so good. Like, their laning stage wasn't as solid as I would have expected, but right now they know exactly what they need to do. They're in full control of the game. These are the scary OG games, right? When they get into this position of the map where they take in all your outer tier 1 towers and they're just controlling you up so hard.
Yeah, they play so damn fast, so damn aggressive, and it is very, very difficult to gather your thoughts and actually play Dota into them. And this whole time I kind of feel like Vichin just kind of stuck his head in the sand and he's going, you know, guys, I've joined one engagement, that was pretty good. Just keep them off, you know, keep them off our barracks and we'll be fine. Will they be fine though? That is the question. How much heavy lifting can this Spectre really do?
I mean, this Midas, it's gotta pay off soon though, right? I rarely see Midas Spectre games do well, but in this game, if you buy Blade Mail, it probably wouldn't have done so much against OG's heroes. Maybe the Enigma Midnight Pulse, but other than that, they don't have a whole lot of like vomiting damage coming out from OG's side.
Yeah, like the Sven and the Morphling, they're gonna just stop attacking you. And
yeah.
Even so, they're tanky enough with Heavenly Grace and them not to really care about it. As they actually have got the Doom down onto the Enigma here, but once again, with Heavenly Grace just giving them the tankiness to survive this one, and Always What a Fly's been taken down on the backlines. They're looking over towards the Doom. Iceberg running to the trees, going for the TP out. Not sure they'll find him in time. They will not. Gets himself away on the Doom. I mean, it's something, but again, another Doom just being completely wasted, doing absolutely nothing. This Omni Knight just heals up whoever you cast the Doom on, and all of a sudden, the spell just goes to waste.
No man, that's like the most feels bad man situation for Dooms, right? You drop a Doom on someone, the enemy pops like one heal on this target and you just have to run away, right? And if you can't get kills this early into the game with your Doom, you're in a lot of trouble right now. And OG are like, yo, their biggest cooldown spell is done. Let's just walk up into the high ground 18 minutes into the game.
Oh my goodness, Thompson just fears absolutely nothing right now. With his Aegis jumping in deep, sitting between the two barracks, nestled between them. He is fearing no man. And now he's got that Aghanims. Who's he going to copy? That's the question I want to know. Maybe we're going to see double Superman Sven. Maybe we're going to see double Heavenly Grace. I'm not sure. We shall see. Iceberg has a double damage. This is making absolutely zero enemies scared of him, unfortunately, because those right clicks are just not coming off.
18-minute racks. That's it.
Easy
It's
peasy.
gone.
Yep.
What?
Vici.
There was a racks there.
Yeah.
Where is it now? My goodness.
Still just hanging out in that jungle. Manta now completed for V-Tune. He has his first item, but unfortunately enemy has taken their first barracks, so that's not good.
Guess what's back, Nomad? Sven Omni
What's
Knight.
back? Oh dang. The combo which
It's
has
back.
risen its naughty little head a few times over the years. Seems to be making its resurgence.
I mean, this game has pretty much just been Sven Omni Knight, like all over, right? The Morphling, the Enigma, they're nice, but I think even if there were other heroes instead of this Enigma and Morphling, it would have been the same exact result. They played so well top lane, they went bottom, they dominated that, they got like so much pressure on middle. Morphling with the DD taking Roshan, that was pretty nice. But other than that, we just got to give so much credit to this combo right now.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the Aegis will now run out. I mean, maybe there's a possibility for Na'Vi to make a counterplay as they have those ultimates coming off cooldown. They have Haunt in 1 second, and that is all green lights for Na'Vi. I'm not sure these green lights mean go. These green lights mean go right now, though, as there is still a huge threat on the side of OG in the form of this Sven, the form of the Enigma. Oh, it just straight up pops the God Strength to push some towers. Okay, mid one. He wants to take down some buildings, making his intent very, very clear to Na'Vi. He's saying, we're coming for your high ground. You better bring something to defend this, otherwise we are just going to take everything.
Well,
Or
if
at least
they
another
don't
tier
want
2
to
to
fight,
take first.
you might as well use your ulti just to push the tower then. Their gold lead is not that significant though for OG. I guess that's mostly because they've spent a lot of time investing into these objectives on the map. That being said, it was completely worth it because there's a big hole in Navi's base on the bottom side. And all they gotta do now is just wait out for another Roshan possibly. Oh, Navi, they know there's no
They
God
don't
Strength.
make the jump though, not yet. They're waiting, and now they jump in.
Iceberg.
Doom comes down onto the Omni Knight. They managed to get that Heavenly Grace used up, but who else can they find as they drop the black hole onto both of the cores? It's already cancelled. Does look like it comes in just in the last second. Iceberg's still alive, but might just get down to the right clicks. No, he's still okay. Meanwhile, General just comes bowling ball through. Enigma and Sven just completely controlled. They could have the damage, but no, they turn around onto the Pangolier. Pangolier is going to lose his life. Meanwhile, mid one gets himself away, but they're actually out of heroes on the side of Na'Vi. Everyone just gets taken down as the split fight does not go Na'Vi's way. V-Tune will just try to leave. Topson trying to find him, stealing that Earth Spirit form.
He found him.
Trying to track down V-Tune and might have just found him here. Continuing the chase.
This Arcane Rune Earth Spirit form is insane.
God. Get me out. What is
What?
this?
He just rolled around like this and found the Spectre. My goodness.
Infinite rolls. What the hell? And now they find him, V-Tune. He does not know what just happened to him, but he's going to get his axe scrambled up in the top lane as they will lose V-Tune. OG eventually take down everybody in a hugely successful fight. I mean, it looked good for Na'Vi. They jumped in. They managed to get the Doom onto that Omni Knight, that key target you want to take out of the engagements. But unfortunately, the Spectre and the Doom just get black holed up together. The cancel came in just a little bit too late, and from then on out, it just didn't really look possible for the side of Na'Vi to actually turn that fight.
Yeah, that was all Seb. He's got this Glimmer Cape, drops it on the Omni, grieves him up, Black Holes, cuts off the path to the Omni Knight, and you can't really do anything after that. It just was too much for Na'Vi. The damage output from OG is still very, very high, and then we clearly saw Topson taking the form of the Earth Spirit and literally rolling across the map like this. Like, he didn't walk. He literally just rolled all through that to find that Spectre with the Arcane Rune.
Ulti dropped onto the Earth Spirit here from Always Want to Fly. They want to try and take down this Earth Spirit, but unfortunately the guy's just too damn tanky with that Glimmer Cape on top of him. Now mid one's coming in, looking for a bit of retribution, forcing the BKB out from Iceberg as Morphling come through on the backlands, fighting 1v4. This might not work out too well for him. They'll drop down the Supernova onto Topson. Meanwhile, Always Want to Fly has been taken down, but they will trade the Morphling for it. Pretty good pick off for the side of Na'Vi, punishing the over-aggression from, but they're still going here. Mid one wants to take down the Phoenix, and we'll be able to do exactly that. V-Tune trying to bring down mid one here, but I don't think he's winning this fight. Iceberg comes into the backline, trying to disrupt Notel, but he's already gotten after that Heavenly Grace, and now dropping down the Guardian Angel as well, meaning they're just taking absolutely no damage. Vici needs to get himself away. Sax is still chasing. Sven goes for the back instead, kills off General. Mid one, it's a triple kill right now. This Sven is an absolute beast. There is no bringing them down, even though they lose their Morphling. OG, they realize how strong they really are and just keep the fight going. But a glimpse back onto Seb could bring him into a bit of trouble here. He is under the vision as they get on top of the Enigma, but in comes Superman up onto that high ground. They might try and take down the Doom as they get on top of Iceberg. The right click's coming on through the silence of rocks. It will be there, and it will be enough to kill off Iceberg. Another hero brought down by the side of OG. Will they finally leave? Or is it going to be yet another bait from this team as they think about it, but now they get themselves back?
Did the best they could. They killed the Morphling at least, but maybe they could have just backed off, reset it a little bit. Didn't expect mid one to just fly right in, not caring that Thompson is dead. But
No.
hey, that's all they need. They only need mid one to be alive and just right-clicking heroes. He is enormous. He's got AC already. Jeez.
Jesus Christ. Fen is completely dominant. As long as No-Tail's alive as well, you know. No-Tail needs to be able to cast his spells, and Sven needs to be alive, and that is like... These two heroes could probably feel like they can take on 2 versus 5 in this game. So damn scary.
I can't even say like Navi played poorly in this game or something of that sort. I think OG just crushed it with this combo, and Sven was like the perfect last pickup here in this draft against Navi's heroes. Morphling and Enigma are like the fake threats essentially in the game that Navi also have to deal with. But then they don't have enough to play against this.
Iceberg onto the high ground, immediately going to get stunned up by mid one, and they just jump on top of him and take him down. The Doom is out. Not even a chance to pop his BKB as Thompson comes forward, looking for the +1, trying to bring down the Pangolier, and should be able to do exactly that. Jumping on, feeling that Earth Spirit form, getting on top of Vici once again. Vici trying to turn around for Thompson. Thompson needs to back himself away. Could be in some trouble. Once again, getting punished for this overextension, but they can't actually get through him in time. He's too damn tanky, and now they're turning on to Vici. Vici is going to die instead. And that is 4 heroes dead on the side of Na'Vi. OG don't lose a single dead hero, and a celebratory Seb Black Hole. Reminiscent of previous Black Holes there, maybe, but the GGs get popped. OG dominate Na'Vi in this first game in this best of 3 series. I mean, that is how you do it, folks. What a game, what a draft, and what an absolute smackdown from OG. That was a clinical execution.
Now, I don't think Navi is going to give away this combo again next game. Or they might just like ban out Omni or something straight up, because they really didn't understand how this hero works, how they needed to play against it. And OG, I think this is actually their comfort zone at the moment.
It really is, yeah. I mean, this looked pure confident. It makes sense as well, you know, Omni Knight, Sven, 2 heroes which can just kind of shove their faces into the faces of the side of Na'Vi. That sounds like OG all over. So, yeah, I mean, I'm glad they managed to get it off this game. I don't think we'll be seeing it again from them. You know, I think this is probably going to be a first phase ban kind of thing in the future. Or maybe not a first phase ban, but, you know, you never just want to give these 2 heroes together away to an enemy team, because that just looked downright broken. Like, that looked really hard to play into. But it wasn't just the Sven and the Omni Knight which were doing that much work. You know, even though Thompson did die a few times from his overextensions, you know, that's kind of what we've come to expect from Thompson. But, like, the space and the benefit he gives to his team by playing this aggressive Morphling, which is constantly on the enemy side of the map, hunting heroes while somehow still finding loads of farm, that's really impressive as well, isn't it?
Most definitely, and I hope OG has something else up their sleeve too, you know, for game number 2, because I love this kind of OG. When they get the right heroes and they play the map out, it's just beautiful to watch.
Alrighty, well, Na'Vi, get their eggs scrambled like you're preparing a delicious omelette, but fear not, as there's plenty more ingredients to come in this meal. Enjoy a short break, then we're going to be back with the panel, and then we'll be back with game number 2 of OG versus Na'Vi here at the Epic League.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back to the post game of that rousing bout between Navi and OG, game number 1. Now, Trent, for our viewers at home, definitely not me.
Yes.
Let's say that you weren't watching the first half of this tournament. You know,
Yes.
I've been watching the whole time. You know, but let's say you haven't been, and you saw this game, and you were like, "This looks like OG." Where was this not happening? Because I look at this game and I'm like, "This looks like typical OG." Was this not happening for the first half of this tournament, Trent?
One could say not so much. Maybe the picks were a little bit more unusual. Like, I would say this is mostly like meta picks from OG, for example, whereas at the start of the tournament, they seem to be going a little bit further out there. It feels like the more they're a little bit reined in, the better the games look for them. So, yeah, I mean, they just look way more stable in matches like this. And previously, they didn't quite look like this, whereas Na'Vi have been the opposite of a game like this because they've been absolutely destroying this whole tournament. Mind you, they've also had Chen Rubik like every game. And finally, it's being taken away from them in these past 2 series.
So was that it, Lizard? Was it just a matter of stability and picks for OG? It was all that they needed, and that's all the secret sauce to just being able to play their Dota? Or was it Na'Vi kind of dropping the ball a little bit in this game?
Navi never really held the ball in this game.
Yeah.
They were never really in any control. And when you look at their draft, you were thinking, okay, it's much less greedy than OGs, and they should be online faster. They should be dictating the tempo of the game, but it never happened. They lost 2 tier 1 towers at minute 10. Like, how are you going to play if you don't take their one safe lane by minute 20? You have no space on the map. This game was extremely easy for OG to play because they had these towers. All 3 of their towers were standing still throughout the game, tier 1s, that is.
Yeah.
And then you just put the hero that you want Doom up front with Omni Knight behind. That Doom is so bad versus Heavenly's Grace. It's or versus anything really that saves the target, right? Like your Abaddons, your Oracles, your Omni Knights, all these Wisps, all these heroes make Doom's life harder because they save the target from the team fight, and then that target can rejoin it afterwards. Heavenly Grace works even better because the Doom doesn't last that long. So you can just join the fight in like 5 seconds after. They just outplayed them really hard.
Yeah, that poor Doom. Iceberg felt like he was on an island. I remember that one Doom that he did when he TP'd down to the bot tier 1, doomed Sven, and Sven just kind of walked back to Omnia, and he was like, "Hey buddy, you want to tag me in real quick? Give me the Gatorade." Shoves it in his face like, "All right, I'm good to go again." And unsurprisingly, OG finds success with the hero, and they will go back to it right away with their very first pick.
Yeah, it's just not a really fun Doom game at that point. Again, I pointed out to China like this idea. Whenever people were first picking Doom, people were instantly answering with the Morphling. So I saw all of these matches of Morphling versus Doom, and it was always the same story. If they wanted to try and put that Doom in the mid lane, where it's like Morphling gets enough farm, and suddenly you just have a Morphling that can like just be fine. If you have to go Lincolns, if you start losing the game, you can just go Lincolns on the Morphling. And then it's like, oh, okay, we're good. But, if you're OG and you're really good at Dota or you have Heavenly Grace, you don't need it. Yeah, now finally, no, 100%.
I was just waiting. Yeah, if there's an Omni Knight in the game, you have to answer to it somehow. And Rubik historically is one of the best answers to Omni Knight.
And he's actually way better than he used to be, because he didn't used to even have the Arcane Supremacy back when we would see all these Omni Knights countered by Rubik, right?
Yep.
It's pretty cool.
That's very true. And now you have the Rubik to steal everything from the Omni Knight, use it on your team. Rubik isn't the strongest laner. Even though he's fine with Fate Bolt, he can mess with your damage, he can secure the range creep blasted. I wouldn't say that he's any weaker than a position 4 Phoenix. In the laning stage, he might be even stronger. So
yeah,
decent opening. I love this from Navi. Like this looks much better. Ancient Apparition Rubik, it's very solid. Answers both of these picks from OG.
Yeah, I've seen a variety of approaches of responding to a Morphling. Some of them seem to be like going on heavy on silence or instant disable and being able to just take this Morphling by surprise. Or you go the heal mitigation route, early Shivas, Scotties, Spirit Vessels, or just toss in an AA. Your all-purpose fix, don't have to worry about it getting really countered at any stage of the game. The only thing is that you usually want to be able to pair it with some sort of global potential, like a Tiny who can surprise from afar. So far, Navi only showing their support duo at the beginning, but what do you think OG are trying to look to protect this Morphling? Or are they even interested in protecting this Morphling? As we saw last game, it was mainly the Sven show.
Yeah, that's the question, is how much stock do you now put in your Morphling? Because now, theoretically, you should be putting even less into your Morphling. But Morphling's a hero that needs a certain level. But even double Wraithband, Dragonlance, and then slowly piecing towards either the Aghanims or the E-Blade is still going to be a pretty effective mid as long as you have a decent matchup. So I guess my number one condition right now for OG would probably be trying to put this Morphling in the mid lane. So I don't think it's worth trying to go all in on Morph versus AA.
And they ban out the Sven now. So Navi if you're thinking this way, they probably understand it too. Morphling in that last game as well, he was a problem, but it was the Sven show, like you said, Tsunami. He's the one that really dominated. Morphling just made space. So it's really important that Navi now answer that potential carry that's coming from OG. But they also haven't really revealed their cores at all, which makes that a little bit easier. They can still play around that. One problem for them, however, is the fact that they can't have any combos with their support +1. Like Ancient and Rubik, these aren't really heroes that make your carry incredibly strong. They're just heroes that are good for the game. So you can't go for Venge Drow. You can't go for Magnus is banned out already, obviously. So
yeah, it kind of makes you think about the laning duos like Centaur Rubik or AA plus a stun. But I mean, CK's decent. Wraith King's fallen off pretty hard. You banned the Sven yourselves.
Slark for V-Tune, perhaps?
It's a good call. Slark is still an option, but Spectre is still in the pool, and that Spectre in the last game looked solid. It's just the whole lineup around her and the Doom that didn't work out. Spectre still, in a couple of moments, really threatened Topson, if not even killed him once.
How'd you feel about the Midas Rush as opposed to the Blade Mail Rush that we so frequently see?
5 seconds remaining.
Not the biggest fan. There's a reason. To be honest, I didn't even, because I wasn't watching in the game. I was watching on screen. I didn't notice that he went for Midas first. But, it's nothing super extraordinary. It has been played before. It's all right, but Blade Mail just allows you to join these fights. Doesn't matter how bad your lane. Maybe he did it because he was versus Enigma and he was losing a lot of those creeps to denies.
I think that might be partially why too.
Yeah.
They end up going for a General Mars, so got a little bit of combo potential if it wants to be a 4 AA. Rubik has been played by Roger and always want to fly in this tournament so far, so there's some flex potential, but if you want to do a stun setup into Cold Feet, then you may have some potential with your Mars.
I think his position for Rubik 90%. I always want to fly. He's your captain. He's a skilled player, but he's not really the flashiest one, and
He's
that's
he's been playing Rubik out of necessity, so Roger could play
Yeah.
the Chen, right? For like the entire set. But he even
Yeah.
said in the interview, he's like, "Yeah, it's something we're trying," you know?
yeah.
And they were winning a lot.
Yeah.
OG now need to make the decision of, like you said, Trent, how much stock to put in this Morphling. A lot of the carries that they rely on, Sven gonna get banned out, but they will instead go for the Spectre.
How sneaky!
That's next level. I love this draft from OG right now. Like taking away the Spectre. You were talking about global potential with Ancient Apparition. Spectre is also nice. It's not the greatest. You can't really just set up, but and they go with the Doom again. Ah, man.
Okay, all right. Well, we're committing for the mid Doom though. At this point, I guess they like the matchup. Maybe Iceberg thinks he can do something more to improve it again and see if he can actually. He had some good moments with the wave, right?
How'd you feel about? So is mid Doom versus Morphling very creep dependent? Because that Alpha Wolf seemed like it was doing.
He got
work
a
for him.
Wolf, man.
Yeah.
It was
yeah,
nice.
He got a Wolf.
Yeah.
I mean, there are two creeps that really help out Doom in the laning stage. You either get the Wolf or the Ice Augur,
Right.
and like whichever one you get, it will make your life way easier on the mid lane. But he still did well in the mid lane. But the Omni Knight was a huge problem for them. They really couldn't play the game. Like when you're forced, like look, he now has Morphling and Spectre that he needs to Doom, one or the other, right?
Yeah.
But in that last game, he had Morphling or Sven, and he was still even Enigma, and he was still dooming the Omni Knight because he knew if I don't doom that measly position 5, my hero is useless. And now they go again for it. Measly, like
You measly puppy.
Little Omni Knights.
I not a fan of this pick of after watching the last game, but maybe they'll surprise us with some different gameplay this time around.
I like the Bat Ban. I was trying to think of like some Seb lane dominators that aren't Timber, because I think Timber's a little dicey. But I think that's the way that you want to go for OG right now, right? Like, I mean, I guess the Enigma is still in.
Yep.
No, it's first phase. It's second phase banned by
The
Na'Vi.
Enigma is
Oh, it
second
is.
phase band right up there in the top left, as
Yeah.
you can clearly see
bait
on
me.
the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Just making sure you're paying attention.
I saw he was playing some Death Prophet. Again, clearly I've been watching the whole tournament, but what does he do with the Death Prophet exactly? Is that a lane dominator kind of, or is it more of a tempo setter, objective pusher kind of hero that he's been going for in that offlane DP?
Yeah, I'd say it's like a major game plan style hero. That's just like we need to take objectives at some point. And I mean, they are lacking that right now for sure. And it is a really good combo with the Omni Knight. So there is some potential there, especially when you have to pick it blind.
I love the Alchemist ban because right now for me OG feels completely set. They have a good draft, just like in that first game. Like you see this Morphling and Spectre and you're thinking, oh, my God, this is crazy.
Greedy.
This is so greedy. And that also is a fair point. Like Spectre is a bit greedier than Sven. You can't really farm. You can farm the Ancients with Blade Mail, but you can't really effectively farm the stacks. And the game might be a little bit harder for them, but still, I just love this interaction that they have going with Omni Knight.
I think Na'Vi have the right idea though with the Centaur and the Bat though, because the initiation's bad, and that leaves in the Darkseer. So it is a good combo with the Earth Spirit, but it's also Darkseer.
Yeah, you say leaves in as in like, oh, you've missed the Darkseer, you fools. What were you thinking?
Yeah.
I don't see this hero like at all. What is this? It is pretty good in the lane, and you were looking for a lane dominator, but his efficacy has dropped off dramatically in recent months.
Well, he was standing out because of the Earth Spirit. It's just like the obvious, like, okay, are they gonna do the Iron Shell combo? But then you just look at Darkseer lately, and you just think like, is that even worth it? Like, sure, they don't have the Dispel, but we go back for the V-Tune Lifesteal, which we're very known for at the start of this tournament.
By the way, the Darkseer isn't a lane dominator overall. Like that hero sucks in the lane. It's like
he's like
later on what he.
Yeah, he's like a freeing up space for the Earth Spirit kind of hero.
Like you can Iron Shell the Earth Spirit perhaps and then kill the AA, but besides that, the lane can be really difficult for you as Darkseer. But you get another hero that I really like versus Doom. I've talked to a couple of drafters, and this interaction between Doom and Darkseer like if you Doom the Darkseer, then yes, the Doom is good versus him. But if you Doom anyone else, that target just gets surged, and
Yeah.
your Doom is pretty much wasted. Plus, you have counter initiation with Vacuum Wall. So I like the Darkseer overall, but their draft is really, really greedy once again for OG. And if the lanes don't go well, like Navi can stomp them. But
You leaned 55% last time. Which way is the Doom pick looking even worse than game one? Or
I liked there are some silver linings now for Navi. They do have the Rubik versus the Omni Knight. They are playing versus the Darkseer, which isn't in the best spot, but it is Darkseer is Spirit. I'll still go 56% this time around
Ooh.
for OG.
57% for Navi.
Thank you. I need
58.
definitive numbers. And the only place I get my definitive numbers is egb.com. You can check the banner below the stream if you want the numbers. But if you want the cast, then you stick around here and listen to Nomad and 1437.
Howdy, folks. Yep, thank you very much as we get into game number 2 in this best of 3 series. And joining me is my partner, of course, 1437, joining us for this cast. How are you going? How are you doing, dude?
Doing all right. We're gonna see another action-packed game here, so I'm very excited for that. Navi didn't get to play game number 1, but I think they're gonna be able to play this game.
You feeling a little bit more hopeful that Navi are going to be able to actually click their buttons this time around?
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
OG didn't let them last time.
Yeah, they did not. I think this time around, the Lightstealer, he's gonna have a pretty free lane bottom against the Darkseer, so he's gonna be extremely farmed. Then you got this Apparition against Morphling. Even if there's an Omni on your team, it's not ever gonna be like a comfortable matchup. So there's a lot of room for error, I think, on Navi's side, and they can like really punish OG too.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I am worried about this Lifestealer pick is that they've given the Morphling a BKB, which does seem like it could be a concern, especially when we're looking at, you know, the heroes like the AA, heroes like the Rubik, heroes like the Mars. You know, I feel like if the Morphling is able to get his hands on this Lifestealer's Rage, then it's going to free him up quite a lot in these team fights, worryingly. But that said, V-Tune Lifestealer is just hyper comfort. I mean, he has played this hero more than anybody else, I'm fairly sure, in this patch. He has been absolutely fiending the Lifestealer.
Oh yeah. I think there are players right now who are actually studying his Lifestealer, figuring out his item builds and such in some situations. There are games where he went to Battle Fury, there's a game where he went like second item Scotty. So there's some really cool builds that he has on this hero. And I think once Roger manages to steal the Heavenly Grace and throws it onto either his Doom or his Lifestealer, the fights are going to be extremely hard for OG.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's also another factor to consider. They got the better Rubik, actually, on the Radiant side. Oh, sorry, they got the better Omni Knight, not the Rubik.
Yeah.
I'm going to say they got the better Omni Knight.
With that.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So the counter to Omni is Omni himself. Steal his spells, if possible. Who are the big Doom targets this game? It's got to be the Omni and the Darkseer, right?
Yeah, it has to be. I think Spectre or Morph, if you Doom them, they're just gonna get surged out of there. So that's gonna be pretty annoying. But if you can get rid of like the Guardian Greaves, the Surge in the fight, or the Omni's Heavenly Grace, then you're gonna be able. The fight will just play itself out after that. But early on, though, I fully expect Iceberg to like try and get a kill on this Morphling, or Spec just dropping Dooms on them.
Yeah. I mean, it's early game when you hit that level 6, you just kind of rotate with the Doom, drop it on whoever you can just finish off. Then later on in the team fights, you need to be a bit more selective about your targets on Iceberg. Obviously proving that, you know, he didn't see this Omni Knight as a big counter to him, even though it felt like that from us watching the game. But the gut feeling of Iceberg was that, no, I can still play this hero. I'm still comfortable to try and play into this Omni. Very interesting. Meanwhile, No-Tail maybe in some trouble. It's just a little poking. A general few pokes from General. Keeping him awake.
I still can't figure out how these Morphling players feel so confident to play against an Apparition. It's like this looming terror, you know, over your head the entire game. That if you get hit by an Ice Blast or it just grazes you and someone jumps you, you're just gonna die.
Yeah,
that's
you
just
can't
inevitable.
strength morph.
It's like removing the one part of this hero that's just absolutely broken. So But you know, they do it. I've heard from Morphling players that they don't sometimes care about apparition. So we'll see what Thompson's gonna do in this game.
I guess on the flip side, like, you know, you're just such a mobile hero that it's very hard to actually finish him or catch him even with the Ice Blast unless you're right in his face or there's some lockdown to start things off, which is obviously going to give you the warning you need to start popping that strength shift. I think it's very difficult just to land a naked Ice Blast onto a Morphling without the setup, and then once that setup comes in, he's just going to start morphing strengths. He knows what's going to happen. So maybe that's what makes it easier, or maybe it's just, you know, as I said before, a lot of this time it does just come down to gut reads. You know, you say Thompson, hey Thompson, do you mind playing Morphling into Ancient Apparition? He's like, yeah, sure, no problems. I'm fine with that. Oh, okay then. Guys played more enough Morphling to know what it's good and bad against.
Exactly. It's massive here, Morphling. This mid lane has been going so much better too for Iceberg this time around. He's found a wolf creep once again. Is at the top of the network or the last hit charts right now against his morph. Last game was the other way around. So definitely learning from that matchup.
Yep. Once again, get those scary crits. I swear he just keeps dropping Thompson so low with the occasional crit. But, you know, Thompson's always ready. He's not leaving himself in one-shot range, of course. Iceberg actually getting very low as he kind of trades hits with the Morphling here. But, of course, Morphling going to have to morph strength, and that's going to reduce his damage in the lane, which gives Iceberg a decent advantage.
Bottom apparition.
Oh my goodness, he's getting very low here. Always want to fly. Seb's going to be able to run him down. The Fairy Fire comes out, but it doesn't make a difference. Seb will draw first blood. Meanwhile, Saxa could be in some trouble with V-Tune here. V-Tune trying to finish the job, but these Iron Shells actually doing a decent amount of damage to the Blightstealer as well. They're going to roll into him. They want to try and finish the job, and they will do exactly that. Seb gets a double kill down in the bottom lane. The first 2 kills of the match. They both go to this Darkseer. Incredible stuff from OG in the bottom lane.
That is not expected at all. This is be an absolute free farm lane for Lifestealer where it doesn't die. It's very, like, it's so similar to that Mud Golems game where Skitter just walked into the jungle, tried to fight with the support, and ended up dying. Seems like that's the no-no zone for the carries right now. Just don't walk into the jungle for fights.
Again, violent flashbacks from that game where we did indeed have Skitter dying twice in a row, then didn't have the TP, and then it was just laying over from that point. But hopefully V-Tune's going to keep his head nice and cool and not make any rash plays, just keep it together and farm. Exactly. That's all he needs to do. All you need to do is farm.
He just has to sit in the lane, deny creeps. He was doing such a great job. He had 9 denies against his Darkseer already. But right now he's only level... Oh, mid! He got him! He got him with the Doom.
Oh no, there it comes. Iceberg pops the level 6 Doom onto the Morphling, and Thompson wasn't ready for it. Big plays from Iceberg. I'm not sure if that was just like the moment he hit level 6, he just downright casted it, or what.
Yeah.
But either way,
it might have been the moment he hit level 6. But I think so. If that was the case, Thompson most of the time he's ready for that. You know, he knows like that's the one chance this Doom has at killing him. But again, that's the thing about Morph. You slip up one time, you're just dead.
You are indeed. Yeah. Another thing I've seen Dooms do... Oh, well, I was going to say another thing I've seen Dooms do is cast Infernal Blade on a creep, and then pump fake it, and then doom them instead. That's a really interesting way you can get Doom off on someone without them being ready for it, is if you pump fake the Infernal Blade, because it's got a very similar animation to do. But he doesn't have a point in Infernal Blade, so it couldn't have been that. So basically, just keep ignoring me, guys.
2k gold advantage for Na'Vi already in this game. Even though they did feed 2 kills bottom. What's going on here? Let's click the net worth. Ooh, that Doom is 1,000 gold ahead of the Morphling right now. That is insane, yep. And the Lifestealer still ahead bottom, even though he did die. So still looking good. It's just the death that gave Seb a lot of net worth. He's 2-0, but still trailing behind the Lifestealer.
Yeah, it's very rare you see like these mirror matchups kind of go the complete opposite way the second time around, but it does make sense as, you know, he knows what he did wrong. He has a chance to learn from it and come back in game number 2 with a fresh idea on how to take it. Meanwhile, Na'Vi fighting in the river here, trying to get on top of Seb. Seb does have a vacuum to drag, always want to fly down from that cliff. Can they get him frozen solid? They can, but V-Tune's given up the chase. Just wants to get back to his lane and go and farm himself up.
It's very fortunate that Iceberg found the wolf creep like right into his medium cap. I think that helped him so much in this lane. Allow him to deny some extra creeps. Yeah, exactly, and get level 6 faster. Things Thompson now, it's just gone back into a jungle as if nothing happened. That's all he has to play like, pretty much.
Yep, yeah, just keep on trying to farm up as much as he can. Try and hit like a nice early timing on a couple of his items. And then
Top
start
Iceberg.
a
Oh, another Doom.
presence. Yeah, they've got it down to the Spectre, but guess what? No Tails here to try and heal him up. Is it going to be enough, though? With General and Iceberg on top of him,
And
the
the
Surge
Surge.
comes in. Seb is there to save the day. And now they're looking for a bit of retribution. They get on top of the Mars. They silence him up. Saxa throwing the stone through as well. Seb getting on top of him. Pops down the wall. They've got these Iron Shells out. One and a second one coming on through. The vacuum will finish the job onto General. And they might even be looking for Iceberg as well here. I mean, those Iron Shells are just kind of slowly ticking him down. He hasn't got a Scorched Earth for another 10
Gotta
seconds. The
kick in one.
TP's coming on over. The carry's coming over to this fight, but the Horn gets popped. They will be able to drop Iceberg, and now Vichin, he's not that healthy either. But OG, they don't have the resources to keep on going for this one, so they are going to back themselves away, especially with always want to fly, TPing and through. In fact, might be looking for a kill here, but Saxa gets the roll away. Roger didn't have the lift, and Saxa gets himself out on very low amount of HP, but all the same will survive. And they get nothing for this on the side of Na'Vi. All these TPs up to the top lane, all these resources wasted, and they get nobody.
Yeah, I don't know if that was General asking for help while he was dying, or Iceberg just decided that maybe he can try something, but going in to help General after Darkseer Earth Spirit have already TP top was a big mistake, putting himself in a very weak position, forcing his team to TP and try to save his position to Doom. And that's a lot of advantage lost for Navi now. And I think it's also going to be the last time Iceberg is dooming a core, apart from the Darkseer. Because you saw exactly what's going to happen if you doom anybody else. Heavenly Grace, Surge, and they're out of there.
Yeah, I mean, he thought he could get away with it. You know, it's early on in the game. He was like, they won't respond that heavily, but we can maybe bring him down in time. It wasn't the case. Heavenly Grace, Purification, these spells are too good. Well, it's good to see my boy Omni back in the popularity contest. See him doing some rounds.
It's like one of the most boring heroes in Dota 2, you know, it just sits
Do agree,
somewhere,
mid one
just
having troubles down in the bottom lanes. They pop the arena and down along with the cold feet.
top lane too.
Bit of a mistake from mid one. Meanwhile, as right up at top, V-Tune having similar issues. Okay, all right. If both carries die, then neither carry dies, right?
Yeah, he didn't go for the infest play into that one creep that was there. I think he didn't notice there was a creep there.
Possibly.
I believe he would have been able to live through it. But yeah, both carries dying top and bottom. They thought this was a safe zone. It definitely was not.
Was not. It was a trap. Well, now things going to be still looking quite Na'Vi favored on that net worth chart, but of course when we look at Iceberg, he's playing Doom, he had a great time in lane, and he is carrying a lot of that bonus from his team. And once again, just phase, drums, BKB. It's what we're seeing from every Doom right now when they go mid.
Yeah, it's very solid build. You get quite a lot of stats from this. Extremely tanky. Mid one, oh, it looks like he's gonna get doomed.
Old prediction. Let's see if it comes true. Mid one just getting himself over to the trees. Has that dagger to get himself away. Oh, the spear from General, though, connects. And now he could be in some real trouble as he's going to get his truffles ruffled down in the bottom lane by the side of Na'Vi. Mid one goes down. Sep, though, he pops a wall. Looking for a return kill onto General. Might be able to make it happen as they go in with the vacuum and roll combination. And that's going to put an end to General. Icebar's now popped onto Saxa. They're trying to fight this one up, but the back side has come down. Icebar doesn't care, though. He takes that Saxa down with a big fat crit. They will lose their Earth Spirit as well. OG, they try to respond, but it doesn't go well. They get the Mars, but they lose their Earth Spirit, and more importantly, their big Spectre taken down as well.
Completely worth it for Navi. They dropped the Doom too, but that's okay. Spectre, such a huge kill. I mean, the different... this mid one Spectre versus the mid one Sven from last game. It's so... It's like day and night, right? I mean, Omni doesn't really synergize as well with Spectre than he does with Sven in the early game. So not a whole lot of tempo for OG this time around. So they're going to have to rely so much more on Thompson actually to be able to bring that tempo to their lineup.
Yeah, and once again, it seems like he's going for the exact same build. He's got that Dragon Lance on the way. He's got that Aghanims queued up. Wants to turn into that Earth Spirit and continue just being broken, basically. He wants to become that broken Earth Spirit again.
I want to see double surges, you know, like Spectre Surge and then Morphling surges himself, runs in. They could have pretty much like 4 active Ion Shells, you know, at the same time. And just go
You're right, but at the same time, I'm fairly sure Thompson just wants to turn into Earth Spirit again. I don't think
That's
there's
true.
much.
He wants to turn into a spray, yeah. Wants to get right on in there and kill that apparition before he gets his ulti off.
Oh
for
yeah.
the Rubik. I mean, that's pretty much their plan, I think, with the Spectre, right? They're gonna use the Haunt. They're gonna jump always wanna fly, so he can't ulti and kill Morphling. And then Thompson's gonna into the team fight. So
Makes sense to
as
me.
long as you shell and you surge the spec, I think he's gonna be able to accomplish that almost every fight.
Yeah, and of course, Spectre's not going to have the same kind of game impact as Suspended last game. You know, just a fundamentally different hero. It's going to be more about just keeping mid one alive as he goes for these deep dives rather than making the quick kills happen, the bursting heroes down, the crazy high intensity gameplay we saw last game around.
I'm glad we figured it out, at least Nomad, how OG are going to deal with this apparition problem for Thompson. I mean, he's only died once, right? And that one time was to the Doom. So for like 3 minutes now, he's been level 6 on the A, and they have not been able to find a kill on Morph yet.
No, Thompson's been having, even though he had a pretty rough lane, he's still been having a relatively okay game.
is under attack.
It's actually mid one after those 2 deaths who's really been struggling now. Who are we expecting to make the next plays then?
I think Navi, they want to make a smoke play, maybe try to take out the mid tower. They have the Doom up again. BKB ready too this time around. And they really want to be able to open up this mid area of Thompson. It's going to be seen. There's a Heavenly Grace already on him. That means it's going to end soon.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Dear, that was not the play. And now the response comes in. Mid one drops a Haunt to get into this engagement. Iceberg popping the BKB on the front lines though. He's too big and he's going to be able to tear down Pasaxa. Meanwhile, Roger might get finished off as well. OG, they're going to make a trade. It looks like they might be losing No-Tail. Iceberg now TPing out in the last few seconds. This BKB, no, it doesn't quite come through as they will be able to bring him down. Thompson stealing that Doom form, getting that Infernal Blade onto him at the very last second of his TP, and then they bring down the Doom. A big win for OG.
That was so unfortunate for Navi. They must have seen the Heavenly Grace, right? And it had like literally 2 seconds left on it. If they waited, they would have been able to get that perfect lift into ulti, spear, blah, blah, blah. Morph would have been toast right there.
Yep.
They went a little too soon, messed up their combo, and here comes OG, and now Doom died with this 10-second BKB. Not fun. Ow, Apparition getting found out on the left side.
Yep. He's having some troubles in the back line. Does drop that ulti just before he dies. And Vici might be able to take down the Earth Spirit here. Popping that rage to finish the job. Will get that kill. Move it across maybe over towards Seb, but he's a little bit too quick with that surge. Gets himself away. Now it's going to put an end to this. So it's just the Earth Spirit dropping for a wall. No big deal.
Huh. Interesting item on V2 in this game that is queued up. Nullifier right after the armor. So he wants to be able to remove that surge. Like whoever he goes on won't be able to get surged up. Interesting.
Yeah, can't remove the Heavenly Grace though, right?
No, you cannot. But that's still okay, I guess. You just need to be able to remove the surge. But yeah, very, very interesting. Not something I've ever seen. This is gonna be a record nullifier timing for sure. Because this is an item that people buy like, you know, 4th or 5th, maybe even 6th item in the game. So
yeah,
buying it second item like this is, yeah, leave it to V2 and Lyshooter to do that.
I'm just kind of having a look through things. I don't think it can dispel Blade Mail. I'm fairly certain on that one.
No.
Can dispel Surge. Can dispel Hood for what it's worth when that turns into a pipe, obviously. That as well.
Force Staff, that's a big one. OG will naturally buy Force Staff against Apparition. That's a weird one, you know? Like, I really hated that change where you can actually purge Force Staff. It just made it much, much weaker of an item. You remember the days when people used to buy like 4 Force Staffs on a team? And you just see like all the ping pongs. Yeah, and you would even like try to force people out of the enemy base to kill them, because that was like the only way you could get them out. Yeah, fun times.
The old slip and slide Dota. Long gone. Thank you, Nullifier.
Not only Nullify, but it just item just has been getting nerfed, patch after patch after patch for many, many years.
True enough. True enough. Yeah, price gone up, cooldown's gone up.
the stats that it gives has gone down. You know,
Yeah.
and the
All right.
range, cast range too. Pretty slow game right now, it looks like, from both sides. You know, slowing things down. Thompson just wants to finish up his Ags before he fights again. Navi understand that they really cannot kill someone if they just get surged at the moment. So, and Mars maybe needs some form of initiation. He does have a Yos, and not really close to a dagger or anything like that though.
No, General's really gone for this kind of budget build. You know, he is the weakest core, but that's because Roger's been taking a lot of the farm as well. He wants to try and get himself to that blink as quickly as possible. Yeah. Now, an interesting game as both teams seem to be thinking that, you know, that they can wait it out a little bit, find their next timings. Lifestealer wants his Nullifier. As you mentioned, the Morphling's just getting his Aghanims brought out to him now. Maybe that's when we see something from it. In fact, they're already in position to make something happen down at bottom. Waiting to see if anyone comes to push out this lane and seeing if they can jump on them and get a free kill. The dream scenario here for OG, but so far, Na'Vi, they've got other plans. They've got a lovely little dinner date with a big scaly dude named Roshan. This bachelor will be taken down. Well, not that quickly, actually, as it seems like they've changed their minds. Down in the bottom lane, the Morphling has actually been caught out by General here as he drops down that ultimate. The Ice Blast will just... Oh, it somehow didn't catch on Thompson there. So he's going to be absolutely fine and could just swim himself away.
At least Yos is a pretty good item against Heavenly Grace, because that resist is not going to reduce the duration of that Yos. There was a time where it did. That was really annoying. You could not set anything up on that, but yeah, they quickly fixed that. So, pretty good item against Heavenly Grace. You can waste 2 seconds the duration and get some setups going, maybe.
OG, they seem to have maybe sniffed out this Roche attempt here. They are smoking across with 3 of their heroes, but Roshan's going down very quickly and they need to get here now and do something about this now. Saxa maybe spotting it out here. He's got the roll available. They see the dagger, and now they roll in, jumping into this pit, immediately disrupting things. Tops of steel. Aegis, no! Vichune's the one who picks up that Aegis, but the Roshan goes to OG, and now they can turn around and look at this fight. No Tail popping that ultimate, but still taking so much damage. The Nullifier going to take off that Guardian Angel and bring down the Omni Knight. Meanwhile, Thompson just laying into Roger here. Can he finish the job? But Darkseer inside the pit is also getting killed off. He's going to lose his life as he loses Roger as well, and now the Lifestealer could be in some trouble. He's silenced up, but don't forget, he's got the Aegis, so he will be okay. Coming back to life for a second time around as General's here. Marina available in just 10 seconds, but they're going to be able to take down Iceberg on the sidelines, and now they need to leave. Vichu needs to run. Meanwhile, Thompson gets on top of the Mars. Mars seems to just be kind of giving his life to try and get lifesteal away from this one, but Thompson rolls himself forward, but with the Rage TP, Vichu will live. A messy, scrappy fight from both teams here. They grab the Aegis on the side of Na'Vi, but get it used in the same damn fight. So, I mean, I think this was an OG victory.
That most definitely is. Whenever you can kill off the Aegis right away, it's always going to be so good for you. And Thompson turning into that Earth Spirit, he can just be anywhere in this engagement. They got the kill on the Doom, the Mars as well. The position 2 and 3 on Na'Vi falling just fed so much experience the way of OG as well in that engagement. The gold lead shifting into their favor. 1k gold now. And Radiance, I think, is also up. That was a fight without Radiance on mid 1.
Yeah, no, he barely doing anything in these fights, and now he picks up the Radiance. It's going to be, his impact's going to triple pretty much in these engagements. So, really scary situation now from Na'Vi. This might be costing them a lot more than just a Roshan and Aegis. As a Dominator going to start tumbling against them. Meanwhile, at mid, Saxa jumps in. Vichu, though, should be okay as the roll connects onto him. Vacuum down onto the 2. They kind of always want to fly here, but they keep blocking him out as Tulsa just kicks him away. Get out of here, Agent Apparition. We want to try and kill off General, but the Infest's going to save him. Now he chops out the other side, trying to look onto Set. We've got that Nullifier down. Airblast's going to come through as well. They get him, and now they look on towards the Spectre. The Spectre's just not that tanky. She's losing her life. She's gone. He evaporates, and now Saxa getting the roll across. Actually connects on that one. Does get himself away, but with the Darkseer and the Spectre down, they're going to be very happy with this one on the side of Na'Vi, and now the Nullifier's going to connect onto Saxa, but he manages to dodge it out with the Glimmer Cape nicely.
Oh, that is... I don't know if that was some kind of miscommunication from OG, but Spectre came into that fight without Hunt because his team was just going on in against 5 of Navi's heroes, so maybe he felt pressured to come into the fight, instantly just gets hit with an Ice Blast, the Mars Arena Spear, and just pops. Right? This is a time where he wanted to farm up a little bit with that Radiance, wait for the Hunt, and then fight with his team. But mid 1 maybe feeling a little too pressured to join the fight.
And this was a new record on the Nullifier, by the way, as expected. In the mid-bottom lane, AA Blast coming through onto the Morphling. He could be in some trouble. They have got that Doom available, but Iceberg doesn't want to pop it down onto Ebony Grace target, so he's got to hold off for the time being. And now the Horn comes through. They've killed off Always Want to Fly. Moving across, looking towards Roger as well. As the roll comes sliding on through. Doesn't connect onto anybody, but they're going to try and drop the Spectre. Doom comes down on Tim. Heavenly Grace is thrown down, but V-Tune and Iceberg just wailing away at the Beast. Can they bring him down? They need that Nullifier to break through the Guardian Angel, and they don't have it right now, so they got to try and get themselves away. V-Tune gets the Infest off inside of Iceberg here. They're trying to run themselves down inside that Doom. Always Want to Fly has brought back into this one. Needs to be careful not to give his life away for a second time, as they do need that blast to try and make something happen. And Saxa sees the target. Jumping across the side, but here comes the Arena. They're going to try and bring down the Omniland. They will be able to do so. Step in trouble as well. They get the secondary kill. Meanwhile, Thompson just trying to get his right clicks off onto Iceberg. See if he can bring down the Doom. Might be able to do exactly that. They interrupt it up, but the Doom's going to turn around, get the Infernal Blade, but it doesn't matter. Thompson kills him, and now Thompson's in trouble. He pops. He's gone. And now Lifestealer, well, he's being torn apart by Midway and Saxa already. He's actually tearing through Saxa instead. The brawl continues as Saxa goes down. V-Tune just trying to bring down Always Want to Fly. Will be able to do that, but now the Nullifiers on top of him trying to go for the TP out. V-Tune does not have to cancel for it, and just the two carries will be left alive in this crazy engagement. It is only the Lifestealer and the Spectre who survive. The Spectre TP's away, so I mean, I guess that's it. V-Tune's a champion. Well done, buddy.
Yeah, he is the champion, and he's making his way to us. Manta now. He's going to be very strong. That was an incredible fight. I thought V-Tune was so screwed, but then he just infested the Doom, got out, waited for his cooldowns. They turned the fight around. Apparition with the buyback, clipping the Morphling with the Ice Blast there. Actually got him killed in the last fight, so very well executed in the end by Navi, making the best out of a bad situation, I think. When the Spectre came alive and she popped that Haunt, I thought Navi was completely done in that fight.
It really did just kind of... It felt like a game of a fight of micro plays, you know, just the little tiny things which Navi were doing right to come out with, a draw. I guess they won, technically, but it really was a very even engagement.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of worrying, though, because I feel like this OG draft is just going to get stronger and stronger as time goes on. Navi, I'm not so sure.
Well, V-Tune, if he does manage to get that Manta and the Scotty up, I think Morphling and Spectre are going to have a little bit of trouble. I really like this Manta pickup, so the Spectre won't be able to just desolate him in the fights too, which is quite annoying. And then you can also remove the silences from the Earth Spirit and the Morphling, because the Morph is copying the Earth Spirit in these fights.
Yep.
So, multiple purpose for this Manta. It's going to be a pretty big item for him. Quite worried about Iceberg. His farm has slowed down quite a bit. He's still higher than everybody else on OG, but Doom generally likes to be, you know, a head taller than the other heroes.
Yeah, when you have a spell which kind of just gives you free money, you kind of expect that hero to be doing a little bit better than everyone else, but it's not the case this time around. Iceberg. Shivas will be pretty helpful, though.
Huge item this game. Anti-healing.
Top lane, Horn comes in. They're looking to try and find the plays here as Rogers might get run down, but V-Tune, he's just getting the Rage TP away and will be successful in doing that. Unfortunately, Roger might not be so lucky. Does have the Surge. Is it going to be enough to get him away from this one? I don't think so. No-Tail finds him in the trees. The double rolling boulder comes across, and they will descend upon Roger and take him down. Also gets a double kill.
So, that was a Haunt for 2 support kills. I fully expect Navi to just come back alive with these 2 supports and just smoke on up and run at OG. That's at least what they should try to do, because they got all their spells up. And Haunt is a very key skill for OG to be able to find these 2 supports. It's the best fight they're going to get.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. They have all those ultimates available as well. Arena, Doom, Ice Blast, it's all there.
And Thompson is like just rolling across the map, trying to find someone. He knows they need one more kill before Navi actually group up and make a play happen.
Yeah, just keep the fights going is what they want. Keep those cooldowns ticking on Navi. Don't give them a chance to fight with their full 100% efficiency, but unfortunately he's unable to find anybody else. And now OG probably going to respect how strong Navi are.
Wait, this is a trap. If mid-one gets jumped here, this could be really bad. He has no way to escape. No-Tail is behind him though, but I'm not sure if that's enough.
Surely it can't be. I mean, you can almost see Navi being like, guys, there's no way this Spectre is walking in, and there's 2 heroes behind him.
And Seb just Iron Shell top 2, like they're afraid.
Oh,
Navi's actually afraid of OG here. Although there is no hunt, and yeah.
They had the moon on a stick, but they just don't take it.
I'm
feeling
quite,
yeah.
I'm quite surprised. It's just because they didn't really see anybody else on the map. Like they didn't see the Darkseer or the Morphling before that until the Iron Shot came off top. But when the Iron Shot did come off top, they're like, oh, well, the Spectre's not pushing anymore. I guess we can't really just run in and try to find him. Apparition getting jump burst again.
Oh, hey, buddy. Okay, that's going to be a freebie in the middle lane. 45 seconds without that Ice Blast is going to feel pretty freeing for OG now. And they want to keep on going. Actually, they find the Doom. He's just hanging out here on the low ground. He's got the BKB, though. Should be all right. Mid one trying to take some taps on his shoulders, but he's just going to peace out. Get the BKB, get himself away. Rage also being popped from V-Tune. OG, they are looking for more. They really want to fight without this Ice Blast. And this is the difference between the two teams, you know? The moment OG sees something, they're just going for it. They are trying to take every little bit of advantage they can get. Na'Vi, they're given something, and they're like, well, you know, we want to kind of analyze the situation. Maybe this isn't best for us. They're just thinking a bit too much, Na'Vi. I want to see them try and go and make these plays.
As soon as Apparition's ulti was on cooldown, there, I mean, it was dead, like off the board. They just went crazy, right? Thompson has like nothing to fear about. He's got Lincolns now. Morphling is gonna have an even more difficult time dooming him. He's gonna have to wait for somebody else to pop that Lincolns, which is not an easy thing to do.
Yep, and now we're back to our full 5 versus 5 strength.
Yep, and Navi, I think, are gonna be the ones zoned out of their own triangle area here. OG has taken over this. Roshan is soon going to spawn. That's what OG wants to play for as well. They're happy to invite a fight in this area.
I'm just kind of surprised more than anything. I mean, they have the Shiva's finished up on the Doom as well. It's oh, Horn comes out. Hello, what are they looking for here? Poken maybe what General. Horn finally comes down onto Roger in the backlines. They might be able to bring down this Rubik as Saxa comes to join him in this engagement, but the Infest's going to save his life now. V-Tune turning it onto mid one here. He's got another fire out onto him as the split fight comes through the arena in the high ground, going to try to take down Seb. Meanwhile, mid one's still alive. They actually disengage from each other as the Heavenly Grace comes through. That might not save Seb here, as he is still being taken down by Iceberg. Iceberg should be able to bleed out the Darkseer, but maybe in the backlines they'll kill off Always Want to Fly, and Roger's sports are gone, but V-Tunes will chew through Saxa as well. Tolton gets a kickback, wants to come over, try and finish off General. Oh, great spear, throwing Tolton back into the arms of V-Tune. He's got another fire onto him as well. Tolton's got to be careful, but steals that lifesteal of form, turning it around, popping the rage. V-Tune does the same, going for the TP away, doesn't want to fight this anymore. Unfortunately, Roger, he's brought back into this one, comes straight into the fight, and Saxa is on him again like a rash, gets on top of Roger, takes him down, 3 down on the side of Na'Vi as well, to dive back on the Rubik. A very good fight from OG again, and now they can get into Roshan.
Oh, Ages and Cheese to Morphling and Spectre. My goodness, 2-year-olds.
God.
You hate seeing these items on. And Na'Vi, they look like they were getting the best fight. They're starting with the Doom onto the Darkseer.
Hold on, it might not be over. They found Iceberg here. He doesn't have his BKB. Iceberg, no! He's just going to get finished off. V-Tune trying to make something of this by killing No Tail on the side, but realizing that the jig's up. Now popping that rage to get himself away. Doesn't have a TP at the moment. OG, do they want to chase? No, they want to take down Roshan. The easier target and the more lucrative one.
If OG weren't playing so confidently on this map, I think with these 2 items now, the Aegis and the Cheese, they're going to be ending up in the opponent tier 4s.
Goodness gracious, Iceberg. I mean, I'm not sure what he was doing there, but that was a huge mistake from him. They could have maybe thought about threatening Roshan with him alive, but unfortunately not.
He thought they were just going to do Rosh, not going to come for him while he pushes up the lanes. Try to buy some time, but, you know, happens. You read the game wrong, you expect your opponent to do one thing, they do something completely different, and then you get punished for it.
Yeah, I think OG, I don't know if it's by design or what's been happening in these fights, but every fight we've had is split into 2 mini fights. You know, there's been a kind of like a 3-on-2 and a 2-on-3 happening on separate occasions, and this helps out OG so much. I mean, they're the team rocking the Spectre, the Morphling, the Earth Spirit, the Morphling who is basically an Earth Spirit anyway. You know, they've more or less got 2 Earth Spirits on their team. Such high mobility means that they can just kind of shift across resources to whatever fight they need to kind of amplify. It's really bad for Na'Vi in these engagements.
when the Spectre pops the Haunt, everyone's pretty much running away, right? So the Chaos just starts right there, and Navi, the Doom, the Mars, they have their targets in mind, who they need to go on. So they're looking for those heroes. And the Spectre is looking for the supports, and the supports are trying to get away from the Spectre. So it's just a whole bunch of chaos in these fights, and it's got to the point where this apparition just straight up can't live if a Haunt comes out. Now he does have a Glimmer Cape, so mid one, no dust on him right now. If he can somehow get through one Haunt without dying, I think Navi have a chance to be able to bring this Morphling down.
What about the Spectre?
Sorry? Oh yeah, I
Well,
said
can they bring the Spectre down?
how to kill Spectre down? Well, I think
Is
they
it
gotta
Morph
start
or
with the Morph.
Spectre or okay. Bring down the Morph
They gotta-
first, then kill
yeah.
everyone else, and then maybe you can think about Spectre with cheese because you don't want to be eating that hero.
Thompson's doing way too much in the fights. He's got a stun, a slow, a silence, a E-Blade combo. This Earth Spirit Morphling is just insane right now. He has all the mobility in the world.
Yeah, I can't imagine playing into this as any fun whatsoever for the supports. Oh gee, they're always so good at finding these little combos between 2 or 3 heroes, which just looks completely broken. And just casually, 65% of Doom's health gone in an instant, forcing him to blink out. Thank you, E-Blade. Very cool. Look at Tops. I mean, look at all these buffs. Look at all these buffs just being thrown onto the Morphling here, but they will get the nice little spear back, but he's got the waveform away before the Ice Blast connects, and now with no Ice Blast, they're just going to jump on top of Wage Apparition. He just gets taken down. They're just ignoring V-Tune and trying to go for the backline targets instead, but the buyback comes out from Wade's 1 to 5. Thompson actually getting pretty low in the first place here, but he's going to roll himself away. See you later. He's out of the engagement. Meanwhile, mid one, TP onto the front lines, using that Haunt. Rubik does steal the Heavenly Grace. That could be pretty useful here. They throw it onto V-Tune, and he's just tearing away at the Expert, but a great vacuum in from Seb. Where is the follow-up from the side of OG? I mean, they are here. They're slowly tickling them down as Thompson comes in from the side, trying to bring down the Doom, not having enough damage, and now Thompson could be in some trouble. He's got that Strength Morph coming on through. Nullifier comes down, but Vichi's actually nullified himself. This could spell trouble for him. He has got that Heavenly Grace onto him from the Rubik, though, and this seems to be what they need to stand their ground in these fights. This Heavenly Grace Lifestealer is just doing too much work, and OG are forced to retreat.
Yeah, and the Earth Spirit died there without a buyback either, so OG, they cannot take the fights 4 versus 5. Big hold here from Navi. That was finally, Heavenly Grace on Roger. You can see the power that they have in their draft as long as they have that spell on their side too.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. And he's going to catch up with his team now as they're smoked up. There's a double damage. They'll grab that on V-Tune, I'm sure. And they are looking for a fight. 45 seconds without Saxa. Real opportunity here.
This is a Scotty plus Shiva's combination from Navi as well against the Morphling, the Omni Knight. Even the Spectre's cheese is not going to heal for a whole lot if you get hit by both of those skills.
No, it's not, especially on a Spectre, it's just such a tanky hero with so much HP that with all the healing de-amplification.
What is it called? What is this? What is the thing actually called? The effect where it reduces the healing. I guess there's no real word for it, huh?
Yeah. I mean, healing de-amp. That sounds a bit of a
anti-healing.
Anti-healing. Yeah, that's easier. That's simpler. We like simple.
Yeah.
Anti-heals coming out from Navi. I like it. Well, OG back to full strength now. Their window of opportunity has been slammed shut. However, that said, the Aegis does now run out, so the opportunity for finding these kills onto Thompson is a real big one. I mean, that fight as well, it's worth mentioning that Always Wanna Fly completely missed the Ice Blast onto the Morphling. He managed to get the waveform out, so if he can still land this Ice Blast, then the fights might look even better for Navi.
What's the best way to land the Ice Blast? Would be you use the Morphling when he's not... when he doesn't have the Heavenly Grace on him, and then you drop the Ice Blast while he's in the air.
Yeah. Will it still affect him when he's in the air?
Yeah, at least you will get like the little, clip
debuff
effect on him. Yeah, the debuff. That's what really matters. Like, you don't need that big Ice Blast damage. You just need the debuff, and that's a good way to go about it.
Oh, God.
So if the Heavenly Grace...
Wait. Oh, sorry, no. Continue.
Okay. So if the Heavenly Grace comes after the debuff, then it's not going to be like half duration. So
Yeah.
that way you can get a chance to get the morph. Thompson will obviously do the best he can to get away from that fight first, wait for the debuff to go up, but at least you're going to get a fight where Thompson's not going to be able to just stand his ground and hit you.
Yeah, for sure. So the point I was about to make is that they found a spell prism on the side of OG, and I was really expecting them to give that over to Thompson, but actually they're keeping it on the Spectre. They want daggers for days. That's what they want.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I
General
guess-
jumping forward, they're trying to find themselves a target. They want to try and bring down Saxa here with the Infest Bomb, but unfortunately it doesn't quite go the way it planned. So
He's fine.
Navi with the disengage,
got
poking
a
and prodding,
BKB.
looking for an opportunity.
Iceberg.
Yeah, he's tanking some
losing a
damage
lot
here.
of
He's got a
HP, buddy.
BKB, but mid one's on top of him. He doesn't want to just pop his BKB like this.
got
Would
the
really
grace
like to
on
be able
him.
to get back into his base, and that is going to
I got
happen.
a grace. Ooh, and speaking of Iceberg, he's got an Aghanims on his hero. So that's a pretty solid counter to the Spectre.
Yeah.
It's a very good counter to the Spectre. That item. It applies a break on your Infernal Blade, which is insane. Also, longer duration.
Yeah, so it's 6 seconds of burn duration. That is, I think, 4 seconds or 6 seconds of break even. And then a cooldown of 3.5 seconds. So, I mean, yeah, you can easily
really
change
good.
this, obviously. You can keep
Yeah,
them
he's got the
permanently
quickening charm
broken.
for that lower cooldown, which is really nice. Rubik, oh, he's lost the Heavenly Grace. He needs that spell again.
Oh,
Come
man.
back here, no-till. Please,
Yeah.
I need you.
Give me your grace. Bless me with your grace, sir. Big Daddy.
Oh, man.
No tell as well. I noticed him building this last game as well, going for the Holy Locket.
Yeah,
Guy just all about that healing life.
interesting. I mean, you can drop the all your stick charges onto your core. This is some real position 5 right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I'd rather he went for like an Aether Lens or something, because Omni doesn't actually give a lot of healing, right? Even if he has a Holy Locket, so.
It's
I
so
like Holy
weird
Locket
just
on-
watching it mid. It's so strange. Iceberg's just trying to find a creep wave. There's rocks coming in every direction. Like, they're throwing in the ethereal blades. Like, it's just a monster barrage of rocks.
Oh, they found
General
it.
and V-Tune, they're under...
They know.
Well, are they under vision, actually? They know they're here somehow. V-Tune just rage TP away immediately. General might not be so lucky, though. He's actually got the BKB TP out, so doesn't matter. They've got the damage to tear
What?
through him
He's
regardless.
dead.
They'll lose the Mars. No buyback
Yeah, that was
either, and
pretty
no
fast.
BKB.
Indeed. 50 seconds. It's not a very long time, though, for OG. They will try to run across the map, maybe get some kills, but... Third Roche is already up? What? Wait,
That was a quickie.
I swear it felt like they just did Roshan a couple minutes ago, but yeah, third Roche is already up, and this one has an Aghanims on it. Who's gonna take this? Spectre?
You tripping, Theban.
They're gonna get the...
Spectre Axe.
Spectre?
Oh, sign me up.
Axe?
This is very cool. I think they will. See, it seems pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
got
There
it.
we go. All right, time for
Wait,
some
he
shadow
wants
step
to give-
nonsense.
No, yeah, he's gonna take it. All right, here we go. He should definitely get a basher this game, so he can shadow step onto a Lifestealer and then like cancel his TPs if he ever tries to leave the base, because that's how he's getting away from every fight. He's just raging and TPing out.
And then we have the shadow step down to the bottom lane, getting on top of this ancient apparition, but the Infestor's going to keep him alive, but doesn't matter. The ethereal blade will still finish the job. Meanwhile, Saxa jump into the back. Vici, though, on top of Saxa, but he's got the Aghanims on himself to turn himself into stone. Good luck killing me now. Meanwhile, the rest of the team will just kind of gather around the tier 4s as Iceberg's also dropping low from this. Just the illusions chopping down. Meanwhile, Skewer back onto Saxa, pin him to the barracks, but it's generally taking so much damage. Pops the BKB, barely survives as Vici jumps onto Saxa. Poorly, they can find this kill onto the Earth Spirit. They need a
Good
little
one
bit
to
more, and they
spec.
will find the kill. Thompson, meanwhile, on the side. This guy has the Aegis, so he's not really too scared about taking any damage here, but they've used the Doom onto the Spectre, and Saxa does have buyback. They may just want to buy back on this Earth Spirit and keep on going, but OG don't really want to throw away any resources unnecessarily. They're just going to keep the pressure up onto Navi for the time being. Never mind, there they go. They see a chance to end the game.
They heard you and they were like, nope, we can't let Nomad be right.
That's fair enough.
Thompson becoming a Spectre, shadow stepping in.
Yeah,
Interesting.
finding the vision. This Lifesteal is getting real low here. Vici needs to get himself away. Does do so on a slither of HP. Survives and sitting inside his fountain, waiting for that regen. They've got their AA back in 7 seconds. Vici
Oh my god.
just has to
this is
cower.
crazy. The double shadow step from Morphling and Spectre. They can go
That
on
is
to the same
mad.
target.
2
anywhere on the
heroes,
map.
global teleportation onto your face. They could have done this all game as well, and they go into General. General looking for the backlines here as once again we have that shadow step forward from the side of mid one, and then they go with the arena onto the backlines. They want to try and take down Seb. Can they bring down the Dark? Here's a question. A-Blast's gonna come through, but will not land, but it's not needed anyway. They get the kill, and now they look for the Omni Knight. The strike team of the backlines from Na'Vi is effective, and they will take down another, but now Vichi's in trouble. He gets taken down, too much damage.
There's
Doesn't
a
have buyback on the Life Stealer. Uh-oh, that's a problem. Saxa getting sat on by Iceberg, but Iceberg actually needs to go here as mid one's on top. Gets a blink away, going for the TP out. Shouldn't take too much damage. He gets his way back into the fountain. But where is the buyback on the Life Stealer? Looks like he bought out for maybe a Basher? I'm not sure, but he bought out. So he's in some real trouble. I mean, this whole team's in some real trouble. Iceberg continuing trying to harass the Spectre as he blinks forward, but backs himself away just as quickly. Navi playing very, very on the edge. I mean, if OG knew this buyback wasn't here, I imagine they would be going for the win right now, but they are playing it cautiously, continuing to poke, definitely not leaving, but definitely not wanting to overcommit to anything and risk this dieback as they're going with the Doom onto the Spectre. Iceberg trying to make the plays here, but he might have just bitten off more than he could chew as he just limps in towards mid one. It's not going to happen though. Saxa will kill him off with the little hammer, Havoc hammer. Buyback is available from Iceberg, though they are delaying. I mean, they're not doing a half-bad job about delaying this one, as Iceberg just continues to shove his head into this team. Of course, the Mage is still available on Morphling. He's okay. Now, they have somehow defended from this one. I mean, how did they not get the win there, Thebes?
Well, they're kind of running out of heroes, right? And spells and mana. You can't just keep on going non-stop, and the Doom is still very strong with that Infernal Blade.
Okay.
Got that buyback off of him, so they're just gonna have to calm down a little bit there. I think Earth Spirit, Omni Knight, very important for their strategy to keep on giving them all this, resources from the Heavenly Grace, the heals, and the Earth Spirit with all the stuns and stuff. So it's better to just go back, reset here. Once that Doom buyback's already out.
Yeah, press that refresh button, because to be fair, neither team really has buyback here, but General, he's actually one of the few who does. They'll take him down very, very quickly. General just feeling like such a squishy hero in this game as they turn the Lifestealer to stone. They're trying to catch him out here a little bit, but that's not going to happen. Wait, can Thompson turn here? Thompson can turn heroes to stone. Okay, there's just too much going on with this Morphling this game. There are too many Aghanims. We need to really keep up about what exactly is happening and who's doing it to whom, but Thompson knows. He is not stuttering. Level 25 Morphling. The Morphling God is just completely in control of what's going on in this one as they're taking the barracks. They need to do something about this. The Shadow step forward, and now the Horn coming down from mid one as well. Tries to jump on top of Roger, but Roger has himself that Glimmer Cape to keep himself alive. Always want to fly. Won't be so lucky as the Ice Blast cuts through. Does just about catch onto a few heroes there, but isn't going to do enough work as Doom is in some trouble. They're surrounding the Doom. They'll bring him down. Down goes Iceberg without buyback. V-Tune, though, trying to get on top of Thompson stealing Doom for using the final blade. Is it going to be enough, though? I don't think so. V-Tune now looking for a new target. Trying to bring down Saxa. Saxa getting pretty low right outside the base here, but the rest of Na'Vi, they are whittling down. They only have 3 heroes left alive. Can they really fight into the full 5-man force of OG? I just do not think so. They've bled out too much at this point, and then they go on to the Rubik. Rubik is going to lose his life down. He goes. No buyback on him. 2 left for the side of Na'Vi. They're trying to hold, but there's just nothing they can do. And there it comes. The GGs are popped. OG will hammer home the victory, making this series a 2-0 victory over the side of Na'Vi, and thus ends their streak in this tournament, I believe. Dang, that was brutal. I mean, that was an absolute spaghetti game. That was a mess all over the floor there. The Aghanims, the different spells being used. Thompson was turning into, I think he turned into every hero in the game at some point. I mean, that was just ridiculous. Very hard to keep up on. But OG, I mean, just playing some extremely high-level Dota here and really impressing us and putting down Na'Vi in a 2-0. I mean, I wouldn't have expected this result coming into this series, but OG, they're looking like they're playing the Dota they know and love.
Yeah, you give them Omni Knight and suddenly they're just a completely different team. I love what they were able to do with this hero, how they rallied behind it, its powers. Morphling from Thompson 2 games in a row was just so nice to watch how he plays this hero, especially this game, going late with all the Aghanim usage and stuff. my goodness, he just, I don't know how he keeps in mind all the skills that he could possibly do and how he can fight, but that was so nice to watch.
It's actually insane. Like in that last fight there, I'm fairly sure he turned into the Spectre at the very start of the fight, then turned into the Earth Spirit, of course, halfway through, then turned into the Lifesteal to steal the Rage, and then turned into the Doom at the end to steal Infernal Blade.
The Infernal Blade, yeah.
I mean, what? How do you process that? How does one mind go through all those spells, all those abilities, and somehow be able to keep track of everything? I don't know, but I mean, Telson is just a remarkable player. Na'Vi just weren't ready for what OG brought today, and once again, proving you can never count out this team. Na'Vi, it was sad from them. They did a lot of things right, but in the end, they just didn't really take the opportunities which were put in front of them at different stages in the game. But that's going to be enough from us. Me and Theoban are all done here, but we've got a lovely old panel to bring it over, bring home the analysis, and maybe a cheeky little interview if you guys are really good. So we'll throw it back. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. But there's more Epic League action to come throughout the day, so stand by, enjoy it, and we'll see you soon.
That's right. You got to behave yourself, otherwise we're not going to give you an interview. But we'll break down the game for you. That much is guaranteed. As yet another undefeated team will suddenly fall. It was Viking falling yesterday, and now Na'Vi will lose their undefeated streak. But there's no shame in losing it to a team like OG, and there's no shame in losing it to clean, brutal Dota that OG were presenting there. Lizard, how do you think this Morphling Earth Spirit thing has got more legs than Morphling Earthshaker? Were we looking at the wrong Morph ES this whole time?
Man, I'm just enjoying it. Every time they roll in together, I have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme song for some reason.
It's Transformers for me. I just hear Autobots roll out every time.
Yeah, that one is good as well. And then you have Spectre as well with that Shadow Step or Haunt. They just show up the fight and fight me. I don't know. I like it. It's very enjoyable. The game itself was really difficult for. Again, I would say it was difficult for Na'Vi because a couple of those moves were good at the beginning. In the laning stage, Doom gets a solo kill on the Morphling. They make a couple of good rotations. They trade core for core. They take a tier 1 on the top lane. But when it really mattered in those big engagements around Rosh, their Surge, their Heavenly Grace, and that's really what broke them. Doom jumps in, he dooms the target. The target always gets out.
Yeah,
it's so difficult to play when you don't have your spell that is on a 2-minute cooldown.
And when you're playing with the BKB as well, right? So you really need to execute when you make those big plays. And when you're losing out on fights, when you have a 10-second BKB, it's just that just it's so demoralizing to go from there.
I felt like this game was a bit of a research for both teams, though, because for Na'Vi, I think they're trying to test the limits of what Doom mid can get away with. They were saying, is it really that strong against Morphling? Is it an iceberg kind of hero? And for OG, I think they're also testing out the potential of this combo. They're also testing out to prove that they know the Doom mid matchup, because the puck didn't work. But, the Morph is a completely different beast. And I think my favorite part was seeing our interviewee on one of his signature heroes. Socks, a pleasure to have you join us. Let me know if you can hear me. Give me a holler, my friend.
Hello, I can hear you.
Much love. I'm curious. OG seems to do their best work when people are doubting them. Were you hiding this Earth Spirit all this time? Because you've been playing a lot of Willow this tournament, and it was a pleasure to see you on Earth Spirit. Why was that not happening earlier on?
I don't know. I just wake up one day, you feel like playing Earth Spirit more so than other heroes, and yeah, we just go for it. It's good with our lineup, so it worked out.
What is your favorite position for even to play right now?
I
Do you have one?
Kunkka. Not a very common one right now, but I like playing that, and probably Tusk. It's like a hero that can roam around and kill people.
Do you think there is a place for Kunkka as a position 4? That hasn't been around forever, right?
I don't know. I'm still exploring it, but we'll see. Maybe one day.
Are you trying to convince the team at all on it? Hey guys, trust me. For Kunkka.
I mentioned it 1 or 2 times, but you haven't played it yet, and I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, the next time you guys pick Kunkka, we'll be going nuts on the panel, and then you'll disappoint us by making it mid anyway. But we'll try and we'll talk up the support Kunkka. We'll see if we can get it moving with somebody.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I guess Kunkka's your favorite player right now. Are there any heroes that you're really looking forward to getting buffed? Because I mean, the patch, we know it's probably soon. Is there anyone you really want to see get better?
I guess Coddle would be maybe one hero, and maybe Pugna. I guess those can be like both 4 and 5, but I feel like these heroes could enjoy some buffs.
Yeah,
Pugna, this hero was like fun for like 2 weeks when people weren't playing it, then people start playing it, and it was like broken for 2 weeks, and then they just instant nerf it, and it's like now people don't play it at all. So that's a bit sad. Hey, hopefully they bring back Mana Leak. Like
yeah. Make it stun.
Yes, exactly. That's what I missed.
Fond memories. Fond memories.
There's nothing better than like mana leaking a guy than force staffing him, blinding lighting him to 0 mana. That's the best.
Good
you're
old
a sadist.
Kotal.
All right, I got it.
Yeah.
There's just so many heroes they've changed. I don't feel at home anymore. Like different enchanters, different Kotls, different Chen.
Yeah.
At least sad boys.
Going into this series today, Na'Vi were undefeated. Did you do extra preparation for this? Because for most of us here on the panel, we've been looking at this entire group stage, and it's been very, very unexpected. Everything is upside down, and teams that were usually middle of the pack are exceeding expectations. So how'd you feel about Na'Vi as an opponent for today's series?
I don't think we really did any extra preparation. We played a lot against them in scrims and stuff too, so we kind of know what they like to do. So we didn't really prepare anything too much for them. If anything, we prepared less, I guess. And maybe we were like more relaxed that way. But I don't know, like this group stage, like everybody can be like top 1 and everybody can be like last. So any team you play is like you don't want to underestimate them.
Are you guys screaming a lot? Are you practicing a lot now that there's no DPC and stuff, no LAN events? Or is it like a little bit more chill?
Yeah, we're practicing when we have like tournaments to play, usually like 2 scrims a day. And we're also like boot camping some of us right now, except for Thompson. Yeah.
What is the life of Soxa outside of Dota? You got anything else that you're up to lately?
Not so much. I started going to the gym recently, then I stopped for a while. And yeah, other than that, just play Dota. Try not to get Corona.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid goals right there.
Par for the course. Your next opponent is going to be Team Secret. I imagine every single team in Europe considers them to be the gold standard. How have you felt about Secret in this tournament? I know we spoke to Matu yesterday, and it seems like he personally may be losing a little bit of motivation, but you think it's expected that Secret, is not looking as bulletproof as they used to, or are you also surprised that Secret's kind of not hitting their expectations?
I mean, I'm not really surprised. Like, to be able to play on that high level, like all the time, consistently having that level of focus is pretty hard. So at some point, they gotta like lose focus a bit and start like playing worse. Like I saw, like I was watching their games in this tournament, the last, and there's a pretty big difference in the tournaments they played before when they won. So I guess they're slightly weaker right now, but they seem to be winning again. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see if you can take advantage of this momentary lapse in weakness. But thanks so much for dropping by for this interview, and congratulations on your win versus Na'Vi.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You
Bye-bye.
too.
Young Soxa, the Macedonian beast of a 4 position, and enabled more so than ever before on this Earth Spirit. Definitely happy to see him taking that hero up again. And I don't know, is it only viable if Thompson's playing Morphling, or do you think he's going to be able to play it by himself?
We'll be seeing more of the Earth Spirit. I mean, it was double enabled by like the Morphling and the Darkseer, I guess you could say, especially in Game 2. But surely, when there's other moments, they'll still be bringing out the Earth Spirit.
And the Kunkka?
That would be cool. I remember a long time ago that Kunkka position 4 was a top tier pick, like Kunkka Shadow Demon rotating across the map with disruption into Tor, and Tor just Kunkka. Like it's a solid hero with like there are some difficulties to play to position 4. If you remember, Kunkka position 4 could farm the Ancients even very easily and get a lot of farm and then join the fights. I don't think there's place for something like that right now, but who knows? Maybe they can figure something different out.
So it was a quick 2-0. So, gentlemen, there's going to be a bit of a break, but next series is Liquid versus Alliance. How you feeling expectation-wise? I feel like we've had nothing but 2-0s from top to bottom. You know, yesterday, day before yesterday, it was 2-0s. Yesterday, it was 2-0s. We're starting off today with 2-0s. If this was a 2-1, let's say it was, you think Liquid may be able to get a win here, or is Alliance just is going to be another lose for them, Trent?
Liquid are going to get it. They're going to bounce back, much like Alliance bounced back yesterday, ended their losing streak. I feel like Liquid are going to do the same. But either way, this is, as I said, like my favorite matchup in Europe right now. So I'm definitely looking forward to watching this one.
It's going to be an absolute classic, and it'll be in a little bit because we are stuck to the schedule. So those of you enjoying your Sunday, take 50 minutes. I'm going to give you 50 minutes on the house, and when you come back, I hope you join us for some more Epic League Division 1 European action.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
We've been muted the entire
Did
time.
we just miss out on a
Yeah,
whole
you
bunch
see,
of banter?
they're for real bullying.
Yeah,
And
actually,
I won't
like-
stand for this. I'm pulling.
Yeah,
the
let's
bench.
leave Lizard. Yeah, let's just go. I don't want to come back.
Lizard, you coward!
Come back,
You coward!
fools.
You
Come back, you fools.
half bastard.
You dumbasses. You're
No.
literally the kids that I used to fool, you know,
No.
when you...
No, we're all leaving.
We jump on 3, 1, 2, and you
Enough,
just
Lizard.
watch them fucking
Yeah.
fall.
And then you're there watching us as we have this miraculous jump into literally nothing. All right, great. Memes are over, lads. Oh, we got a series.
We somehow bumped a 50-minute break into like a 53-minute break with these shenanigans, but welcome back, everybody.
Nice.
Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Epic League Division 1 action. Liquid versus Alliance coming up, and, you know, we had bullies on the mind, and Liquid are getting their asses handed to them. This is an 0-4 team that should theoretically be hot off the heels of an ESL Germany victory. And then they just kind of walk into here, and you know, there was talk that they're going to be taking it easy after ESL Birmingham, but there's taking it easy, and then there's getting completely blown out of a tournament. And so far, it's not looking good. Alliance also were not looking good, but they managed to pull up a victory yesterday. So T Governor, give it to me straight. You know, is this going to be where Liquid finally has their redemption story, or are we just going to be seeing more of the same from them?
I think it's difficult to say, right? Because you look at their opponent, and it's an Alliance who now are 1-3, but the victory they had was against a Viking GG that had the internet issues and and obviously the stand-in. So, like, you don't really know the caliber of their opponent, and of course, Liquid are 0-4. So, it is going to be I think, what was it? Trent coined it as like the toilet bowl. Technically, it's not now because Alliance isn't, 0-4, but it's still kind of that point where
they're swirling around the drain. Still.
Exactly, and I think as well. Sure, Liquid are 0-4, but Just Error, they're 1-5. So if Liquid win this series, then now Just Error, they're the last place team. So there is a lot to fight for here, and we're only like halfway through the group stage, right? So I think as much as we're making it sound like doom and gloom, there's still like another 4 or 5 games for some of these teams to play. So you always have that redemption arc, and I think, Liquid, they're sure to bounce back, right? They got a boot camp.
They're doomed. They're doomed. It's over for them. Just get them out already. 0-4, my heart is broken. Insania. What have you done?
Yeah,
he's been playing a lot of Pango. That's what he's been doing.
That's true.
But
He should stop.
You're saying he should stop entirely, Lizard? Are you telling this man just to retire?
Yes.
5
Bold.
seconds remaining.
Nah, just stop playing Pango. That's it. I'd never tell Insania to retire, man.
Thank you.
We'd lose such a we'd lose such a character in the scene. Like, no, he's legit. He's alright.
Thank you.
I love him. I love
Nice.
him. Yeah.
Good stuff.
I think the real concern for all of us is that if Insania retires, he can easily take all of our jobs in a heartbeat.
That's
That
true.
man has
Yeah.
charisma for days.
Yeah, that is very true. So we've got to keep him going, get him in that. You know what? If he doesn't get to TI, maybe invite Alliance to TI. No, Alliance. Oh my God, Liquid. Oh, what's my brain doing? Oh, that was so awkward.
It's okay.
Relax.
We were in that mode for a year.
They did used to be Alliance. And
Yeah, it's true.
it's fine.
It's hard.
All understandable.
Thank you.
They open up with something completely in their comfort zone. Earth Spirit and Storm Spirit, 2 spirits, one for Taiga, the other for Koikwa. It's their favorite heroes. They aren't really switching anything around. And now back to those doom and gloom things that you guys were talking about.
Yep.
That's Liquid. Like for as long as I've known them, heck, these guys used to lose scrims and tournaments to my teams. So it's like,
In what year, Lizard?
it doesn't matter. I'm just saying they always have this slump in which they don't change. Like they're the same people, and they have like a bad cycle, and then they start playing well afterwards. So
The key thing for me is like when you look at their previous drafts, they are kind of just going all around the shop where they're going to try out like the Storm Spirit, then they got like a Spectre draft, a Lone Druid draft. Like normally when I look at Liquid as a team, they have 2 or 3 amazing strategies and they just non-stop execute them time after time. And so far in this tournament, they've kind of just been, it feels like experimenting a lot. So I would hope after now going 0-4, they are going to kind of ground themselves out and go, all right, guys, this is what we need to do. This is the type of strats we'll run. And as you see with the Earth Spirit and the Storm, these are some of the better heroes that they've shown off so far. So I'm hoping to see that kind of grounding happen with their drafting.
But this is that cycle, right, T-Gov? It's like, all right, boys, we're going to experiment for like first 4 days of the group stage. And then we're going back to Storm Spirit, Lone Druid, Brood, Mother, Phoenix, Insania,
exactly.
Oracle, the shit that actually works, you know? It's enough of experimenting.
Exactly. And hopefully they actually maybe can convert that into some, presence today in the series. Because if they lose again today and they go back to some of their more stable heroes, they're going to have to really have a little chit chat in their boot camp, because that's something we can't really forget as well. This is one of the few teams that during these times, during the pandemic and stuff, they're actually able to get to a boot camp facility and have that kind of, if any, that edge on other teams. So it's why they were so dominant as well in Germany. And to me, it's surprising that they're having these results right now, because they're at a boot camp, right? Unless they've gone home, but I still feel they're at the boot camp, right? Like,
No, they're at the boot camp.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Blitz's stories.
Okay,
They set up a gym in the kitchen. They're working out, eating, playing. They have it. Like they have everything there.
Yeah.
It's like you said, boot camp is an advantage, definitely.
Major.
Not all of these teams. Like we talked to OG and the way they have it. Like it's only 4 of them in the boot camp. Even having one person out is a problem. So it is a major advantage. But they did just win a tournament, so
No, for sure,
it's obviously
100%.
working.
It's funny you mentioned having one person out, because I'm not 100% sure what Alliance's situation is, but I was told to check out their YouTube channel. They've got some content that they've been doing with their team, and there was a content piece that they did with everyone but FNG all playing Scribble.io in what looked like a bootcamp kind of facility.
Yeah.
So I am curious if FNG is on location with them. If we can grab them for an interview, then I'll be curious. But yeah, having one person out could have, impact on chemistry.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's actually with them or not as well. I'll check it out. But let's talk about the draft a little bit. T-Governor, what do you think about Undying and Dead Prophet?
I think they're pretty solid heroes for the idea of what they complement each other, right? Undying's about securing their lane and going for those early fights with Tombstone, and then DP is the same thing. You play out your lane and you have that objective pressure. My concern is simply they don't really have that Storm Spirit lockdown, but that's where the DP kind of soft covers that with the early silence and that ability to go, well, you just can't kill us, right? That's what I'm seeing right now. Alliance is just unkillable to a Storm Spirit early on. Yeah, not too bad. Also, it's like FNG, right? He just loves the cheeky the Undying to start with. It's like a CIS classic, and he's brought that into Alliance as well.
No, it's very interesting. He's the actual one. No, he's not the drafter, right? But he brought the Undying.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, Undying right now is played by everyone. The hero is sitting on 65-ish% win rate throughout all games in this tournament. He's really strong. The way you play it around the Soul Rip, I don't know why Tombstone wasn't buffed, but for me in the games that I'm playing, Tombstone looks stronger than ever before.
Yeah.
Is
you
it
think of
all
the heroes,
glyphs?
right? No, it's more about the heroes being played as well, right? It's not more of these melee heroes coming into the draft and the way in which the fights are being kind of undertaken. Of like you mentioned, the cliffs as well. The positioning is another key thing. Like you don't just slap it in the river you're fighting in, right? You put it on the high ground, and suddenly there's that disconnect. And I like to see Undying is like equal to an Omni Knight in the form of like what he can provide with like the annoyance, right? Not obviously in terms of what he brings to the game, but just that annoyance level, right? Like you jump the Undying, he doesn't really die. He has that Soul Rip Hill. You have to deal with the Tombstone. Omni Knight, same degree now in position 5. You have to deal with the Heavenly Grace to carry. You have to deal with that GA coming out during the fights. Like they're both really obnoxious supports, and they provide sustain in lane. And that's why these two heroes to me are kind of like the top supports right now for just like what they bring to the pre 20-minute mark.
Now, if you were looking at bottom supports,
Lion.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, this is a hero that we're not seeing particularly frequently, not in any region. And I mean, it's a very anti-storm hero, that's for sure. But aside from that, not particularly popular.
You know, when you come to the lane and or you're drafting on offlane, and then you imagine what position 5 you'd like to play against. Lion is the first one that comes to your mind. It's literally a hero that if you breeze by him in the laning stage, he dies. It's very difficult for him to get farm. It's very difficult for him to actually be like later on. Usefulness is out of question. He is very strong if he finds his items and if he can find the positioning, especially versus Storm and Earth Spirit, like you just said. But getting there might be a little bit difficult.
You tell me that just giving them the suck isn't going to be enough? Because I feel like Lion's laning phase was buffed fairly significantly whenever Earthspike's mana cost got nerfed quite a bit, but then he just remained to be irrelevant, whereas heroes like Warlock, who got minor buffs, suddenly rose to prominence very dramatically because they have way more teamfight potential.
This pick's nice for the idea of forcing out the draft as well, right? Like, Warlock's great against these int-based supports as well, the ones that kind of just exist in the fight line specifically. But also now, if you're Alliance, you're thinking maybe they go for like a Spectre, right? Because the Warlock Spectre lane, they have the spirits for the aggression, you have that passive safe lane, and Alliance like, well, do we have to block pick this Spectre? Do we have to think of a carry that can match up against the Spectre? And same for Liquid, they're like, well, if they just suddenly have to block pick this, we're going to have like the counter in mind straight away. So I like the drafting choice right now with this Warlock. Kind of interesting.
I think for both of these teams, Spectre is on their mind. Spectre and Sven right now. All the other cores that are strong and in the meta have been banned out. Vengeful kind of banning out that Drow Ranger by itself, right? Like you don't want to pick it if you don't have Venge. It's possible, but not nearly as effective. They go with the Bloodseeker instead.
So you're now going to have that Lion Bloodseeker lane. You're going to have obviously the Earth Spike into Blood, right? Just stun into damage. That's perfectly fine, that aggression. But I don't know how well it will fare, especially when you have a Warlock in the game, pumping out their hills non-stop into a carry. And yeah, I think Liquid right now, they're looking at the Svens, the Spectres. They go for Spectre, sure, all right, as expected, perfectly fine. And I'm now seeing, like, go on, Lizard.
What are you saying? I want to hear.
Oh, thank you. I'm now looking at kind of Liquid playing into what Alliance is showing, right? It's like that ability to go aggressive in the lanes, but they're going to fall victim to trying to fight around an objective, right? Like it's DP the only tower hitter. Suddenly your Golem is simplified, your Storm, Zip, and Earth Spirit initiation is simplified, right? Like you're going on one hero. If that hero goes, Alliance have to run away from the objective. And that's why Liquid, they're enjoying the fact that they have this passive safe lane that can eat through potential damage, and then the active heroes away from those heroes as well. So yeah, Liquid, pretty good draft.
Oh, I agree with that completely. And even this Warlock, like versus the Bloodseeker, you kind of feel good because Bloodright is a little bit negated as well. Thirst, I mean, sorry. Bloodright, obviously, the damage is negated by the heal, and obviously Thirst as well because the hero isn't really damaged any longer. Earth Spirit and Storm Spirit have to, together with the offlaner that's picked last, really have to make a mess of these lanes a little bit to make Bloodseeker's lane a little bit easier, because once again, I'm going to say it like this Lion, we'll see how much this should be a position 4 Lion, right, on the offlane Bloodseeker. This is probably something that they've practiced. and probably something that they've kept secret because we haven't seen it before. I'm not sold. I like everything Team Liquid has got right now, and the fact that you have, like T Gunner just said, these squishies versus all the team fight and all the reach. Like the game that we just watched, OG, when they played Thompson Earth Spirit and Thompson Morphling with Earth Spirit on Saxa. This team has just as much. You have Storm Spirit zipping in, you have Earth Spirit, you have Spectre jumping on you.
But
pushing into these cooldowns is going to be difficult.
The important thing is, though, like you just mentioned, cooldowns. That's going to be how Alliance are going to play around this. I think if you look at that first game of OG Navi today, you look at a Spectre, Phoenix, Doom lineup. It looks great, right? But they are locked into the cooldowns of their heroes. And for Liquid as well, Warlock and Spectre, naturally, big cooldown heroes. They go for a Legion that kind of bridges that, nice bit of lockdown. But they don't have this like early damage, right? That's the key thing. They're going to have a Golem, they're going to have maybe Earth Spirit Ultimate, but after that, they're not going to have this skirmishing damage that they can provide non-stop. For Alliance, they have that in bundles, right? They're going to be able to non-stop chip. And if DP wastes ult and she dies, of course, then Liquid will start gaining an advantage. But if Alliance are disciplined on when to use DP ult and they're able to capitalize on it after a Golem's used, that's when I can see Alliance maybe taking this. And
yeah, like it's not really difficult to imagine which two cores are going to be picked. Like even before Spectre and Sven were picked, we called them. Legion Commander is a little bit out of the box, I would say, even for Liquid, but it still fits their playstyle. It gives them that cash that they need. Now back on point of cooldowns, Liquid, they're all about Koikwa. Like if he has a good start, if he can make the Storm aggressive enough in the mid game, those cooldowns don't really matter. You just need, you have an Earth Spirit and a Storm Spirit plus Fatal Bonds. What more do you need? It's enough, but they really have to be careful with Spectre and Warlock and the way they use ultis.
Yeah, this is a spooky game on that front for sure.
Yeah, Storm Spirit cannot be the primary initiator. You're dealing with two silences between a Bloodseeker and a Death Prophet, instant Hex from Lion, and stuns galore from the Lion and the Sven. So it definitely feels like cooldowns are going to have to be burned to get some vision. Spectre's going to have to burn a Haunt so that Storm Spirit can be like, okay, I've found out where the Lion is, I've found out where the Undying is, and then hopefully create chaos in the fight afterwards. But given these two lineups, forget the scores. You know, actually, they're both kind of pretty similar scores also in terms of tournament standings. Okay, factor in the scores, actually. Which draft do you like, T-Gov?
I like the answers they could have, but I feel like they could easily get outpaced by just a really high-tempo Alliance. So I kind of favor Liquid, but I can see it being a big weakness, then their inability to fight.
Lizard?
I'll go with Liquid, really. I like what they've got. Comfort zone galore. They are playing versus a Sven. It isn't a baby, but I'll still go with the Spectre.
And you can always go to egb.com or hit up the banner below if you want to check out the odds, or you can just sit back and listen to our two casters, Killer Pigeon and Pycat.
Oh, I mean, Tsunami said forget the scores, but I'm not sure if I can hear Pycat, because yesterday Trent said that we could have a toilet bowl here, right, with two teams at 0. But I look at it this way. If Liquid win this series, we've expanded the toilet bowl. It's now the 3-point mark, where just Error and currently Alliance are both sitting. And both these teams, by the way, only 2 series left to play.
So what you're saying is you just want a bigger toilet bowl?
Yes. You know, it's easier to hit it on the spot when it's bigger and, well, ooh, big hits in the boxy. Hello?
And FNG is, I mean, he's not skilling anything here. I don't really understand what's going on. I mean, he's hitting him, but...
I don't know. I think that was the set. Like, I was looking at either way, right? Like, either he's saving it for him to get the kill, Soul Rip, or that he's still saving it for him to get the kill with a punch.
Yeah, and generally, I think, you know, you don't really want to give your supports these kills, but I actually think in this scenario, it's not terrible. The Undying, he's gonna get this Windlace. I think he gets some additional regen. And it's going to be really nice in this double melee lane, 2 strength heroes against the Undying. The Sven should be completely free farming here.
Really? You just did
and also already a boost. Not only that kill, but also 3 runes going the way of Alliance. In Liquid, they have gone for the classic Spectre Storm combo, but to piece it together in this offlane, a hero that we haven't really seen succeed on average in I want to say the last 2 months or so, which is the Legion Commander.
Yeah, the last time I saw Buxy play, he didn't really have that much success. It looked a bit wonky, but they're kind of bringing it back here. You know, there's some nice dispels for the Storm against this Lion. Of course, the silences as well.
Yeah, and that you mentioned another one that we've seen and criticized, but we've watched it actually succeed, the POS4 Lion. Actually kind of catching people off guard. Is that just because it doesn't get picked so often?
Yeah, I mean, the hero just, it feels kind of awkward, right? There's like no wave clear on this hero, you know, until you get Axe and you can use Finger on waves. It's a very squishy support. You know, the early levels, it doesn't offer all that much. So there are many reasons for why this hero doesn't get picked that often. But you know, this game, he is against the Storm Spirit. There's some, he has some nice tools, obviously, to deal with Storm.
That's true. Like, they didn't really have an instant lockdown before they had this line. Like, you've got the silence from Limp, he gets down in time, but nothing that's going to deal quick for as he scales later on to like BKB, for example.
Yeah, and I think this game is kind of interesting, like draft-wise. The panel, they were talking a little bit about it. It's just there's a bunch of these squishy heroes on Alliance, and you know, obviously the Fatal Bonds and the Spectre. If the game goes later on, it can become very difficult for them to play. But at the same time, they do have a much faster pace lineup. You know, they're relying on basically the Earth Spirit and the Storm Spirit to make all the plays. Maybe potentially play around the rock. But you know, Spectre doesn't offer a whole lot in terms of fighting. The first 20 minutes or so. Warlock, he's basically an ult. You know, sometimes Fatal Bonds. Legion is not gonna have an amazing lane by any means. So I do think it's kind of scary for Liquid. You know, if they can make it to the 30-35 minute mark of this game, you know, I could definitely see them take it. But Alliance just have a much faster draft here.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of summed up the way you're speaking about it there, is that, you know, you talked about this, again, the 35-minute mark looks good, but you didn't really highlight who's going to be able to make the space for Liquid. It seems like it was meant to be this Legion commander, but as you said, it shouldn't be a good lane for bot.
And it might come around this mid lane. There's a roll here by Taiga. It's gonna miss though, but I mean, it really does look like it looks like either, you know, Koifa had his oats this morning, or Limp is just kind of not had his morning coffee. This matchup is so far, you know, heavily favoring Koifa. I don't think that should be the case.
I think Limp just needs to like reach under his desk, crack open a can of what they're sponsored by, and just go until it works well, because that's what Tiger's doing. He's going in, drag back's good, and they'll clean up and go onto Limp. And we have seen this before, where Storm Spirit, he just gets one kill, and with a ganky type POS4, which is definitely what Storm Spirit is, it does tend to snowball. That has been the pattern in the last 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, I would like the Lion maybe to be the one kind of carrying that forward and being ready to rotate. I feel like that's a much better rotation than having this Undying forward in. The Undying, he feels really happy, I think, whenever he's in this bottom lane, just bullying this Legion. I think he's quite happy down there. He could even potentially rotate top with the Undying. But he should be pretty happy down there, just bullying this Legion commander, stacking for the Sven. And the Lion can kind of be the one more so moving.
To say, was it maybe the regen perspective, right? Because he did get a big heal off the Soul Rip. Otherwise, maybe Limp has to walk back to base. But I guess you're right. Like, if they rotate the line in, there's a chance for maybe a kill, as opposed to a, hey, I'm basically just your walking south.
Yeah, and he still just has to walk back bottom anyways. You know, it feels kind of awkward. Sometimes the idea is that you want to save this guy mid, but by doing so, you're actually alleviating pressure from the other lanes, which means that they don't have to feel as uncomfortable about the lanes that they might be losing, and instead then the focus becomes on the lane that they're winning. You know, it's about there's some give and take, right?
Yeah, you're shifting resources from somewhere to
exactly. Yeah, and you have to walk that kind of a thin line. So
yeah, and I guess you're sitting there like, well, it's not like S4 is going to be forced out if Lion shifts towards the bot, while the other side of the map is, like you said, you know, you can pressure Boxy pretty hard. We've already highlighted Legion kind of wants to be dictating the flow of the game at the end of the lane.
Yeah,
It's happened again though. And the rotation from Hans is going to be far too slow, or is it Limp? Actually staying alive, they're going to turn around now. Not able to find a kill. Both supports from Alliance coming to the mid lane for this, and Limp is still almost dead. I don't think he's got any regen coming either. Might just be a walk of shame.
I think he just wanted the soul rip there from all FNG. But he was denied such an opportunity.
And he saw blood. There really wasn't any blood to spill. You can just already see like Tiger's still lurking around. If one of these supports steps up, they'll die. And even if they don't get that kill, now Quick's already being level 6, you know, he should be getting level 7 before Limp. He's going to start to feel pretty free on this one. Moved in. FNG.
He kind of committed to this one.
Ooh,
I don't know about this.
You know, that's flying a bit too high there, Maverick. Get picked. Nothing Tiger could do to save the day either. As both supports stay in mid like this, it doesn't seem to be hurting Alliance's outer lanes in the slightest.
No, Alliance's side lanes are completely self-sufficient. Even Nico Baby might potentially get a kill down here. No, he's not going to. No boots. But yeah, I mean, S4 obviously it's a Warlock Spectre. You know, you're a Bloodseeker. They can't really deal enough damage to harass you. You're just kind of reaching up with the Thirst. It's difficult to out-CS you. Spectre doesn't really have any deny mechanic.
Spectre though is getting involved in the mid. They found Limp immediately after maybe getting a little bit too cocky. Quick says no, I can push this advantage further as they pick off Limp again.
Both mid players kind of playing it up a bit too much, thinking that they have maybe more backup than they do.
This is hurt more though, like this back and forth. Does it benefit Quick for more because Limp's maybe meant to be kind of this tempo setup?
Yeah, I feel like Limp should be having a better time than he is, so I do think that it's gonna be favoring Koiko here. He's still the one getting the most, you know, more farm than Limp, and he seems to be getting the better trade here. Limp is making a rotation to the bottom though.
He is. Easy pick on the box. He can't really run this one off. It's coming too hard. I mean, you might commit the exorcism. You have to rotate it down here, but it seems like Limp wants to hold on to it, which means he's got a long walk back to the mid.
Yeah, I'm curious about this. Like I've seen this. It seems to be kind of the trend on offlaners to just go for this urn. Like pretty much everyone does it. But I'm not sure how I feel about this. Like there's a Legion to remove this vessel. I don't think it's a particularly great vessel game. Yeah, the urn has some value on its own, but I feel like sometimes something that players tend to do is they, you know, it can become useful. It can prove useful this game. It's just sometimes people tend to do this thing where they, whatever is the trend, people just follow. You know.
Well, it's more like it's the cookie cutter thing, right? Like for a while, it was always offlaners must always get piped, and you know there might be a game where actually, it'd be really good if I rushed a Blink as an offlaner, but it seemed of the time. I guess the interesting thing to bring up is that Legion you mentioned is going to have that dispel. I mean, S4 is going to kind of be giving it even more value because now he's going to be going for the Veil on top of that urn. So focusing down a target might be difficult.
Yeah, I'm just curious. You know, like, I feel like you could sometimes you can just invest more into your laning, especially when you're against a Spectre and a Warlock. You know, two heroes that can't really pressure you whatsoever.
They're getting pressured too much now. Limp's rotation. It gets that kill. He needs to be quick to try and get the power. I guess like this is what he was saving it for, right? It's much easier to connect to this lane than pressure it out. Whereas Legion, you've always got that risk. He just grabs the wave of overwhelming odds and then you can't easily chip away at that.
No, this I mean this rotation makes sense. They're gonna get the tower here. They do have Koiko and Taiga lingering around.
Maybe they can get S4.
I feel like S4 has some good chances to just wait Taiga off with the gold, but it doesn't look like it's gonna matter.
This is the way we keep seeing Earth Spirit at the moment, right? It's always picked alongside this other mobile hero, usually another Spirit, so that when you miss that roll, you don't get punished for it because the follow-up is right behind you.
Yeah, the Storm and the Earth Spirit, they have some nice synergy there. Taiga's gonna make sure Limp doesn't get that rune. Just being kind of annoying. And Koiko down here, they might get a kill here on FNG. This might very well be the first dual win of the game.
Tombstone goes down. He says, okay, if you're going to dual win me, it's going to cost you. Rupture's been thrown out on the box. He quick buck. No able to dodge the stun. He's out of mana as well. Nico Baby with the casual clicks, they're just going to run him down. And 2-for-1 exchange, they do get the duel win, but my god, was it expensive.
Yeah, they get the position 5 on dying for 2 cores. Not really the best of trades. Kuiper once again getting caught there. He tried to disjoint the stun. I don't know if he has the insufficient mana. It looked like he was about to dodge it, but sometimes Dota 2 just, you know, the mechanics don't favor you.
Remember, when in doubt, just zip as far away as you can. At least that's what I've learned. Low rank. Maybe in this game he needs to be more efficient with his mana though. And, you know, that's going to come along soon. He is getting close to that Orchid. And then these sort of pickoffs on him should maybe be as easy as that one.
Yeah, Nico Baby is going for this pretty greedy build that we don't see, I feel like, very often nowadays. I feel like it's more so this Mask of Madness into Echo Saber, BKB, etc. But he's going for this SNY. There are no immediate threats right now to him, so it's you know, it's kind of understandable. He just wants to be this big, great boss fan, so he's going for this status resist kind of build. We might see him transition into some of the other more normal items, but if any, you know, game is a good Sven game, I would say this is a very nice game to have this very, very strong Sven.
I think if you're the Sven in this game, you're very comfortable with the idea of scaling the late game against this Warlock Spectre combo, or is that a little bit spooky looking for maybe a quicker approach?
I mean, you don't want to scale. It's not like you want to go. Like, you don't want to fight the Spectre at Abyssal Manta Skadi level. You know, there's no way you want to get to that stage. That stage is pretty much always just a losing battle, Sven versus Spectre, unless there are other elements. But it's gonna be initiation onto mid.
Oh, they dropped the rock. They're gonna turn around with the Horn, the Dragon as well. They snipe one out. Earth Spirit is down, but Hanskin's gonna die. So this is up damage. Limp is also gonna fall. Metal Bond's just doing too much work. They'll turn around with the duel onto FNG. Get 3 for the price of 1 and another duel with this one feeling a little bit more worthwhile for Liquid.
Yeah, just kind of overcommitting there. This is the kind of power of Liquid's draft at this stage of the game. You know, you get this rock. The Earth Spirit, he's sort of just a bait, or whatever you want to call it. Get the Haunt, get the Golem, and some easy team fights for Liquid there. And I feel like, yeah, Alliance, they're kind of overstepping. I mean, Limp's still really struggling to kind of have an impact in this game. But yeah, this Sven, he's
Gonna kill. Every time he comes down, it's finding a nice big chunk of change in the form of the hero skill. Once again, it's going to be the case. We're going to turn around the Orchid, movement in. Roll, Dragon, make sure that it connects. The damage follow-up looks good, but the Sorrow is sustaining. Kuiper, almost dead, needs to move away. Able to do it quickly, but Nico Baby, he's going to have another stun available. We'll throw it out on the Tiger. He doesn't get the big spirit he's looking for, but he'll at least get the Earth Spirit. Now they can take this tower as well. They have got the exorcism, but it's low enough that they shouldn't need it. S4, what? Kuiper's
done.
Alright, S4. Nothing like diving past the tier 1 and the tier 2. He's not going to let that one get away.
Ah, very nice rotation there by S4. I mean, it looked by all means that the Kuiper was actually just fine and was going to escape that, but S4. Oh, but the Sven, he's, you know, there's going to be some nice timing for him where he's going to be really strong this game. He actually is queuing up this Axe now after the Sanch, so perhaps feeling like he has to go with. I mean, the thing about it is the status resist, right? The status resist and the extra strength, the extra kind of lifesteal, that's what's so nice about this item, right? So just going for this is totally fine. The attack speed is not all that necessary right now. You've got the Mask of Madness.
Yeah, I guess that cheap form of status resistance feels good in this game as well, right? Because if you think about the stuns you're playing up against, it's just silences, right? Other than that, it's a duel. You can build a BKB, but it's not going to save you from a duel.
No, but lowering the duration of the duel, of course, feels very nice in a game like this. You don't want to be controlled by just attacking this Legion. You know, that shouldn't really be your... unless he's isolated, you know, you don't really want to be attacking this guy.
And the good thing is you can kind of play a little bit more risky because you always have FNG with these Soul Rips to kind of like clutch save you if you get caught out of position.
S4?
the other part as well, which I guess amplifying above. Best force the receiver at this time. He has gone for the pipe next, so he's actually speedily farming towards his next time. I mean, he's third in the net worth chart right now.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit scary for Alliance though. This Spectre is he's quite farmed already. He's well on his way to his Manta. He's got the Blade Mail. He even has the Sporman Shield, which it helps quite a bit.
You just get the most perfect item in the early phase of the game. Usually we're talking about things like the tree for Timbersaw, for example, or Mars. This is probably the best hero for a full match. Oh, on in with a duel. Another win for Foxy, up to 30 damage now. That is going to use Blink Reveal. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Silence comes out. FNG is going to fall. Normal Spirit, they haven't got the stun control. The Silence coming out from Tiger stops Nico Baby in his tracks. Two big ultimates from Alliance used. I don't know if they're going to find it. No, they don't. They didn't quite see Earth Spirit behind the tree, so big price for Alliance, and they're the ones hemorrhaging kills and getting nothing for it.
Yeah, and it's, you know, the Spectre, he keeps farming. And these two supports, I mean, they are... This is not a fun game to play these heroes. You're against you're against Earth Spirit, you're against Spectre, you're against Storm, Warlock. Like, these supports are so incredibly squishy, and they're never really gonna feel really comfortable in this game. When the Spectre gets a few more levels, it's just gonna get worse.
Whoops. I was gonna say, as they're gonna learn again, I think Boxy had I think he maybe clicked on his map there, as he was about to dual handskin next to a creep wave under a tier 2, which probably would have led to Alliance death. I think you're right. Like, you think about the way Alliance draft plays, like, this really good Sven game, but it's the supports that don't want this game to go later. The later it goes, the worse it feels for them.
No, Alliance definitely don't want to take this game to a very late stage. They want to be pushing their advantage, and it's also, you just look at Limp. I mean, his net worth, it's below Boxy. I really don't know what's... yesterday we saw Limp. I felt like he had such a good performance on both the puck and the... what was the other one? It was just like very clean, decisive play. I think he played Alina. Alina, I think it was in the second game.
Yeah, he was all over the place making kills happen. And does it feel like they're more kind of playmakery heroes type compared to the DP pick?
I mean, they are a little bit more fast-paced, and you know, maybe that suits him a bit better in the lane as well. I do think Death Prophet should be quite good in this one though, so I'm a little bit surprised.
He's not a stranger to DP. He's played plenty of it. Hex coming out on Mike. One gets isn't going to be able to be used. Still on cooldown, but X is chasing through, keeping Insani away. Mike brought low. They've almost got him. The duel's going to come out. Turnaround kill. 1 for 1. Both Post 5's dead. Buyback out from the Warlock. Rupture thrown up. Sven's already dead. Lions, their attempt is going to fail. The Rock's going to get dropped. Limp in a bit of trouble. We'll be able to find the kill to Boxy, and they will find Tiger as well. But for what you were looking for what you committed, you feel like you didn't really get the better side of that fight if you're Alliance.
No, just look at the... I mean, this Spectre hero, you know, he's got the Dragon Scale, he's got Manta, he's got Blade Mail. It's 2.3k damage, pretty much from just Dispersion and Blade Mail. He didn't even use Blade Mail actually, he just used Manta, so it's just Dispersion damage. And yeah, they don't manage to bring down the Spectre, they lose their Sven. Yeah, the Warlock bought back, and it's a little bit annoying for you, but I mean, you really want to kill the Spectre right now. The Spectre, once he gets to the Skadi, I think this game starts looking very hard for Alliance.
I agree. And then your other option is what, you try and drag it out until the point where you can maybe afford a Silver Edge on one of these heroes, but that doesn't feel like a good prospect. I mean, maybe once they've got the BKB on Nico Baby, but that's still so far away. I don't know if you can afford to wait. As they smoke and move forward, Boxy has been seen. Sure if they can get him here, they're going to commit more spells. It looks like he's being left alone. Liquid do not want to defend him. He'll turn and stand his ground, which is fine a lot of time. Nico Baby, he's losing this one. Boxy, way too much damage coming out. They have to turn around, regroup, and ensure that they do not lose their Sven to a duel in a 5v1.
Yeah, the Sven, I think he kind of needs some armor here. You know, this is where the greed that it didn't really result in him getting more kills or more farm. That's when it starts feeling a little bit awkward. You know, ideally you want this, well, this is attempted SNY, now it's just an S. You want it to kind of pay off, but it really didn't, and now he's stuck with this item, just the casual. He needs to get to his BKB. He needs AC. He needs, you know, potentially some Daedalus or something. He desperately needs a lot more items.
Feels like an S's inventory, but not an S in the game right now. Now with an Aegis, maybe they can do something, because it looks like Liquid are unaware and out of position, so they should be able to contest this. I say that. TP in mid, weak fuck, go for the long ball lineman, but if he does it, it'll be his death, but it looks way too late here. They're putting it out, but not going to make a difference. Alliance able to finish off the Roche. Old strength is under half duration now, so if you're Alliance, you just want to get out without having to force a fight.
Yeah, I mean, the awkward thing for Alliance here is that they actually don't really have any good Aegis carrier. Both DP and the Sven are quite terrible at using the Aegis, you know, after they use their ults. If they go down, you know, with the ult, you know, cooldown, they're not that scary anymore. So, you know, Bloodseeker potentially being the strongest Aegis carrier here, still the way Esper has itemized this game, there's no real point in giving him the Aegis either.
Yeah, he shouldn't really be dying first as well. The way he's built, now he's got the pipe. He's be well defended. I mean, maybe it was kind of denial Aegis, right? Like Storm Spirit with it is very powerful.
Sure.
Maybe Foxy got his hands on it, he just right-click your whole team down after what we saw last fight.
I mean, they have the two best Aegis carriers in the game, Storm and Spectre. So, of course, they don't want to give it away.
Oh, speaking of Legion, jump on a Nico, baby. The Haunt's going to come out. That's the first life gone, and a dual win. Foxy up 70 damage. He's trying to get rid of the Tombstone. Nico on the side has been ruptured up. He could just stand his ground. They're going to drop the rock. Limp has to retreat. No Exo for 60 seconds. Backfire for Alliance to get worse if they try and reaggress. They allow Liquid to walk away from this, and they give away the Aegis for nothing. I mean, you get the rock, you get the horn, but can you actually make a move now?
I actually think that really favors Alliance. Yeah, they lost the Aegis, but like I just said, I feel like you don't really care at all about this Aegis. They wasted Rock and they wasted Haunt, two of your incredibly strong fighting tools. I feel like this is the time that Alliance have to go. They need to be making something happen right now.
Well, that's a fair point, actually, yeah, because the Exo's coming off cooldown. You got God Strength as well. It's kind of like now Liquid need to be scared. Foxy realizes it's too late, the TP isn't going to get him out. Finger to the face, long Stormhammer. Puts him in his grave.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm just looking at this Lion, you know, of course it's nice having these tools disable against the Storm Spirit and everything, but it's... You only managed to net yourself 2 of these finger kills, and you're going to be an incredibly squishy target for the remainder of this game. I don't know, I just feel like this is it's a scary position to be this line.
Like, imagine if this was back when Hex couldn't be dispellable, right? Like, you'd be like, okay, this line's going to be pretty handy as the game goes on, but because you have got that strong dispel in the first attack, it feels like it's really critical for Alliance to find the Legion at the start of the fights, or make sure the Legion is nowhere near the start of the fights.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, and that's also why you see Koik, why he's itemizing towards this Bloodstone. He thinks he's just gonna get saved by the Legion. And we'll see. I mean, the way Boxy has been playing, he's sort of being this renegade. You know, he's trying to look. You know, I'm getting some Rambo vibes here. Just
yeah.
Some you know, I'm going in, guys. You know, he's racked up some dual damage, but he's also got a couple deaths to his name. So
yeah, you just imagine the moment where he's like, oh cool, a free dual kill, and then they just realize, okay, he got the dual, but now he's into deep. We're gonna lose Boxy. It's kind of funny the way that he's been able to play this game, because this kind of way he's playing it is usually what we see when a Legion has like an amazing start to the game, starts to rotate across the map time and time again. But you go back to the laner phase, it wasn't that great for him.
Insania.
Well, they got but look at the return.
Cool.
Horn comes in, Hans is out of mana, so you can't help. We had to run S4 down. It takes quite a while because he's a bulky boy. It won't be another dual win, but it will be 2 the price of 1 again. But it was your Horn, and remember, Alliance, they've now got both the Exo and the God Strength available, so they might look to make a play as soon as the 2 that are dead are up.
Yeah, but look at the Spectre though. I think this game now is, I don't know, it's looking very, very grim for Radiant, I would say. The Spectre, he's gonna get to his Skadi now. He got the 2 400 health talent. He's gonna set at 3.1k HP. Doesn't even bother going for this Abyssal. although it could be very nice as well. He's just going for this butterfly. You get butterfly and then potentially abyssal. I mean, just this butterfly alone, it's gonna mean the Sven can barely kill you as is. With this item, I don't really see Mickey dying.
It's disgustingly efficient to just keep stacking effective HP in this type of game as well, right? Like, you know, you think about the way these fights happen. Magnetizer's being thrown around, you get the fatal bonds down, and the Spectre kind of runs in and says, I have no choice but to hit me. There is a decent amount of kind of uncontrolled damage for them, whether it's the cleave on the additional targets, whether it's going to be the Exo or the Bloodseeker. DK could just end up killing all of his opponents simply by running around more Ruptured at this rate.
Yeah, this version is just incredibly efficient in this game. And then also there's gonna be this fatal bonds on top of everything. Ugh. It just I don't know. It feels like the way it feels like if you're Lions right now, this Sven, he feels like I need to deal 1,000,000 damage, you know. And these two supports, they just feel like shit. Please don't haunt on top of me. Don't haunt on top of me. Don't haunt on top of, you know, it's just.
Oh yeah. It's also the case, like, if the fight does happen on your side because they horn, it's like, no, Sven, don't! If you hit him now, I'm gonna die to the dispersion. It's quite a rough game. Not really any way you can help yourself against it either. Maybe hunt forward. Uh-oh. Zania. Ah. It's like, yes, another one. Soon I will be able to finger that exact same target every fight. Foxy? He's going to go for the, now. The fuel's going to come out. There's going to be a Horn. Exo gets thrown out, though. They do bring down the Sven. Fly back out from the Warlock arriving in the fight. Lions gets thrown about, but magically the targets can offset it a little bit. Storm Spirit needs to retreat for the moment. Mike dances around the dispersion damage being spread out amongst them, though. Bloodright trying to turn this around, but S4 realizes there's too much damage. He chases deeper. Mike just killing them through his defenses at this rate. Moonaway will finally die on the side, but the price for Alliance, everyone white, just to get a kill on that Spectre.
And you see this, the hero damage here? This is just, I mean, it's dispersion damage, right? Once again, he doesn't even bother using his blade mail. He's just like, nah, I don't need the blade mail. It would be too much. It would be unfair, you know?
It's a friendly handicap, right? It's like when you keep beating your friend in Smash, like, man, he seems a little bit rubbish. I know, I'll take like 200% damage or something.
They, you know, it's just like, it's Spirit Siphons, there's some Rupture, there's like all of these spells on top of the Spectre, and yeah, he does go down in the end, but all of Alliance, they go down. I think the duel was really nice. I think, and this is also, like, you see Nico Baby, he's got 12 armor. He when he uses Mask of Madness, he reduces another 4, so I mean, he's sitting at like 4 armor against this Legion with Blade Mail, and you know, it's just, you're just killing yourself.
Feels like madness in this game. Exactly. It's like, you see the way he's trying to itemize, right? He has to go for this Silver Edge after what just happened. But that means you're not getting something like the AC. You're not dealing with your armor issue. You haven't really got anyone on your team helping you with that armor issue either. It's not like you got, for example, a Solar Crest builder in this game because of the way Bloodseeker's going. You know, he's going towards the Ags Nets, which is an ambitious choice considering what just happened last time you ruptured BK.
Yeah, and it just feels like there's too much weight on Nico Baby this game, I think. I personally, I'm not a huge fan of the way S4 itemized this game. I think he went a bit too much into the supporting. I mean, I would have liked to see something. Of course, Bloodseeker doesn't build the same way the Legion does, but kind of the idea, at least behind Boxy's play, has been to be able to make some solo kills and scale, right? And I feel like this is a game where you, as Bloodseeker, you are allowed to with such a good start and such a good lane, I feel like you're allowed to go for something greedier and try to become one of these right-clicking cores. You can do some hybrid build where, you know, you can still buy your some supporting items. You know, Solar Crest would have been an amazing item this game. It would help a ton against bringing down the Spectre, just helping the Sven, and it lets you scale.
It comes back to what you said though, right? When you start with this urn, you're like, I'm not sure about the urn in this game. It's that kind of, almost it should become the staple type of build for Bloodseeker, right? Like, you think about the Veil, you think about like either a Pipe or a Lotus, and then afterwards is when you sometimes see the Bloodseekers kind of get some independent thought about what they want in this game. At this point, it's kind of like, you look at S4's build, it just feels like he said, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, Limp as well. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it just looks like he needs he's got to wake up a little. The mid lane, I feel like, you know, Limp is kind of renowned for his laning prowess, as there's going to be another kill onto Hanskin top. But
That's racking up 150 fuel damage now. This is what you mentioned, right? This boss 4 line, you can't really safely clear waves. Someone has to go clear wave. Like, who does that on Alliance, right? It's actually a big scary part. Because of the way that Liquid play the game, every time we've seen Alliance try and split push, they get killed for it immediately.
yeah, and you know, like I was saying, just Limp, someone he's well known for kind of being a good laner. I think this mid matchup at least should be 50-50. He's, you know, it's the way he played it. It looked very unfavorable. There were rotations from Taiga, but I think you should be a-okay anyways. But yeah, Alliance not really able to sort of play their draft. I feel like the way it was intended.
I'm trying to remember back to what the vision was on the mid lane in the first 10 minutes. I think it was kind of a little bit defensive, if I recall correctly. So they didn't have these kind of, I'm going to predict the Earth Spirit rolling in type board placements, right? Like, when you're against an Earth Spirit as well, what's the #1 thing he's going to try and do in the game? It feels like the reason you pick this hero is so you can rotate mid.
And now there's the butterfly onto Mike. There is going to be an initiation here. This might be one really good opportunity to kill the Spectre.
Yep. He's all alone, no one to help him. It's going to be full lining in now, but it's too late. They've already lost the Spectre. Heal's going to be there. Jewel's going to come out, but Spence does BKB run, so he doesn't care. They're going to stand their ground. Boxy almost gives over the Jewel damage. Won't in the end, but Limp gets a double kill. He's finally getting some change in his pocket. They're going to chase forward 100 for more. Quick, but hit up by the Rupture. Nice battle way to save the day right as it ends, though. Taiga doesn't look like he's going to make it out himself, but he gets the important one out. They at least keep Quick for alive. The price might be high, though. With this Exo, they should look to try and pressure on the high ground. It is coming to an end, as is the God Strength. But these heroes on the sideline, this is probably the best opportunity Alliance is going to have all game.
Yeah, there's going to be this pesky storm, though. But
pesky enough, bro.
Finding the Spectre there, obviously, a huge thing, a huge pick-me-up for Alliance. They're going to find at least the Rex here. Roche is up.
Go hunt for it. I mean,
they might have time for
this.
this.
There's a Horn available when they're up in 30, so it could be slightly risky,
I mean,
but you have to take this opportunity.
If they manage to get this Roche, it could be really huge for them, in the sense that at least they deny it for Liquid. Because I do think that if Liquid get the hands on this Roche, I think this game is just kind of out of reach for Alliance, and they're not even gonna scout it, unfortunately. There's also double damage bottom. Could also be used to get a good fight. Now, Liquid will play a little bit more cautiously here. Most likely, the Spectre, you know, getting caught without buyback there, he realizes that, you know, like, oh shit, had they gotten this ED or whatever, you know, they could have maybe even just gone for the win.
Everything. Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected, right? After that previous fight from Mike, it's the bristleback mentality, right? I cannot die. And you know there's going to be this big kind of whoopsie daisy coming because you feel like you can go anywhere alone. There's no way they can possibly kill you. Now, they're in the pit. The scan's going to come out. It seems like Alliance want them to go in because they've got their cooldowns again. Both the Exo and God Strength are available. This is known fast, though. Mike does a lot of damage. Rupture thrown out to Taiga to keep him still on the side of the fight.
S4, though.
Come on, S4.
In a little bit deep here.
I mean, he's tanking all the damage, and he's able to do it. Pipe will sustain him as well. Mike gets stunned up on the side. They go in with the Exo commit. They need to finish. It's going to be a jumping box. He goes to the duel. Straight one to Miko, baby. They turn on him, trying to bring him down quick enough. They're able to get through. Sven is dead. FNG in too deep. The Magnetite spread now the damage, but it's not going to be good enough. Buyback comes out from the Bloodseeker. There's a triple kill already for Boxy. The right clicks are fierce and Limp trying to sustain through this. Yule's by some time. They need to back him up right now. Blood right will zone away Liquid. They're able to retreat away from this. S4 chasing in. They're all low, and he loves it. The zombies chasing around. The figure's going to be there. Hands still in the back line. Gets silenced up, though. He can't throw out any stuns. He's going to be controlled up and killed. He's dead. That's his buyback. Into the dieback. With that, coming out of the end, Liquid, they might just look to clean up 1 or 2 kills and go back into Roche. If they could, because the Limp was able to snatch it up in the end. And now, they're going to try and take it away from them. They'll be able to get through the first life, but once again, denied that crucial Aegis. The question is, are the gains afterwards still good enough? As Liquid, they take the first life. They're going to be looking for the second one. And there's no way in hell Limp gets out alive. He's going to go down dead for 85 seconds. Does have buyback.
Yeah, in the end there, they They gave up the Roche. I'm not sure who got the cheese.
That's what I'm looking for now. I think it got gobbled up in the midst of the fight. Yeah, it looks like it did.
Yeah, but I mean, Boxy's starting to become. He's starting to become like a really scary core here. He's got 180 dual damage. He's almost got the AC pretty much any time. The cheese is actually in the base of Alliance, so they're gonna have that for potentially Limp when he respawns. But he's pretty much able to just go every time now on the Sven. If he sees the Sven, he just jumps the Sven. Most likely, he's going to get that dual win.
Yeah, he has to. You have to be quick on the fingers. If Vigo Baby is not paying attention for a second, doesn't hit that BKB, you see what happens. Like, if he has the magic immunity, we've seen he can fight back even under these duels, even under this duress. That is the critical details. They don't really have any good clutch save on a line. The best they've got, which wasn't too bad at 1 or 2 moments that fight, is FNG's Soul Rip. Now also with the Guardian Greaves complete. So he can sustain you a little bit. But as you said, Boxy's just become a carry himself. He's getting closer to that level 25. I got a feeling we might just see a dual damage bonus selected.
Yeah, if we get that far, then I would not be surprised if he just goes for it. He's got the AC, he's got the Orb of Destruction, the 180 extra damage. This Legion is hitting some fierce.
She's a beast, is what you're looking for there. That's... I mean, it's the comparison. Like you said, this is the type of style you hope to see out of S4 this game. This is brawler type. You saw the way they start that fight. S4's role is kind of zonal and throw spells at me, please. He kind of runs in and begs for someone to hit him. It's quite the masochist approach to fight.
And Insania actually has managed to farm up a Refresher Orb on top of this 4-staff. So it's going to be double golems now, potentially triple golems once he reaches level 20.
Can we just like highlight the value that Liquid got out of the tier 1 items in this game? You mentioned that poor man's earlier, and they got and then they got the shovel as well to farm up, and then the second phase, just getting their hands on that Philosopher's Stone with a Warlock of all heroes. Early phase items definitely seem to have went the way of Liquid, I'd say.
Yeah, they definitely did. I think the Sven, he got the really short end.
Fuel, straight away. In and Limp is gone. Buyback's gonna come out. He's got the Exos. TP in across right now. S4 sustained on the front line. BK, get out. It's a little bit deep. He has got his BKB. BKB's gonna come out. Front targets goes in deep. They force out the beginning. Limp is chased forward with the Exo. Nico Baby on the side, stand up. Gonna be brought down. He's dead. 85 seconds without the Sven. They don't even care about the magic community. Limp chased onto next. Eats the cheese, but this is gonna be his dieback. They're not leaving without the kill. He knows that he's gonna fall. 115 seconds without your TP. The only one they can't find in the end is S4. But now, with the creep wave slowly on its way in, you know that Liquid are just going to try and eradicate this base.
I mean, this game is there's nothing more to it. They're just gonna go push. There's no buyback on the Death Prophet. There's no spend for 50 seconds. You're gonna take at least 2 sides. You could go for the tier 4s if you wanted to. Even if you don't get the everything that you want at this base. You can see that the Alliance, there's no fight back. This Sven, he was full HP, he was starting to man fight this, the Legion was at maybe 30-40%, and the Legion still beats him in a man fight. Yep. And there's just nothing more you can do at this point.
It's because he bought out on that Silver Edge as well, so they knew he didn't have buyback, they saw that item. But, I mean, props to Miko for going for this BKB. They call the GG, there it is, they knew it was over at that point. Like, maybe if they held an S4, there was one last fight. I just want to say, huge credit to BK. Like, it looks like such a simple game, but you see so often when Spectres get kind of baited into maybe going for some a little bit more right-clicking or a little bit more burst in the early game, whereas he fully understood. All I need to do is be bulky and practically unkillable.
Yeah, towards the end there, he was pretty much unkillable. At the same time, I really liked the kind of the play of course, I feel like Mickey just played this very, both Mickey and to some extent, Koika. I think Koika, his early game was a little bit wonky. He had some pretty strange deaths that actually put them in an awkward position. But I think Mickey just played an overall solid, good game. Boxy, though, I quite liked, even the Renegade, the Rambo-y parts. Sure, there were some kind of not ideal moments, but, he made the game really difficult for Alliance. All of these jumps onto the Sven and the Death Prophet, he created these very important kills on these 2 cores, which basically won a lot of these fights. And I think eventually the game for them.
Yeah, it's that identification that he can kind of play a little bit loose, right? Boxy in this game, he just has to create space because you always have this spec, this warlock, this storm spirit, in that hyper late game scenario, and especially when you keep looking across, you see how much of a hard time I want to say Limp is having. Most of all, you know that when you get into that late game situation, Nico Baby, as you mentioned in the game, is gonna always be looking and wishing he had another giant damage item that can miraculously win you the fights.
Yeah, and I do think that there's something. If you don't get off to the start that you want with this alliance lineup, and I also think that if you don't have the Bloodseeker actually doing some scalability here, I feel like you're really left with a lot of support heroes here. Your scalability is very limited if the Bloodseeker is not also sort of scaling. And of course, the Storm, I mean the Death Prophet, sorry, had such a rough time this game. I'm really not sure what kind of happened to Limp on this one.
Oh, and the Alliance, I mean, they're going to have to step it up. Like we said, it's getting towards the end. They got that win yesterday to finally get some points on the board, but they're very close at this point to creating that toilet bowl between them, Liquid, and Arrow that we were talking about. Hopefully, it can bounce back and show us something more in game 2 from Alliance. Otherwise, Team Liquid are also going to finally get their points. But we'll find out how that's going to go after a short break.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back to the post game of Liquid versus Alliance. Where Liquid are I'm getting kind of excited here. It might actually be happening. We might actually have a well-rounded group stage as Liquid pick up a game 1 victory. But I mean, I felt kind of draft oriented there. I'm looking at what was happening. I was looking at the supports just getting eaten alive on Alliance. I was looking at Liquid basically letting their Spectre get out of control. T-Gov, Lizard, I'm surprised that it looked so competitive for so long, because all things considered, I thought that, I don't know, that Storm Spirit was going to struggle way more, but Lizard, he ended up being surprisingly effective.
Yes, that laning stage was surprisingly effective for Storm Spirit, like you just said. You're playing into that Prophet. I don't think you should win that hard. Taiga did rotate once or twice. They did get some kills, but you're a dead Prophet. Like, when they rotate on you, you just pop those sucks and you get out, you know? Like, it's... I really don't think that it's that much about Storm Spirit as it's about these two supports on the side of Alliance. That there's many pieces here that made Alliance fall in this game, but if I was blaming a big piece and if I was finding my culprit, it would be Lion and the Undying together. Undying alone, I have nothing against. Maybe Lion as well in some games, but in this one, man, it didn't feel like they had two heroes on the map.
Yeah, they're just under a lot of pressure, right? They had to have this like perfect execution, sweep across the map, and around about 32 minutes when we saw them blow up that Spectre, that's how Alliance would win this game after kind of the early window where they're slightly stronger. They're looking for those pickoffs. And when you just see Liquid position and how easy it is for them to kind of counter engage, I think the best fight and the fight that kind of told me Liquid would win this game was at 27 minutes, you know, where like Alliance are barreling down mid for this tier 2. You then have this like blink duel to kill the Sven. And then you realize like Sven doesn't ever get to play this game anymore because all Boxy has to do is duel him. And then when they collapse on top of the jewel, you have the golem, you then suddenly have Haunt come out, and then you have to think about this like backline jump on the Earth Spirit and the Storm, and it's just so easy for Liquid to fight. But that was kind of the tail end of the game where they were just winning most team fights. But I think early on, you did see how Alliance were playing. They were poking and prodding, they were forcing out these big spells, and they were allowing themselves to react into Liquid. The issue is, after they had that big fight, they weren't really getting anywhere into the map, right? They weren't getting deeper and taking these towers. They had that one moment when they took the racks mid, but it wasn't as if that was them owning the game at that point. They were still scared of then the reset of Liquid. So a difficult game from Alliance, mainly a product of their draft not scaling beautifully, as Liquids does. But again, like they maybe could have done it. Like that 80 minutes into the game, they go for a deep dive onto a Spectre at the tri-camp. If the Undying had hit Flesh Golem on the Spectre and then used Finger, they probably killed him. And the fight's probably different. But they didn't have that synergy. They used Finger, then they Flesh Golemed, and the Spectre ran away with Manta. And at that point, they'll get wiped. And like that 80-minute window, pre-25, is kind of Alliance's best time. So a couple mistakes in team fights led them to have such a difficult game. And Liquid just dominating.
End up resorting to a more consistent support. You know, Lion's a bit of an exotic pick, but Io, you let that slip through the draft. Obviously, it's going to be a first phase material, and Alliance take it right away.
I'm just now interested in, are we going to see a good pair with that Wisp, or is he just going to be that offlane support? Is he going to be stacking all the time? In any case, will Team Liquid respond to it the way some teams have? Like, we have seen some Ancient Apparitions versus the Wisp as well, but there's just so many different ways that you can answer this hero. They go with Slardar. That's the easiest way, I think, to roll the hero right now. Tether the Slardar, give him attack speed, just go in that lane and dominate it.
I was going to ask, like, does FNG even play the Wisp for Alliance? I feel like from previous, I think they played one game where Hanskin played it, and also I don't think I've seen FNG even touch Iron history. So when they first pick it, I think they don't have that power in the draft as other teams do, where they can put it into either safe lane or that offlane role. And that's why you are seeing, for example, the Slardar pick up, because it complements who's going to be playing it.
Yeah, that lane pairing seems to be higher prioritized for Hanskin for sure, which means FNG still has some of his favorites still in the pool. Chen still hanging around if you want to go for some heal strats, Enchantress and Witch Doctor are also favorites of his that can lean into heals. Do you think Alliance care more about pairing it with the Slardar, and now at this point the IO pairing is kind of secured, and you can give Nico maybe a hero that isn't that IO dependent. Like, you don't need to give the, I don't know, traditional melee pairings like a troll or something like that, but you can let Nico Baby have a more independent carry like a Slark. How do you see this IO in this game, Lizard?
Look, there are different stages of the game, and you adapt to that. This Wisp early on will be playing with Slardar. That's how you play with it. But you can still pick a carry that works well after the laning stage with the Wisp. You can pick something like a Sven, even if it's not banned out. Why not? Like, PA has been banned out by Liquid. We have seen Wisp PA before, and it's scary with Slardar as well. So, like, it's all about the stages of the game. Early on, you play the Wisp with the Slardar. Later on, you can still continue playing with the Slardar, but if your carry is good with the Wisp, then that's better. Why not just pick a core position one that's actually strong?
I am curious then, what would you say differs, Tigov, between like a 4 and a 5 IO? What does a safe lane IO do differently than a 4 position off lane IO? Is it purely just the laning phase and that's it?
It's kind of also the direction in which you play after laning phase, right? If you're safe lane, you're moving deeper into your own side of the map, going for jungle and for farm. And then if you're position 4, you're playing with your offlaner to pivot into your enemy jungle and force out that aggressive fight. So it's mainly just, I feel like, map movements and the general kind of gist of it, right? Because itemization, it's identical, right? You're going for the mech, unless your offlaner buys it before you, and then you feel like you have to suddenly not buy it because you get griefed. But no, like, it's mainly about map movement and the rotations that you make through the map. So that's the key difference, personally.
A lot of carry pairings getting banned out. Spectre, PA, Terrorblade, Troll, all down for the count. Lifestealer and Void as well in the first phase for Liquid. List is getting shorter and shorter, but Jug still in the pool, and Nico Baby had played. The Slark, the Troll. And then, yeah, both mid laners still under the covers. Liquid's draft, on the other hand, a classic combo. Mars Arena and Dark Willow Terrorize, a combo as old as time, at least as old as these heroes have been in the game, and Liquid are no strangers to running it.
Yeah. You can see from Alliance's bans, they're looking at just securing the Slardar's lane, because we've seen so many times actually teams pick Slardar, but they don't think about the TV, the Troll, the Jug. Like, these are like the biggest 3 heroes in my opinion against Slardar, so they automatically give S4 this like lane he can play, and it will open up Nico Baby to have this free aggression on his side where his team will be able to win these early fights in lane, and then suddenly you have this like farm potential where your jungle will be kind of invaded, because traditionally IO Slardar, they're the ones dictating the early portions of the game because they're forcing out rotations and reactions due to their kind of laning presence.
I think if you're looking at Slardar alone, you can counter him with a Troll or something like that, and it's good ban. But when you think about Wisp and Slardar, man, that's a little bit of a different story, because it's way more difficult to actually contain. Liquid, they go with an Undying. He's pretty good versus this combo because of the decay, because of the Soul Rip. He can mess them up quite well. He as well has to be careful, because a couple of those bashes coming from level 3, and he's susceptible to dying just as any other support. If you're Alliance, what I think you're lacking right now is some setup, and you can get that on position 5 even for FNG. Just get some hero that sets up the relocate ganks throughout the game. You don't have to focus yourself and, like, sacrifice everything else to make the strategy work, but it's nice to have something like that in your draft. It's like in that last one for Liquid, they had Duel plus Haunt and Storm Spirit afterwards, right? And a Duel that usually wouldn't have worked is activated by the high mobility heroes. So that's always something that you think about as a Wisp. As a drafter that gets Wisp.
I feel like a Witch Doctor and Ench might be on the books for Alliance, just for like the laning phase. You go for a Jakiro. Oh, F&G classic there. Sure.
Right.
Laning praise. Laning phase presence. There you go. Just merging some words there, but all right.
It's a strong hero versus the Dark Willow in the lane as well.
Yeah.
Strong hero versus almost anything, yeah, but versus Dark Willow in particular, and it enables your carry to be a little bit greedier, because Jakiro is just a power laner. Dragon Knight.
Wait, so what is it about the Jakiro Willow matchup that you like? Is it just a lot of ground targeted spells that she can't shout
Yeah,
them
exactly.
away?
Much, yeah.
Exactly. Everything goes through her Dark Realm, so you can you can finish her off, stop her from TPing
5
out.
seconds remaining.
It's and Jakiro is just a very strong laner. So
Has shortcomings though. It's not particularly popular, though. Whenever you get your hands on objective, Jakiro definitely exceeds at pushing. And Liquid trying to repair their own shortcomings with pushing, go with the DK. Death Prophet is still an availability if Alliance want to do that, but definitely a high armor hero who shouldn't worry too much about getting insta-gibbed by Slardar's Corrosive Haze.
The thing is, though, with Liquid, I feel like even though this is a casual DK pick, they are second, so you don't even know if they're gonna where they're gonna lane it, right? Like realistically, they could just slap it in the safe lane if it's the perfect game to put a lone druid mid, for example. I'm not suggesting that, but I think that's kind of where Liquid's positioned right now in their draft. So for Alliance, okay, they go for Jug. I would say any hero that can abuse the lack of kind of reliable stun they have right now would go into a mix. So I was going to say Slark, and then they go for Juggernaut, that kind of idea, which is it's just going to have a free game so far. These supports just hate playing with any kind of BKB innate hero. So yeah, Alliance, they've got that early lane pressure with the Ice Ladder. It unlocks the Juggernaut to have his farm, and then once they get online with Sladder, they're going to have these blink initiations covered with the Jakiro stun on top. And yeah, I kind of like what Alliance has just to get into their face, but they need to be able to have that one active mid hero, like Lizard was saying, that he wanted it in the support role, but now they're going to look for it in the core role, which is, can they start the fight? Can they look for that relocate? Because they can either two ways to fight. They can either start a fight, relocate in, or they can just run around the map together and just abuse the move speed advantage they have, and the fact that they can just move quicker than an Undying can, a DK can, a Mars.
A lot of analysts talk about how when there's a Pango in the off lane, then once the Pango hits 6, then you pretty much have to evacuate as the safe lane carry because you can't really deal with Rolling Thunder. Is that as true with a Mars Arena? So picking something like a Jug means that oh, okay, I can leave Nico Baby alone for a little bit longer than usual because he's got a Blade Fury get out of jail free card for this arena, and Io and Slaughter can just operate independently for a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, it's the Lifestealer and the Jug situation, right? These two heroes are always a little bit more difficult to dominate and shove out of the lane. You can see even teams having different strategies, or maybe it's not something that you talk about beforehand, but you just feel it. When you start the game, you see if it's a Spectre on that tier 1, you want to take that tier 1 by minute 9, maybe even with the first Carti or the second one. If it's a Lifestealer, however, or a Juggernaut, it's a little bit more risky to rotate in and start making those moves that early on. So it changes the game a little bit. It definitely makes your life a lot easier versus Mars. Again, another hero that works well versus Dark Willow. And right now they have pretty much all 4 heroes able to go through that Dark Realm, which is quite all right. Morphling wasn't banned out as well for them, something that I thought they might get their hands on because they're playing versus an Undying too, but they go with the Jug instead. Actually, Morphling banned out by them. I'm blind.
To Invoker? Okay, for Lina. Okay,
Lina,
sure.
yeah.
Okay. So go for Alina now, and I think the key thing here, the difference from Alliance, is they're going for 3 lanes that can actually go aggressive and have that potential to win the lane. Quite often nowadays, we see more kind of static laning setups where they're happy to go even and play on their team timings. But with Jakiro Juggernaut, that has potential outplay against a Mars and a Willow. Io Slardar, of course, very aggressive. And then Lina, traditionally in most mid matchups, has constant chip. So I think Alliance is looking towards having that strong laning phase, having that early rush with the Slardar, looking for that timing, and just battering down towers with Juggernaut and just that kind of window to go. We can actually move through the map, and we're not locked into a Sven ult where we kill someone and go, all right, boys, reset, wait for the next spell. This is the key change between game 1 and game 2. They're looking to be active from lanes and that mid game.
Meanwhile, Liquid probably looking for something to prevent this incredibly potent push that Alliance have geared up right now, because wave clear is not Liquid's strong point quite yet. Still don't know where this DK is going. Could be mid lane, could be safe lane. Given the mid lane matchup against Alina, DK doesn't necessarily... Oh, wow. Medusa reemerges. Mike
Beautiful.
Medusa. Okay.
Yep. Okay. You can see from the bans from Alliance as well, they kind of thought the DK might be safe lane because they're banned like TA, for example. And then Liquid just go, all right, let's put the DK mid and just pick up this hard carry win condition because Alliance, it's all about physical damage right now. And Medusa happily plays into all of that. And if they, even if Alliance win this early kind of rotation game and they look towards high ground, if the Medusa is able to run away from that aggression, get, even just Manta +1, this high ground siege will be near impossible in my opinion because it's only Juggernaut poking his head up, right? And when you have Medusa, Mars, DK stun, like it's really difficult. So Alliance again in the same position where they have to win this kind of early portion of the game and make pretty much no misplays. Otherwise, they are just going to fall victim to being outscaled and they can't ever really siege high ground without the perfect pickoffs.
Lizard, which way you lean in between Liquid and Alliance as we see these two drafts?
I'm completely for Alliance. Like I can definitely see some Medusa coming in late and winning the game, but Liquid have drafted themselves again into this lineup that has to execute these team fights perfectly well with all your ultis and Mars, Arena, and Dark Willow, but the chaos effect that Alliance is bringing to the fight, you have the Slardar running around, you have Chug, you have Lina as well with the burst damage. It just looks much easier for me to play the Liquid game, even though it can get scary versus Medusa. I believe still that they're able to close this game out, or even if it does go late, I think Alliance can take it.
Liquid found a victory in game 1, leaning on a late game carry. Maybe they'll find success in game number 2. You can always check egb.com if you think you know which way the game's going, or click the banner below the stream. But how about we just jump right in? Game number 2 with Killer Pigeon and Pycat.
And hopefully a game full of chaos. Because that's definitely someone that Liz hit on to initially there, Pycat, right? It's like there's someone chaotic about Alliance's draft. But I don't know about you. I look at this. I think there's a lot of kind of anarchy to the team fight for both sides, right? With the Medusa, with the Willow, with the Undying. And on the other side with this Jakiro, with the Lina and the Slardar.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of team fight on Liquid. They've got the Mars Arena with the Willow ult. They've got the Dusa ult. There's a Tombstone in there. It's gonna be hard to fight into all of this. But Alliance do have a very fast-paced draft. They've got the Slaughter with the IO, of course, the Juggernaut. Juggernaut being sort of similar to PA in that sense that you want either this steroid or the Slaughter type hero to just remove armor from enemies so that you feel stronger. And I don't know, I actually do like Alliance's draft here. I feel like they have easy Roche taking. They can take towers with this THD Juggernaut. There's a lot of healing. I think Limp is on a very comfortable hero. I think Alliance just need to play a solid game here, not do anything completely strange. I think they should be coming out ahead on this one.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there, right? Mentioned Limp in that situation. Last game, we were kind of critical of him. Obviously, he's no stranger to DP, but something like the Lina, there's definitely that kind of more flashy wham bam fanky man pick off after pick off kind of approach to the game that we know Limp extremely excels at.
Yeah, and he can also scale into some solid right clicks here, right? With the Slaughter and everything. I don't know. I just think there's some nice. There are a lot of nice tools for fighting for Alliance for quite a long time. I wouldn't even be opposed to seeing, Nico Baby. He could even go into something like a Manta Diffusal this game and just be very active. Let Nina do, a large portion of the damage. I think since it's Alliance, I don't think that's going to be the case. Most likely it's just going to be the Battle Fury, with maybe the Master Madness. But I do think he could play a bit more active on this Juggernaut this game if he wanted to.
Yeah, we do see a lot of teams, they opt for the backup. Right, like you go for the Battle Fury over the Diffusal because if you screw up, if someone goes wrong early on, like you did last game for Alliance, all of a sudden you're up against this carry that's just going to outscale you like crazy in the late.
Yeah, the only thing is I actually do think that you scale much better. Of course, you don't farm as fast with the Diffusal Manta as you do with the Battle Fury, but the way you scale in the game versus Dusa is, I would say, quite favorable. I suppose with the Battle Fury, but we will see. There are plenty of ways to go about this.
Yeah, they don't have a great save against the Slash actually. When I think about it as well. So it doesn't feel like there's an easy way that DK can build to feel safe.
No, and that's kind of the spooky thing, you know. And there's also this THT. I think THT is actually a pretty good hero against Dusa. You know, Dusa is very slow, and you kind of move in predictable ways, which is it's very easy to set up ice paths and macro fires onto this Medusa.
Also can mess with their kind of initiation, right? Like they want to put down the arena, play in the arena, and this chaos that comes out from the Macropire and Ice Path can screw them, man. And the panel hit a good point around Tiger in this game, right? Like all these heroes have ways of screwing over the Dark Willow. It shouldn't be an easy Willow game by any means.
No, there are plenty of ways to kind of get to that Willow, even though she's in the ethereal form.
They do have the neat combo, of course, with the, you know, you terrorize while in arena, and it's like, just stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself.
They've got plenty of
like
nice combos. Yeah, no, they've got plenty of nice combos with their team fighting, you know, with the Tombstone, with the Stone Gaze, like, you have to run, but you can't run because there's arena, you know, there's like a lot of nifty kind of combos here. FNG might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's just gonna walk it off.
Armor. Slaps it off. And the other thing to kind of highlight about that big team fight is, it's not one of these really elegant kind of, if everything's done perfectly, it's amazing type team fights, right? It's kind of interchangeable parts, shall we say. They don't really usually need 2, maybe 3 max components in a big fight.
I feel like if they just, like, you know, all of their players, they just put their heads on the keyboards and just roll their heads on the keyboards, I feel like, you know, the team fight should kind of execute itself. You know, some spells will be pushed, some heroes will die.
It's the basic test these days.
It's all coming together, you know, it's all coming together nicely, and then you just see, like, Koikwa in the background, he's just, like, rolling his head over his keyboard.
He's just stomping on his keyboard at that point. All the buttons, guys, I think I got them. While, you know, Alliance, they're very much this, me find pick off, me kill, please don't come as 5, right? Like, and they should be able to utilize that quite well, especially with the IO, and maybe if Limp goes towards the boosted travel build, we see a lot on leads.
Yeah, I think this bottom lane, as soon as the Slaughter gets to maybe level 4 here, I think even level 3 could be sufficient. The Undying does have boots though, but once they get level 4, I think this lane could get really dicey for Liquid. Dusa already low on mana. They are gonna find Nico Baby though. That was a solo kill.
Yeah, he got the spear back towards the tower, and the spin wasn't good enough. In fact, if it wasn't for the creeps, he might have just limped away from that courtesy of the healing wall, but nicely done by Boxy. Now they might find another one as FNG's too far up without assistance. Boxy doesn't have any mana.
And the bottom lane though, they are going on to Mickey here. No
they keep trying this. It's been very awkward. Like, you see them get Mickey very close to death, but then they realize, hold on a sec, I'm missing 12 strength. This is bad. Well, if they get rid of the one that keeps getting all the strength, maybe. I don't see how you easily get Insania here. He's been playing pretty well position-wise in this lane.
Yeah, I feel like they could have done a lot better in this bottom lane here so far. On Alliance's side, I think they've given up a bit too much farm to do so. I think a lot of it is courtesy of Insania, though. He's done a good job at kind of positioning himself well and stealing strength and everything, making their life difficult.
Yeah, it looks like he was screwing their pulls a lot as well, so I don't think they ever like saw a good opportunity to just pull the creeps back. Because admittedly, if you get Mickey near your tower, and Io Slardar, any hero who doesn't have good mobility is going to die. And speaking of which, they're trying for it now while Insania's not here. He is under tower though, so nothing to give up. I guess the awkward issue here is like you spend these resources, but you know who's coming back. You know who's going to make your life hell as Insania's back on the lane again.
Yeah, Limp though is at least having a very good time so far in the mid. He's up by about 600 gold. So he's having a very nice game. You know, looking probably to get sort of active with this Treads build we saw yesterday as well. Treads Yules into some sort of right-click scaling.
Yeah, he gets on average, I think he's probably like out the mid laners. He's one of the most consistent that goes to the Treads. We do see a lot opt for the boots of travel play. Like I said earlier, you would be tempted, right? When you got the IO as well, you're like, well, okay, we can always have this positional advantage in terms of like mobility around the map compared to Liquid.
Yeah, I think the Treads are kind of nice. They make you a bit stronger. Top.
Oh no! Oh! Turn around opportunity for Limp as he arrives in the top lane. Foxy has got the arena but no mana to cast it, and he's rotated here for nothing. That's now twice that Nico Baby's got caught out in awkward situations because he was really trying to take this big fat stack.
This is, I mean, this not just becoming an issue. This is an issue for Alliance. The fact that their safe lane is doing so poorly. I think they're gonna need rotations. They got the limp rotation there, but it didn't really result in anything. They need more than this. Tiger might just die here.
Yeah, but he gets the FNG kill first, so he's not feeling too bad considering that's the mid. Now having to be dragged to the out lane, now Juggernaut has become the new mid. Well, bot, Mike, this is the bigger one as well. Sorrip can help him out somewhat, but he's got no mana. Just chase him down. The body blocks are good from Hanskin, and that's an easy pick onto the Dusa.
Yeah, this is what they really needed. They finally get the lane to a place where, you know, the creeps are close to their tower, so they can just run down this Dusa. And there's just zero chance that Dusa can fight this Slardar outside of his tower. The bash, the overcharge, the stun. It's not a very fair fight.
Still, there's no denying that how this lane should have went for the first 7 minutes. Dusa's kind of had an easy time with Jug. Like I said, he's now going to try and chill in the mid, farm up what he can. But I mean, the problem is you're stuck here and you're just taking so much damage constantly from the Dragon Knight. I don't know if I'd say this is an easier lane for you to CS in due to the refund.
You might feel a bit more comfortable than in this this off lane versus this Mars hero. I have a lot of PTSD from that hero.
Yeah. Well, how would you measure them in comparison to Nico Baby's death so far?
I mean, it's roughly the same. Nah, it's like, you know, I've been there. I know the feeling.
I think the
This
big
guy
one
with a
will catch
spear.
people off. It's not even the spear active, like the ability, right? It's also the God's Rebuke. It always catches you off guard because you don't want to have to spin, for example, this Juggernaut just to get away from that slow, but you know you're trading badly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so incredibly difficult to trade with that hero.
I think, isn't there like there's something to do with, if I remember correctly, like Boxy, if you want, he could take 1 point and Bulwark. I don't think they fixed it, where if you just stick facing the direction in which he initiates from Omni Slash, all the attacks are done from the front.
I think the way Omni Slash works, I feel like I had this discussion, unless it's been changed. I feel like it's you get 1 slash from the front, 1 from the back. I think that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I heard there was a bug. I don't like they must have fixed it, where it was something to do with like if you just trigger Bulwark active and stay in the direction he goes from.
Okay.
They will count. I assume it's got though, because that does sound like quite a weird and randomly busted interaction.
Dota mechanics, you know.
Hey man, we've had our share. Like, identifying the part that I'm sure is messed with OCDs yesterday, which is the 84% evasion on a PA. Should be 85.
Oh yeah, the interesting mechanics. Dota 2. It's gonna be a double damage on Nico Baby here. Potentially they could make some sort of rotation. I think they kind of want to hold on to this tower, or at least get a deny. Maybe try to get a kill on Koiko here.
It was a bit too predictable though. He needed limp there, but he at least ensures they get the deny on the tower. So some much needed gold into Alliance lineup. Limp still sitting at the top.
FNG manages to dodge the spear there. Very nice kind of sidestep, and Boxy might be in trouble. No, he misses the stun.
Oh, no, they got damage Ice Path there.
Yeah.
I mean, it is Boxy's best hope. I guess he was gambling, I don't think Ice Path had been thrown out yet, so he's kind of gambling on, like, is this going to be the 2-point Liquid Fire build? But it feels like a lot of heroes, they go for that early point Ice Path.
And Esro's queued up the Axe, so not going for this early blink. He wants to become more of a core at this one.
Yeah, you just front line, you run in, and I guess in this type of game, like you think of how powerful the stuns are, that stats resistance is going to make it very hard to keep you down and out of the fight as the Slardar.
Yeah, the only thing being that they do have both the Mars, the Arena, and sort of the Stone Gaze. Of course, the duration of the Stone Gaze might be slightly lower, but it's just that it lasts for such a long time, it's still hard. But yeah, no, I mean, as for if he gets to this Axe, he's going to become quite powerful in this game. And Alliance might actually have a tri-core lineup.
We see whenever Slardar gets picked, it's just this combo, right? There are certain combos that kind of break Dota, and you know, when you think of IO over the years, it's been like the gyrocopter for a long time, but this new Slardar, he's definitely up there, at least the top 5 for IO combos. Well, I'd say maybe even top 2 at this stage.
Yeah, no, the Slaughter has been, he's on the rise. He's getting up there, and S4 is actually quite close already. He's already halfway to the Axe, so he's quite farmed.
All this is happening. Liquid strike at the top. This time they will get the FNG kill. Force the rotation out. Nico bit.
Nico, baby.
That's an ambitious Omni Slash. The reload in was way too late. They were opting and hoping that Quitford was going to just panic and run in the tree line. They keep Limp away with the spear as well. He's pumping that LSA. He can't find a target though. They're going to chase him down. Limp able to move away as the haste is still running barely though. The Dragon Tail stun's now going to come out onto S4. He will be able to stun up enough to move away from the trees. So no kills given over. But considering what Alliance invested for this current initiation, get nothing out of it. It's got to feel pretty awkward.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked very awkward from Alliance. I'm not sure if Nico Baby expected to actually deal just a lot more damage. This is a Dragon Knight level 10 with maxed out Dragon Blood. He's got the 12 additional armor, 2 bracers, and an Ironwood tree. You're not gonna kill this guy with just an Omni Slash. Even if he's amped, he's not gonna die.
It looked like he was hoping that maybe Quitford would panic a bit and go into the tree line when they were reloading, but Quitford saw the damage. He's like, okay, this is never going to kill me. I'm just going to casually walk away. If the Jug keeps chasing us, he's going to find himself in our territory. As a result, in the end, Liquid gaining even more as they finally bring down that tower. Of course, S4 has still been farming his heart off in the bot lane. He's just back there, and he's getting close to that Axe you mentioned. So that's kind of maybe the bounce back point if these ganks keep failing, is that eventually you are going to have this unassailable Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, Nico Baby is finding some farm here on the Ancients, and S4 just keeps sitting down here. He's just trying to get to this Axe. They've FNG parked up top. There's going to be a reload onto Koikwa here.
Moving in, and again, this problem. I mean, well, similar problem, shall we say, where the reload isn't able to connect at all.
Yeah. I'm just curious. The Axe is obviously going to be very useful for S4. It's just they do sort of lack a playmaker right now. They have the Lina. I mean, I think Limp. It would be nice to see him get a bit active and try to set up some kills. You have the Yules.
But instead, it's them getting active on S4. And you say like imagine you had a blink in this game, to be able to be doing what Quitford just done right there, which is just find these more greedy targets and punish them.
Yeah,
I
really like the fact that Koikwa went for this early blink. This double bracer treads blink. It seems so nice. You're very tanky. You have sufficient mana with the mana regen talent. You got some raindrops. Just this DK is.
You gotta do so, right? Like you don't need to be this kind of scaling core necessarily. You need to just be a cheap form of initiation.
Yeah, this DK can do shit. That's what feels good.
Thumbs up and cool. Like you like. Mind this. If they initiate me, it'll cost them. They respect the fact that Alliance, if they have numbers, they can still fight. So while the Juggernaut may not be ready to regularly participate, neither is Mika.
Nah, the Dusa doesn't really want to participate in this game. Oh, there's... Yeah, okay, Nico Baby just pours out. He recognizes the danger of the situation. Boxy does not have a port right now, though.
No, they don't know that though. Well, they can see it at port, but in terms of TP cooldown, they don't know about that. And Boxy does now have a blink as well, so they might make this kill happen on S4. Getting close to that Axe with 1,000 gold out. Lina would be an even better target, but the Iron not being there, like the reload might come too late to respond to what Liquid are about to do.
S4 might be in trouble, but there is a smoke behind. They can reload in here.
Numbers for Liquid. Jump in, stun's going to be there, terrorized. The arena goes down. They're going to be running into the wall, clapping their face against an unmovable opponent as the arena is able to slay 2. Tiger actually gets both the kills. S4 chased into the tree line where he'll be stunned up. And Quitfight's got the Dragon Tail. Now throw out. Nice reload back though. Will get him away. Nice save by Hanskin to minimize the casualties.
Yeah, and the thing is, right now, just looking at this Alliance's draft, I feel like, this is a very fast-paced draft, but the way they're playing it though as if they really want to go late into this game. They are building this Mask of Madness, Battle of Fury on the Juggernaut. They're going for the Ags on Slardar. And yes, Limp's build is very active, but he's pretty much the only one right now.
They're trying to get active again. But it's like, I mean, you're trying to get active around this jug that is just going for that more greedy on the farm later. But it feels like right now, Liquid, they kind of got Alliance's number. They see the moves they're making. They know it's all too predictable. They also know that at this stage, it feels like if Alliance on 5 and initiating, how do they kill anyone?
I mean, the issue for them is initiating, right? They have the Lina with the Yules. They don't have a blink on Slardar. The Ice Path is level 2. Juggernaut has no defusal. How are you gonna get on top of the target, you know? You need to run in and... I mean, Liquid are not gonna just let you run in and kill them.
No, it's like you think, oh, well, S4 will have this Ags, he'll splash, he'll move quicker to initiate or something like that. It's like, you already got an IO. I don't feel like speed is getting in has necessarily been his issue in terms of movement speed. It almost just feels like one of those scenarios where the carry thinks building data lists is a good idea every game. It's like, well, if I just have even more casual mobility, I can just do whatever I want. As you said, Liquid, they won't let him, especially with the amount of stun control they've got. It can easily just put him in an uncomfortable position in these fights time and time again.
Yeah, I'm just curious if Alliance think that they're gonna win this late. I mean, if they do believe that they're just gonna take this, if it goes really late, then it's understandable to do what they're doing. But to me, it looks a little bit sketchy. Both the Dusa and the DK will scale very well, as well as the Mars. They're all gonna become incredibly tanky. Boxy looks like he's just gonna queue up a Lotus Orb. And you know, DK kind of just innately tanky. Same goes for Dusa, so...
Yeah, and look at what Mike's going for next. Going for the MKB. So there's going to be this huge power spike if you wait around too long. There's going to be this questionable element of whether Alliance can match up to that. I mean, yes, you've got that corrosive haze. Even then, you've got to keep in mind there is the fact about those independently tanky cores you mentioned, but also having that soul rip save or the terrorize to reset these fights. Liquid aren't disarmed just because there's a little bit of extra damage coming their way.
Yeah, and you know, this portion of the game has felt a little bit weird for Alliance. I feel like the next one is about to get even more strange. Now they just finished the Battlefield on the jug, so now he can finally start farming at a faster rate. But, I mean, Liquid are ready to play the game. They have 2 Blink Daggers. There's 3 Blink Daggers even. There's Willow, DK, Willow, DK, and Mars all have Blinks. And they're just ready to run at you.
Hanskin unable to save Limp's life there. They just make it so easy to pick off targets, and then you just keep looking and you go, okay, S4, you've got the Axe. What's the plan now? I will farm Blink Dagger. Gustav, we need you right now. We've lost more heroes in the middle. I will farm Blink Dagger. I'll be ready soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? They're taking this incredibly early game active lineup and they're turning it into a very, very slow one. They've just been farming for 20 minutes. They haven't really tried to make any sort of moves whatsoever.
Now they're going to try, but this is the problem with the axe. Most of these heroes, they just see you coming and they cast their spells. And you either prematurely stun so you got the stats resistance, or you have no way of locking them down. I feel like we just need some sad music playing as we watch S4 in this game. It feels like he is going to be the headless chicken, where he'll feel so close to catching a target, and then they'll just escape every time.
I mean, once he gets to the blink, it's going to be a lot different. Limp also getting close to his DKB. They're going to have, you know, they're going to be quite strong with these items. Once they get them, they will be able to find some initiations. They can definitely take fights.
That's true. But at the same time, when you look at the items that are going to come up in Liquid, they've almost got the BKB and Quick Foot. While Arena going down in the bot lane. Dusa has got the Demon Edge, so she's getting very close to that MKB as well. It's not like Liquid are not going to have things to match these timings from the lines.
No, you can though finally see kind of Nico Baby is starting to catch up to this Dusa. You know, he might even pull ahead at some point. He does have the extra mobility from the IO. A little bit surprised he's going here for this SNY on top of the relocate.
Yep, top of the relocate, which will get him even more money as they'll look to kill off Tiger. But the trade is not good there. You get the Willow, but it costs you your slaughter, and now you use the reload as well. So Liquid, they might just try and find another independent pick-off now that you no longer have your SWAT response team.
It should be okay for Alliance. There's some bounty on the Willow, so in the end, just a kind of whatever trade. I think Alliance, they need to start looking towards this Roche. That should be the next objective. They, of course, want to get that Blink as soon as possible onto Slaughter, but now already you see there is a Lotus Orb on the Mars. He's queuing up the Solar Crest. Boxy really understanding this hero very well. I like seeing him play this hero. I think he just understands kind of his role and what to do.
It's the difference in the offlane. It feels like that's the story of this series, right? It's like last time we said maybe S4 could have got away with being a bit more greedy, and then Boxy had the right items. And once again, like on his hero, he fully understands his role, because not only is this a decent Lotus game, it also means S4's initiation can be kind of ruined, because usually you stun Corrosive Haze and look for a quick target to go.
Yeah, and now it's just going to become a lot more difficult for Alliance to do that.
They might lose heroes here. Smoke's going to come out. Luckily for Alliance, they have vacated the area with anything super valuable. The FNG isn't to be found out. Dragon on dragon action, they can come out ahead. They will need to push in with this because they did use the Elder Dragon form. I don't know if Alliance feel easy about sneaking a Roche here. I don't think they're going to try and capitalize on this considering they're wrong. Not feeling safe.
Yeah, Limp might get caught here. He's gonna get out.
He knows something's wrong. But he reacts too soon. Pushed back into the spear to then be hit into the wall. Down to half HP. BKB gets out of it. Boxy turns away Lotus to reflect the damage, but Limp has that magic immunity. Boxy healed up, is going to stand his ground. Too many heroes here. So run him down and kill him off. Well, the rest of Liquid will look to get out of this. This did give a lot of time for Quick for the poke and product power in the other Dragon form. Might lose more now. S4 gonna chase forward. Can't quite see him, and Tiger will scare away Nico Baby. So it looks like Liquid supports will make it out.
Yeah, there's that little bit of a extra Boxy Rambo, that sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss. This one didn't really work out. His teammates were not really ready to rotate as quickly as he kind of would have hoped. And so he just ends up
It's
dying.
not the worst thing though, right? Like, you give over some gold, sure, but that's the 10-second BKB used. Force the reload. It's 4 heroes coming across. And DK is still farming while all that's happening. So
No, it's not the worst thing, but you really don't want to be giving away kills like that. It just slows you down. Your momentum gives away gold and map. They brought it down now to a 1k advantage. Alliance to 2k just run. And there's the Blink Dagger now on S4 finally.
Yep, Quick for trying to save the day. I don't know if they can jump this DK though. He's a little bit too bulky. He has the DKB. So S4 will just prep the stun back off. Liquid just trying to zone them away. Realizing that this is a golden opportunity to take Roche now with the MKB Nikkei, and Alliance feel out of position to maybe respond. They're going to try now with smoke. Wards are down.
It's not going to be very easy to relocate into this though, I think. It might become a little bit hard.
Too predictable. They jump in first. The stun comes out. Limp. He's to activate that BKB. Finally gets it off, but the damage is too high. With BK chasing forward, the right disappointment might just be enough to bring him down. Lina dead. And Alliance try with a backstab from Terrorize, pushing them away, splitting up Hanscom from his reload target. He's going to be left alone. On the other side of the map as they fight here, S4 being brought low and down. The Omni Slash doing a lot of work, but Tiger will fall now. Up against the outside of the wall was good enough to bring down Nico Baby. Quick was still hunting for, looking for more. The buyback was used by Limp. Won't have to die for this, but when there's 2 dragons, there's a rule here. One has to die, and it's going to be FNG again. As he gets picked off, they'll return to the pit. Another good team fight for Team Liquid, and Alliance just running out of tools at their disposal to fight back.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it just looked awkward because it's like they're running around this bottom lane with this Jug Wisp, and it's gonna be very hard to relocate into this fight and actually get a fight. You're only gonna have 3 heroes there. Of course, they're gonna be able to initiate onto one of your heroes, whether it's the THD or the Lina, maybe not the Slaughter, but they are gonna find this initiation. And once you come in, Nico Baby just highly overestimating how much damage this Omni Slash deals. yes, you have Battle Fury, Mask Madness, and even even an IO, but the Dusa is incredibly tanky with these items. Just the mana shield. You're not gonna make it through this Dusa. And he just gets speared right away after. You got the Mask of Madness going, you're losing armor, and you can't spin.
Dire's top tower is under
It
attack.
feels highly reactionary, but it feels too slow of a reaction, right? Like, you compare it to last game without this, there was this spectre that they were up against, Liquid had, right? And if you were to jump anyone, instantly, like, spectre could reinforce the fights. But there is a delay on these reloads, and Liquid, proven time and time again, they have the necessary burst to make that fight a mathematical awkward oddity, should we say, for Alliance. It's usually one member's already dead by the time they arrive with the IO.
I feel like the way Alliance playing this game, I think they're just being way too split. Just there's always FNG wandering around alone because he has no one to play with. S4 has basically been trying to farm his Axe Blink for the, he tried to farm them for 25 minutes, and he finally got them. Limp doesn't really have anyone to play with either, and then it leaves Nico Baby with Hanskin. They're just running around trying to farm. And there's no clear objective. It looks like they don't have any goals in mind. It's just we want to get to these items so that we can do this. When Liquid are just playing, all right, we want to do this, and while they're doing these things, they are getting gold, they are getting kills, and that gives them items. It gives them map control. It gives them timings. So kind of Alliance looking like they're just playing to get items, whereas Liquid are just playing the game, and subsequently, as a result of playing a well played out game, they're getting what they want.
Yeah, it's kind of like Alliance playing a venture capitalist, and Liquid, they're actually playing Dota as they're pushing into the base now. And Alliance, they are here to respond. You've got Nico Baby splitting on the other side of the map to try and get some extra gold, but this tower is eventually going to fall. Heck it. It's making it quite hard for Liquid though. Jules reflected back. They've already lost S4. DK with the casual right clicks, able to run him through. This is going to be a lane. Nico Baby does not feel confident about fighting, especially now that they've lost this stuff. But luckily for them, they have the tier 2, so you can only get one lane out of this. Unlikely to try and force tier 4s.
Yeah, it's kind of a silver lining here. They're only gonna get the one side. At the same time, Koipo is getting closer to his AC. There's now Skadi completed on Mickey, going for the butterfly next. And yeah, I mean, Alliance might have another fight in them, I think, just depending on how it goes. But they really need to start thinking about how to actually initiate onto Liquid and how to try to make these kills happen, because they are just getting completely outfarmed and outmaneuvered on the map.
Oh no, Nico Baby got found. He's got a TP. Not going to use it though, he's just going to back up towards his team. Looks like Liquid, they're moving Nico forward. Nico Baby taking a lot of damage here. LSA stunned, nice movement across to the back line. Able to get one kill, but the Omni Slash ended far too fast. He only gets the Willow, nice pin to a tree. Nico Baby got the spin again. Trying to move away. Healing was going to be at the IO as well. We'll get him out. But that was close to a GG situation. I mean, the Omni Slash shorting out like that for a Willow kill was not what he was after.
No, it's really not.
Like
I think once again he was just going for this incredibly ambitious Omni Slash. It's though as if he thinks he's gonna cut through the Dusa with the Aegis and kill her twice. I'm not sure. It's just it looks very awkward.
They're so deep this time though. Boxy with the BKB trying to move away. Wait for a rise this time to keep S4 out of the equation. Nice path's going to be there. But guess what? The Deuce has arrived. BK now getting the damage out. Dishing across the fight. Hands going to be brought down. The arena's going to go down as well. S4 can't escape. And Nico Baby, he's stuck here as well. Limp will go for the TP away and be successful. But the price is once again high. And Liquid, they just make it look so easy, so clean. Alliance just seem to lack any ability to burst any target.
Yeah, and you can just see Insania. He's just drawing the line. He's just a straight arrow towards the Dire base. Miki's gonna find a double damage, as if that fight was not enough. And yeah, I mean, Liquid are just looking to kind of close this one out. Alliance, they don't really have the damage. You see Nico Baby's queuing up the rapier. I mean, in that fight, you saw like there's this Mars. He gets amped up, right? The Juggernaut is hitting him. He's got all these items that he's farmed, and Mars takes 20% HP.
He buys so much time. It just feels like as soon as that BKB comes out, like, where is your damage? Your Jug is a Divine Rapier away from actually being able to do anything. Just not going to get to that stage. The DD on Nikkei, They aren't going to force the throne. But that's another lane down, and you know that this is the stage. Alliance, you've got one fight left in you. You really just need to get on that drum, but you need to come up with the recipe, the algorithm that cracks the liquid code. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Omni slashing a Willow. Definitely not going to be jumping a Mars. You've got 3 targets left to decide upon. But I'm not sure if you're going to find liquid split up anymore.
Yeah, and I'm also not sure that either one of those targets are kind of available to your, you know, just choosing a hero to kill. It's just not going to be that easy at this point.
No, they've ticked those ones off, Podcast. They're moving on like that. Willow, stupid, don't do that. Oh, Fox, no, we can't kill the Mars.
Duza,
Maybe the
now with the
Undying?
butterfly. Undying has the Ghost Scepter, though.
Maybe the burst from Lina. You just got to catch Insane AFK from the keyboard for like 10 seconds. You're good. See, all the while, just have Tiger pumping him. Ready to screw them. S4, no! He whiffed. Well, did he? Actually went for the stun on the side on purpose. He didn't actually want to jump in, but they used the stone gate as a result because they thought someone else was coming. The problem is with the range, they're just going to lose Jakiro. He made a puddle on the side, but there's a bigger whoopsie made by Alliance in general. Now they're going to move in. Stun's going to come on the hands, get terrorized, flying through the hold on to it instead. Arena's good enough to get one kill, force the buyback out of the IO, and then the buyback straight away from S4 as well. They're up against the ropes. They need something godly here, and they're running out of buildings to throw at them as the final one's going to fall. Mega creeps, and it might be the game. Juggernaut stand up for a long time. They're going to move in. Omnislash's going to come out. They'll just stack together, though. Willow will hide because she's the one susceptible. Will die in the end, but it's only one dead. LSA's going to come out. Looking at the shotgun to try and get Juicer down. They haven't even got through the mana, though. Nico Baby is just going to be ran down and killed off alongside S4. They'll chase down Hanskin. They'll team wipe Alliance, and they'll get the GG out as Liquid finally get some points in this group stage, get their first win in the series. Oh.
Yeah, I like the way Liquid play these games, especially this one. Their draft it's pretty cool. They have these 3 incredibly tanky cores, and then some solid team fight backup on their 2 supports. I think Tiger was he played really well this game. He was very active. I also liked what Boxy did. Also, just kind of being very active, going for this high armor build, the early Lotus Orb. Liquid just moving around the team as a map, moving around the map as a team, and Alliance did look a little bit lost. You know, I think both these games they had these very early timings, and I feel like they failed to recognize that. Yeah, not really looking at, like the same Alliance that we saw yesterday. So maybe I'm not sure. You know, maybe they woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or they just weren't ready for Liquid's kind of team fight.
And that's what it feels like maybe it is a bit. You know, you come into this, the way they kind of approach these games where we said they were looking at these later timings, they thought they could match up. But maybe they just felt Team Liquid, they won't show up like, you know, ESL Team Liquid. But, you know, this is more reminiscent of what we want to see. Team Liquid finally biting back towards the end of this group stage. And I feel like a big part of it comes, I don't want to throw anyone on the bus because that's all, I think it'd be fair. They're going to go back, they're going to go as a team, we could have played better. But this series really felt like a comparison of offlane. Right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely agree. I think the impact of Boxy versus kind of S4 in the series was, I think there was a very large difference in between those two. And yeah, sometimes that's just the case, you know.
And as a result, Team Liquid finally gets some points to the board. The first win of the group stage. Means up at 3 points for Alliance now. Both of these teams only got one other series to play. And of course, Just Era now sitting, looking like they might end up lowest out of everyone with 3 points after all 6 of their series. But, you know, I'm getting ahead of myself and talking about other things when we should be talking about this game. As we're going to throw it back to the panel, I'll break this one down and celebrate the fact that Team Liquid have gotten out of the zeros. And they've finally got a real number on the board.
Yo, I'm here to celebrate. Things are getting well-rounded around here. You never want to look at a group stage like this and be like, there was a clear undeserved person who was invited here, a clear team that shouldn't have been here. No, you want it competitive throughout, and Team Liquid are on their way to starting to make it look competitive. They pick up a 2-0 victory versus Alliance. T-Governor, how'd you feel? Do you think that this was Liquid just being on form, or was it Alliance being a little bit off balance?
I think it was a kind of a combination of both, right? In which that's why the games were so kind of one-sided to that degree. I think Liquid's drafts were really nice to pick apart what Alliance were trying to do, and they just identified that early aggression, right? And Liquid in this game, they were the ones to if anything, go on the aggressive. Alliance itemized a bit greedier than expected, and Liquid just punished it. So yeah, they just played really well, and their drafts were just really good today.
You know who might have been responsible for those drafts is the person that we might be able to speak to for this interview. Insania, Aiden, give me a holler if you can hear me, my friend.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm happy we're getting a chance to talk to you. I was looking at the beginning of this group stage and I was like, I'm not sure we're ever gonna get to speak to a Liquid player at this rate, but you picked up a victory versus Alliance, hell of a victory. I know that there was talk that after ESL, you got your victory and you were gonna take a little bit of time off, but no Dota player likes losing. And after the beginning of this group stage, was this the breaking point where you were like, God damn it, we really need to start trying hard again? Because this is not the Liquid that we should be.
To be completely honest, like some of our players have had a lot of like personal issues starting like in August already, and like we asked everyone to put it aside to try to get like this big win throughout the season, like before the winter ends. So we've been pouring a lot of energy into like every single game up until, yeah, like you said, we won ESL, and I think after that like we deflated a little bit. But it's not like we don't want to win or we don't want to do better. I think before the Secret Series, like Boxy called me up and he was like, "Hey man, I know, like you made a promise to the boys that like we were gonna take it a little bit more chill, but we need to be better than this. We need to do better than this." So ever since before the Secret Series, we've been putting in a lot of effort into trying to like refine our form and you know, prove that we can still do it and we can still win these games. So yeah, it's nice to finally get like some results from all the work that we've been putting in for the past like week and a half or so.
Congratulations on the win. I just want to ask you, like, were you surprised at all by the itemization of Alliance in the second game? Like, Slardar going for Aghanims first, and when they, in my opinion, they desperately needed some form of initiating. Is that like something that surprised you, or did you expect it that way? Maybe I was wrong.
I think I expected him to go Blink, but to be completely honest, we were playing a draft we're not super comfortable playing. We kind of like took a page out of another team's book for this game, so we were very focused on just making sure that we do the right things, and we were very focused on like how we should play our draft. So, I mean, it was nice to see him go Axe because like we knew that we have another couple of minutes to keep talking about our game and how we want to play it. So in that way, I guess yeah, it was a pleasant surprise, but I don't know if it's necessarily the wrong idea or so, but yeah, it was a pleasant surprise in that way.
Again, congrats on the win, of course. As you guys are at a boot camp, is there anything you're doing kind of outside of Dota as a team, like any kind of extracurricular stuff you're doing, or is it just kind of treating it like work, go to boot camp, do your stuff, and then everyone does their own thing in the evening? Do you have any fun activities you lads are doing together?
We're not at boot camp anymore. We flew home right after ESL. Yeah, we were boot camping from August until like, yeah, we won ESL.
Okay, sure.
So we decided it was time to go home. But when we're at boot camp, I mean, we do a lot of fun stuff. I think Blitz has talked about this in interviews, but we're like the best team in the world at everything that's not Dota. We play
like ping pong, right?
We play ping pong, we play CS:GO, we play Rocket League, we play Guitar Hero, we play Smash Bros. We're very good at a lot of games, and we tend to play together quite a bit. Tommy's a top tier anime watcher as well. It's worth mentioning. He's got that on lock. So we do a lot of fun stuff. We tend to do escape rooms every once in a while. Those are really fun. Yeah. No, we do a lot of team activities.
Do you try and keep that going like when you're back at home though? So like in terms of like CS:GO and all those type of games, do you keep doing that as a team, or is it mainly when you're at the boot camp you do that as well?
I think we do it more at boot camps. I think when we get home, especially like you've been together for like 2 months, you see each other every single day for like 12 hours a day. Like it's nice to spend some time with some other people too for a change. But no, we do. I mean, me and Mickey played like unranked games like yesterday just for fun. Yeah.
Fair.
Question we've been asking pretty much everyone on every team is expectations on the new patch, or rather wish list for the new patch. I'm gonna make it a little bit more remixed. I'm not looking for like what type of heroes you want buffed, but let's say if you could make a map change right now, coming from your perspective as a 5-position support, what kind of map change would you like to see?
I think the high ground situation that's going on in the game has been pretty static, or it's been like the same, and I think it's a big part of why Dota is played the way it is right now has to do with high grounds. So it would be fun just to see something new and see different heroes get popular. I think changing that up a little bit might spark some interesting stuff in the scene. So yeah, probably say that map wise, but hero wise, get rid of Lina and please get rid of Viper. Thank you, Ice Frog.
Yes.
We saw the tweets.
Yes. Thank you, Insania. Please, thank you.
Yeah.
But you would like something like shrines maybe on the high ground, like mini fountains? or
Yeah,
something
just
like
give me
that?
a bunch of
Yeah.
shrines, remove all the high grounds, just make the map fully flat. Like, I don't know.
Mhm.
Or like make everything high grounds again, like the map a couple of years ago. Like every camp was
Yeah.
like on the low ground or something. So carries would like be super scared to farm anywhere.
Yeah, that
What
was
if-
horrible.
Daytime, nighttime change the high ground, low ground, you know? So if daytime it becomes low ground, at nighttime it becomes high ground or something.
That
Oh,
sounds I don't know about that.
terrible. Yeah, I know,
Terrible.
don't worry.
There's a line to draw.
Yeah. No, that sounds weird.
Yeah, you can say garbage, don't worry. I agree. It was a garbage idea.
Well, congratulations on the victory. Your next series is going to be up against VP, who are currently undefeated. I imagine you're going to be watching their next game versus Nigma, which is going to be coming up after this break. But anything in the group stage that has surprised you in terms of teams that have maybe exceeded expectations or, you know, maybe not met expectations? What's your read on this whole Epic League situation?
I think it's hard to say. I think the only thing that I've found quite interesting is 404, considering they're like a pretty new team, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how they develop and what they manage to do here. Other than that, I mean, it's pretty late into the season, and I think some people might be like secret maybe, or like they don't look as hot as they've looked before. I think they're still very good, but I feel like you can tell that it's like kind of reaching the end of this really long online season in terms of like gameplay stuff.
We are looking for a change in pace as well, but it's a pleasure to see you finally break this losing trend. Hopefully,
Thank
we
you.
see more victories coming out from you, and congratulations yet again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Aiden Insania. Yo, be sure to check out his documentary if you haven't seen it. Go on the Liquid YouTube page. There's a 25-minute documentary on Insania's origins, so his like journey as a gamer in general, and then his break into Han, and then obviously his transition into Dota 2. It does indeed cover the gyro misclick, if you were curious, as I'm sure any documentary at this point would have to.
Does it cover his time when he joined every single pubs as a narrator? You know what he used to do when he joined
Narrator?
when he just started playing Dotes. Like I used to get him in pubs all the time. He actually rose to high rank games quite quickly, and he would casually every single game pick a bounty hunter and then just click around the map and just narrate everything that he's doing. So if he's hitting someone with the Janada, he would be like, I'm critting this guy for exactly 256 damage. All right, now I'm going here. I'm shuriken tossing this. Like, it's like, not gonna lie, I muted him first, but then after a minute or two, I was like, wait, that's I'm missing something. I'm missing some noise here.
He was giving you some indirect bounty coaching, you know? Like, he was teaching the way when you're playing other heroes. So resourceful.
Yeah.
Ahead of his
Blizzard,
time.
I'm starting to notice a trend that you're muting players that you're not quite sure of who end up bringing quite a bit of success. I think you got to recalibrate your instincts here.
Definitely. The list goes on, trust me. Like,
bless you.
Well, I'm just happy that we're getting a well-rounded group stage, but I mean, if to make it truly well-rounded, we also can't have any undefeated teams, which means that the next series, VP versus Nigma, we gotta make VP bleed. T-Governor, what are your expectations for this next series? I mean, both of these teams are at the top of the group stage, looking on top form. Someone's got to go down.
I think for the viewers, it has to be a 2-1, right? Like VP, they're the ones that are doing so well right now. We saw in the interview the other day that this is like their dream team. That was from DM. Like they're so confident. And I think Nigma with Kuroki coming back, of course they lost the first series, but since then they've looked pretty good. Of course, we have forever like the shaky mid lane, but again he's like a grounding factor for that team. I think Nigma are going to be the team to take it to VP, and I really hope it's a 2-1 because like these teams, they're like the best in this group stage in my opinion, or have that potential to be, you know, the top 3 teams. Like Nigma and then VP and +1, maybe Viking, maybe Secret, depends who turns up on the day.
Yeah, Lizard, it's I guess finally the true test for VP, because throughout this group stage, so they played OG, they got a 2-0, they played Just Air, got a 2-1, and they played Mud Golems 2-0. You think Nigma have finally hit their stride now that Kuro's back?
Yeah, that's the way they're looking, at least. They're drafting their, I like to call, anti-Dota, like all these heroes that just deny everything that you want to be doing in the game, and they're picking these Bat Riders, Vipers. I think they hit their sweet spot once again.
Well, let's see if they can maintain it, but we'll have to take a quick break before that happens. I say quick. It's actually going to be around 40 minutes. So, I don't know. It's lunchtime somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Go ahead, take a little siesta. We'll be back here. 45 minutes. VP versus Nigma here at the Epic League.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.